putting Loud versus KRU.
Bro, I don't know. KRU, probably, no?
KRU win.
Yeah, what do you think?
I think Loud might win that.
Loud? Why? They're destroying you.
Oh, no.
Yeah. What is that reaction, bro? Vamos.
Oh,
Getting high, vamos.
GG.
GG, bro.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Bora pro primeiro mapa aqui do VCT Americas. Let's go! Let's go! One more is all it takes.
Today, 4 teams are going to make their Stage 2 debut and begin the road to playoffs. Hello, everyone, and welcome to VCT Americas, coming at you live from the Riot Games Arena here in sunny and very hot still Los Angeles, California. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here alongside. We got some legends to talk about video games here today. It's Alexis and Mel for another awesome doubleheader. kind of put you in the fire yesterday. Alexis, how you feeling after that long day of work, of employment?
I'm feeling great. That was a long day, but today I'm thinking we'll be a bit faster.
I don't know. I have a feeling this is going to be a weekend. We're going to be having some late nights because, folks, coming up today, we've got Envy taking on Evil Geniuses, and then later on, it's going to be KRU VSAT going up against Loud. It's going to be an exciting matchup. And now, folks, the next 4 weeks of competition, they're going to be make or break, all right? As we can see the standings here, Mel, it's coming down to the wire for a lot of these teams because when it comes down to champions points, you got squads like NRG, G2, Leviatán. They're feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, those teams are very much ahead of everyone else in points, so really for the rest of the teams, it's not just make playoffs, they have to make playoffs and also make grand finals.
Yeah.
Unless you're one of those top 3-4 teams we talked about. So really interesting high stakes game. Every single game counts.
Yeah, it really does. And of course, so speaking of play-ins, because we're gonna have an awesome play-ins event happening in between all of this, we already have 2 teams that have qualified for play-ins. It's gonna be Brazil's squad, La Maisia, and it's of course packed with players that we have seen on the Americas stage before. Names you recognize like Tui's or JZZ, Paula, Mazin. You also got Coach STK coming back as well. I mean, Alexis, this Brazilian squad probably turned some heads in play-ins potentially?
I think so. I mean, just the name Tui's made me turn my head. I mean, he is a master of the game, so I'm excited to see him back on the stage.
Yeah, some nasty plays here, Mel. It's good to see a lot of these familiar faces back. And if anything, they're gonna have a little bit of an advantage going into play-ins, having the experience playing Tier 1 on this stage.
Yeah, you can't go without it. And similarly for the other team in Americas, they also have so much experience. It's not really a mistake that we're seeing here. These teams are built to have those veterans and then staff the rest of the roster with some rookies, and it's a pretty good formula for success.
Well, you kind of hinted at it. And here's the thing, folks. We've got our Americas reps too. And folks, this one's long overdue. Finally, we can say it on a VCT Americas broadcast. M80 is going to be playing on an Americas stage. It's going to be sick. We're excited to see this team. We're going to see Nismo on a Tier 1 stage. That is exciting. Alexis, this team, it seems like they have a lot of firepower, and they're going to be pretty force to be reckoned with in play-ins, right?
I agree. I feel like M80 has been playing at a Tier 1 level for some time now, so it was only a matter of time before they finally played on the stage in VCT Americas.
Yeah, brilliant job from M80. It's a long path for that organization up until this point. But for more on play-ins, we're joined by a familiar face to those of you who've watched VCT Americas from the beginning. It's Coach Kaplan, and of course, he's guiding another team to the top of the mountain. Coach, it's a pleasure to have an opportunity to catch up with you again, man. What's this journey been like for you coming out of the run you've had with Sentinels, going into a much different environment with M80? It feels like success is still the same, but the environment's a little different, right?
Yeah, I love it, man. It's been a great journey. Definitely, really feel like I've had the space to just love the game, enjoy coaching on a really pure level. Super wholesome team, just focused on the game. Yeah, it's been sunshine and rainbows, to be honest.
Yeah. Mel?
Wow. I mean, listen, I know you're our arch nemesis, and I had to see you defeat our challengers team, but I have to give you full credit and respect. You guys did it beautifully, and I just wanted to ask you, you kind of just speed ran coming back to the stage this year. You've been sitting comfortably at Tier 1 for a while now, and then you kind of got thrust into, M80. I wanted to ask, what are the biggest differences between the players you've worked with in Tier 1 versus Tier 2? Although we all agree that some of the differences, we share more than we differ, really.
Yeah, honestly, not too many differences. I think the best part is just pure focus on the game, zero distractions. They don't have to pick up and move somewhere else. They don't need to deal with a huge fandom. It's a love for the game and a love for the team, which every team I've had has, but these guys, it's just zero distractions. It's awesome.
By the way, I don't know if you noticed the background that we he's not in the coach's room, by the way, everyone.
I feel right at home.
It's such a familiar sight for you. We were like, oh.
It's funny because this is a green screen, but this is exactly how my apartment looks too. I made my office exactly like the coaching.
You missed it so much. You have your little Red Bull
where I belong.
Fridge right next to it and stuff too. Oh, it makes sense. Alexis, anything you forgot?
Yeah, I actually had a question about the comps you guys play. I know you have a really, really strong KO player in the Nismo. I love the KO as well. And he's also insane at deadlock. So you guys kind of lean more into those double senti comps. I was wondering if, you kind of gauge what you're gonna do based on player comfort more, or do you try and, follow the meta? Because you guys aren't known for doing that. So how do you weigh what to do when picking a comp?
Yeah, I think I try to find a balance, right? So there's certain maps that I take a lot of pride in, or where I feel like the meta comp is really strong, something like Lotus, and Nismo has picked up an incredible Omen on that map, right? And I'm really appreciative of that. But then there's other maps where it's apples and oranges, you know? Maybe it's a little off meta, maybe it's just as good as the meta comp, and it really leans into a player's strengths. So it just depends on the map and how much we're putting on our plate.
No, fair. Last question for you. Now, you guys are going to be coming into this one with a lot of hype, a lot of excitement, but I'm sure, like, for some of the fans who probably watch VCT Americas or some of the other regions, might not be too familiar with M80. So what's the elevator pitch on this squad? Why people should be excited when they see M80 take the stage at play-ins?
The juiciest storyline ever. An ultimate revenge arc for two of us, a redemption arc for Nismo in terms of getting an opportunity on stage, and it's a team with a ton of heart, and I think people will really fall in love with us once they get to see us play on stage.
Hell yeah, brother. Always a pleasure to talk to you, my man. Best of luck to you. Look forward to seeing you at play-ins.
Thank you. See you soon.
Alrighty, there you have it, folks. Coach Kaplan, and we are going to be seeing him and the M80 squad at play-ins. It's going to be so exciting, and we're looking forward to that. But of course, Night Market is going to be back this week, and it's back here on the desk as well. We're gonna have some fun with this one because we have some credits to spend. The economy is good only for us here right now. So what we decided to do is take 1,200 credits, maybe the economy's not that good, and create the best roster that we possibly can. And the players are gonna be sorted by their ACS in stage 1. So important to keep that in mind. Thankfully, I don't have to do much in the way of thinking because Lord knows y'all don't wanna hear that perspective. So we got Alexis, we got Mel. Go ahead, Noodle. What do you have here? What are we picking? Let's build this roster.
May I get the first one
Oh,
here?
go ahead.
Neon for 400, not even max, is insane.
That's
We're gonna have to get that
It's
across
stage 1. It's stage 1.
Yeah.
Listen, still, that's insane.
Okay,
Yeah,
so Neon's locked in here for 400 credits. We have 800 credits left. This can go away very quickly. You have 4 players left. Who are we going for here?
I feel like Sadak at 100 is also a steal,
That's
no?
great.
That's insane.
So Sadak gets put in there?
Yeah,
Okay.
let's get him.
All right, so we have spent 500 of our credits. We have 700 remaining. Let's see. I mean, honestly, you guys are doing pretty well.
You want to get one in here?
I'll throw one in there. Yes. Okay. Fine. I'll have one. I mean, honestly, guys, if we're being real, Aspas for 200 credits is kind of mental
on right now.
So we'll just
Who
go ahead
decided
and
these numbers?
Yeah. So we're great. We have 500 credits left to play with. We can't go for any of the top.
Okay.
We can mix it up with any of these here. And honestly, you could go Timatino, Timatino into Cortesia.
We need a Sova player. Can I just go ahead and just take Brock here? We need a scan.
Oh yeah, Brock. Yeah, so Brock in there.
Sadok's our flex. Neon Chamber, Jet, Omen, Aspas. I mean, you could do double.
If I know math good, which hopefully I do, that means we have just 100 credits remaining.
All right.
Right?
I think we gotta get Cortesia because he was my ping pong champion.
He was your
down.
ping pong
we gotta
champion.
get him in there. Yep.
Not bad. Okay, so we have. We started off with Neon, and then we locked in Sadak and then Aspas. Got Brock there, as well as Cortesia. Not bad, not bad. Look, folks, if you're currently yelling at your screen right now saying that your roster will be better, why don't you go ahead and prove it? Show us what you got. Make sure you check out the Night Market. It's awesome. Head on over to our social media just to get updated on what is going on over there. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see how all this gets played out. Of course, we have our matches later on today here in Envy. They're going to be returning in our first matchup of the day. And earlier on, we asked Demon One and Kesnet to play a simple game of Who Am I? Great Jackie Chan movie, by the way. Check it out.
Does my picture have anything green on his jersey?
No. He's wearing a blue jersey or no?
No blue.
No blue.
Does my picture have any blue?
Blue? No. It's the same question. My picture is a Brazilian?
No.
No, it's not Brazilian.
Does my picture have any yellow?
Yellow? No. No. The person has a beard or no? A little bit.
No.
No.
No beard. Does my picture have any glasses?
No. Mine has a glasses? Yeah.
I don't know. Are you asking the
Yeah, I'm asking the question.
I think so.
What do you mean? I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is my picture Ethan?
No. My picture has a red jersey.
A little bit, yeah.
Energy. Somewhere in there. Yeah.
I don't know. Is my picture a member of MIBR?
He was.
He was?
Yeah. He
Okay.
was. Mine is a member of Leviatán.
No.
It's Cloud9, I think.
I don't know, that's two questions. Is my player Artson?
No.
Okay.
Is mine Cloud9? No?
No.
No?
Is my picture used to be on MIBR?
Yeah, bro, you know. You have it, bro.
No, I don't think so. Is my player from Sentinels?
Yeah. You have it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's my player from, I don't know. What is the other team? Lucho. It's my player, Lucho.
No. Is my player Cortesia?
Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say Cortesia,
Yeah. Bro, I'm not even like close to...
but keep guessing, bro.
What is the teams, bro? I have to guess first the team.
I said
It
there
was
was
orange.
red.
What team has
What
red?
team
bro?
has red?
KRU? No, that's pink.
No.
Red?
It's an American
It's
team.
Sentinels.
It's not Sentinels, brother. It's an American team. There's only one team you haven't named yet.
G2.
No.
100 tips. Timotino? Timotino. Yeah, guessing. Timotino, bro. Under guessing. Bro, now it's everything on my mind.
There you go, bro. Thanks for watching.
Fun fact, that video was actually an hour long because of Kesnit's guesses, so we had to truncate it down to at least like a solid 2-minute. In any case, so folks, last time we saw Envy on our stage, it was madness, all right? Listen, they destroyed MIBR in the fastest match in America's history. They were busting out classic rankers gameplay, the identity of the team, and unfortunately, the roster has changed once again. It seems as if Coach Stunner is the only the only individual from that rankers group still standing. And as you can see over here, folks, this is kind of the story of this team as we went over yesterday, right? But here you can kind of see the difference. Like, none of the players, Mel, that were on that rankers team are here playing in these games today. It's so unfortunate.
Besides Knights, he's at the very beginning, he was the player, and he somehow is the only one left after all this time.
Yeah.
Mind-blowing.
It truly is. It truly is. And of course, big opportunity here for this Envy team, though, Alexis, because regardless, that first stage, not necessarily what they would have liked, obviously. This time around, they kind of reset things, but do they have what it takes to be able to do so? Given the talent on the team, you'd have to assume, right?
Yeah, especially they're showing against MIBR that we talked about. Like, they won that game on bind with a Reyna Clove. Like, if they're able to tap into that ranker's identity with Knights, with the return of Knights, being able to play those funky comps and really just own people with, like, pure mechanics, I feel like they'll be in a good spot.
Yeah, and there you can see the team and the additions that have been brought in. Knights as well as Glyph are going to be joining the fray alongside Demon One and Kesnit, who were the ones that they had added at the start of the season at Stage 1, and as well as Rossi. So it certainly is a completely different team here. So you talk about the tapping into the ranker's identity, you're really just looking to tap into, I don't know, some nebulous thing in the sky because it's just Knights. That was it. He's the only one.
It's really a lot of attention towards the coach because he has been a long stay for the entire process of them getting into Ascension, winning Ascension. So I'm really interested to see, as the coach of the team, the leader, really spiritually, is he going to have them play that style that we saw them break records with, or are we going to see a return to kind of like very standard VCT normal team
like
play that we see?
defaulty type of stuff, I mean, we'll see, right, of course, but look, let's talk more a little bit about these players here because we added some new faces to the Envy lineup. It's Glyph, and he had an opportunity to catch up with Dryad earlier today.
He might not be new to Tier 1, but he's new to VCT Americas. Glyph, it's nice to see you here. Just last month, you were announced that you were on the bench for Gentlemates, but were you expecting the call to get picked up to come from your old rivals in Envy?
I mean, for me, it was kind of a bit of a surprise. I had a couple teams interested throughout all different regions, EMEA, APAC, and I wasn't really expecting one from North America, of all places, to be honest, but I'm very happy to be here. I'm an American player, of course, born and raised, and I've played here for like 4 years throughout the Tier 2 circuit, even Tier 3 from the first time I played this game. And so I'm just very excited to be here, and I'm happy that this opportunity came my way.
Was it a no-brainer to play for Americas?
For me, yeah, I always had a preference to play here, and I was super excited. No matter what offer came, as long as it was Americas, I was happy to take it.
We're looking forward to seeing you. Thank you so much. Good luck.
And we're stoked to see him take the stage earlier today. Of course, that's Glyph. But now you may be looking at the roster here and say, folks, Rankers is dead. Now, you heard Mel earlier. She said there's actually an OG Ranker on the team, folks. It's Knights. Knights joined the squad when he was 16 years old. So he's been a part of this identity, this idea, but this is a little bit of a different vibe. I would have to imagine much different vibe than what he probably is used to. Alexa.
Yeah, I mean, he's used to playing at home, playing these like ranked agents, and now he's getting thrust onto a tier 1 stage. I wonder if he will be able to tap into a different playstyle, a different meta. Like if they do want to play those normal standard comps, if he even knows how to do that, since he's only really played this ranked sort of style.
I'm really interested to see because he really made his case for fame on the Clove, on the original Rankers roster. But I think the big thing here is the fact that he was able to develop as a player in Hubert Academy. That's when you see him playing more the Omen, and he played alongside veteran players like Nismo. You know, as we're going to see them in play-ins with M80. But it's going to be really interesting to see how has this playstyle really developed, because we haven't even seen him compete in a while now, even in Tier 2.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity for this young man. And I think if there's one thing what we got from Glyph in that interview too, it's the opportunity to play here in Americas is where it's at, and these guys have a chance to really show up. But on the other side of the field, you have Evil Geniuses. Now, they're going to be returning with the same roster. They only made their changes at the end of Stage 1, if you all remember. That was when Calm and Okeanos were dropped for Pancakes and Zerona. So, we saw Evil Geniuses. We saw them have a couple of, good games. I know, like, in the middle between now and Stage 1 and Stage 2, they had some decent matches as well, some matches against Sentinels that may not have gone their way. But this Evil Geniuses team, they felt like they were building something toward the end of Stage 1. Now it's time to see that project through here.
Yeah, I felt like Calm was really developing as an IGL. He was kind of getting his footing, and then they ended up dropping him for a new IGL, Pancakes, who doesn't really have a ton of experience. He's been there since beta, but he's not, known for being a top-tier IGL. So I'm excited to see, what he brings to the table and what he brings to the team.
I think it really is a case of just throwing him into the flames.
Yeah.
His first game calling being against Sadok, by the way, against KRU.
That's right.
That was the game he played in, and honestly, the T-sides were looking okay. Like, he was able to call and hold his own against one of the best IGLs of all time. So if there's anything going to be like that,
right?
It was.
KRU,
and Lotus was extremely close. And if you watched, Stage 1, KRU had a very good Lotus.
Yeah, so there's a great chance here, right, for this squad to be able to really shock us all in this stage. But look, we're going to call a spade a spade. It's going to be tough, right? Americas is a bit of a shark pit, and you got to really give your A game if you want to swim with the best. But let's see what the predictions are and what we think, what we're feeling. How are we feeling about the matchups here? A little bit of a mixed bag. That's what I had expected. It seems like for us on the desk here, only Mel, you went with Envy. Why is that?
I did. I think that they have the firepower to just take any game that they want. We saw it against MIBR. Yes, it did require them to return to their original Rankers, pre-Envy form. But I think that if they have the firepower and they show up shooting today, it's going to be a really big test of EG's structure that Potter's very good at, to see if these players can hold that, take that information in, and actually repel them.
Yeah, and Alexis, you had a chance. You could have picked Envy. You chose EG. Why are you feeling this squad?
The honest truth is, back in the day, I rated Pancake's Hinge profile, and he was really able to take those notes that I gave him.
You say Hinge profile?
Yes, and apply those notes, and I think he's going to be able to do the same thing in the IGL role.
Okay, I don't know what to do with that info, but I'm gonna take it and internalize it, and then I'm just gonna move on. Thankfully, we got 15 seconds left of the show, folks. Look at that. The timing couldn't have been better. Folks, this is going to be a fun day. Envy and EG are going to take the stage in just a little bit. You better get ready. Grab a drink, grab a snack. VCT Americas starts right now.
EG's like, they have Potter, and they have their teams. Arona looks pretty good. I'm a big fan of that guy. I think he's a very suitable player, and Pancakes has always been a solid player in Tier 2.
I think they're two really solid players, with Pancakes being our new IGL and also Zerona just being someone that you can depend on to get kills. It's definitely more of a shakeup. I don't think that changes anything for us. Like, our goal is still to win.
Everyone is familiar with Knights, right? Christian is monster, right? Anything besides a monster performance is just not him.
They made another roster change. adding in Glyph. I think he's a really solid player, but still, I think we'll come out of that match with a victory, and we're going 7-0 straight to champs.
No offense to those guys, but we should win, and anything else would just be another disappointment or embarrassing loss.
Riot Games Arena, a team ready to start their new chapter. Let's hear it for Envy!
An org forged in the fire of challengers off the back of their unique in-your-face playstyle. The question is not only can they succeed, but how? Will it be the same record-breaking fashion that we saw against MIBR? Or will the ship of Theseus of VCT sail another way?
Ooh.
They no doubt have the firepower.
Oh,
But will they
okay.
be able to leverage it to get to victory?
Someone's feeling the Odyssey hype here, okay? Get a little bit on your Nolan grind. I respect it. Hey, but you know what, though? You're so right on that one, right? This does feel a little bit like exactly as you said with that ship of Theseus and how things kind of played out. It's very fascinating. But for Envy, what a chance for them to just shake off what happened in stage one. Forget that nonsense. Look forward to the future. There's a pathway for you to get to champions, and it starts here and now.
And on the other side, one of the biggest underdogs this stage is Evil Geniuses!
And this is, of course, a squad that's so easy to cheer for, Alexis, right?
Yes, I really want to see this EG roster start developing their team identity in that same way that Envy was able to tap into the Rankers identity. The EG players have so much potential, and we've seen them all pop off individually, but it's time for them to really come into stage 2 with a fresh start as a unit, as a team, and show us what they're capable of.
Yeah, it really does feel like, Alexis, the same story for Envy can also be applied to Evil Geniuses here. Just, you know, the chapters are a little different, the characters, you know, the main characters might be a little different as well, but it is a matter of whether or not they have what it takes to be able to dig deep, because as I said previously, that pathway exists for Envy, but that pathway also exists for Evil Geniuses. It's just a matter of whether or not they have the right combination of guys to put it together.
Yeah, both of these teams need to win out and make it all the way to the end, and we're just going to see who's going to be able to do that.
Yeah, and of course, Coach Potter, who better to lead the charge there, world champion coach, has succeeded so much in this game. Challenge ahead of him, though. Let's see what the series layout's going to be. Ascent, Breeze, and if necessary, we'll be taking a trip over to Split. Mel, you said standard. How you feeling?
Yeah, we're not going to see the new maps entering the pool with Sunset and Summit, so this is pretty normal, regular, degular gameplay we're going to see here.
Nothing.
I'm going to say that. We're going to see a Clove. Just my luck. But I'm really excited to see the Ascent. I feel like Ascent is such a bread and butter map, and we keep returning to the point of, are they going to play like Rankers? Ascent is such a puggy map. You play it in Pugs, you play it in Ranked. Everyone knows how it's played out, right? But a lot of the moments can be decided by crucial gunfights, and I'm going to have to, again, give the edge to Envy for that.
Yeah, I mean, Envy's gun skill is insane, but we did not talk a lot about the guy that is actually to the right of Potter, Digizin. He's been such an impact player for Evil Geniuses, pretty much in any team that he's in, right? So you're really going to be looking at him to kind of like be the, as I like to say, tip of the spear to get things going for this squad. But yeah, when it comes down to that firepower, I mean, Envy have it in spades. They're pretty much all set to go here. I do wonder what those roles are going to look like, and I do wonder what those agent compositions are going to look like, Alexis.
Yeah, agreed. I'm really excited to see what Envy pulls out. Something else that I noticed is neither team first banned Summit or Sunset, which makes me think that both these teams are practicing it, because why wouldn't you float that if you weren't practicing it and prepared for it to come out?
They had it prepped, they did, but on Ascent, I'm wondering, you know, I think both of these teams have the capacity to really change the comps up. Like, Potter has definitely experimented in the past. She gets her creativity in there, and Envy, of course, they could be running anything. I'm really excited to see what comes up, but for EG's side of things, I'm starting to, as this goes on, I'm starting to see the EG side of things in terms of they just picked up some tier 2 players that are familiar with that Rankers playstyle, so are they going to be able to absorb the aggression? And after all of that, it's pretty default, pretty standard, the KO and the Jet coming out here.
Not
all that hype, and we just get vanilla.
That's crazy.
I can't believe they did not put Demon 1 on Chamber here. That's like his bread and butter. That's his best role.
After we've seen Lev play Chamber and make it work.
We haven't seen Killjoy in a minute, though. So this actually is going to be pretty fun, because there have been some changes to Killjoy with the Sentinel changes. So, you know, we'll see how that plays. Whoa! Okay!
He's coming in with the crazy picks. I was not expecting to say that sentence today.
That is wild. wild. How are we feeling about this? They're on Euro, Digizin on Veto?
I wonder if they pulled out the veto because they were like, oh, Envy's just gonna run it down at us. If we use the veto, we'll counter all of that util. They won't be able to dash into sight. I wonder if it was an anti-pick or if this is really just what they're running.
Oh, well, this is gonna be a fun one. How does this composition for Evil Geniuses play out, and does Envy have what it takes to stop it? Let's send it over to Uber and Wyatt are gonna be on the call for all the action. Take it away, fellas.
3 years ago, Demon One and Potter stood at the summit of the Valorant world, and today, the coach and player that made history for Americas face off yet again in a battle of reinvention. Very new rosters for both Envy and EG. And it's safe to say no one quite understands Demon One's ceiling like Potter does, but perhaps no one understands what Potter's teams are designed to do quite like Demon One. Fresh faces for both these squads, but old rivalries still simmer under the surface.
We're talking about this Envy team that have reformatted, rankers no more, and an EG who want to put that 0-5 record in stage 1 firmly in the rearview mirror.
Let's play some Valorant, folks. It's time for a Samsung OLED Match Star, brought to you by Samsung OLED. We'll see EG on the attack side.
Quick contact there for Kesnit, was to dash away, but getting hunted down by EG.
Ton of early pressure off the rip here for EG, but they are quite happy just to hold up here in main, wait for the suppression to expire. Still plenty of Razor Vines here for Bao to slow Envy down.
Elephant in the room is obviously this comp that EG are bringing into the map. Imagine being Envy. You pick Ascent, and then you run into this Veto Yoru. No idea what to expect. They're going to really have to be adjusting and adapting on the fly to succeed here.
Let's look at people moving. Smoke to top mid here will allow EG to cross and also obscure their intentions from the defenders. EG an interceptor here, but was hoping to clear some of his Killjoy util. And have to face up against Demon One, and the bro is going to be able to gun him down here from upper. Still, we've got some players coming through door. Big Paranoia catches onto both of them, though. Glyph's about to take contact right here through the smoke. It's Demon One striking yet again. And it's the firepower of Envy. Emblematic of this team in all of its forms. And gets him over the line.
Proper rotation over there towards A. Saw Glyph playing nicely around those smokes on site. Waiting for the rest of the team to flood in. Early signs of a good read on EG and some solid teamwork here from Envy, being able to support each other. Not a ton of time in the offseason to work with this new unit of players, completely fresh, clean slate for an Envy team that are going to have to go on a serious run if they have hopes of making champs.
Right off the rip here, we're going to see a TP4 by Zerona. That is extremely confident. Demon One, despite being disrupted, cleans him up and notches up his third frag of the map.
And it may not be that chamber, but just generally, I do like Demon One when he's on Sentinel. You have Kesnit to pick up the duelist. And on those defense sides, when Demon One really can just focus on my setup is down, my gun is out, he is one of the best aimers historically on the planet in this game. You want him in positions like that where he can just focus on putting his crosshair in the right place.
Pretty cookie cutter approach from EG over the last couple of rounds. It's an early pop, it's a smoke top mid, and then they try and get some action going. This time it's a push up mid that falls flat.
Wasn't a flashy one, but that's Knight's first kill on stage. Been waiting a long time for this opportunity. Made a name for himself with the original Rankers team in late 2024. Had always been a prospect for VCT, but just not eligible to play. Turned 18 like 4 or 5 days ago. And here he is on stage for the first time.
He arrives after all of the Rankers alumni actually depart the roster. He was a part of that team in its very early days.
Guess it does have that outlaw. Only one target, though, that has the low armor. Finds him. Zerona removed, and what a shot by Demon One, just playing off of that turret. Classic KJ move.
Digizin is struggling in the head-to-head against Demon One so far. Has encountered that Killjoy multiple times early in these rounds, and has come off second best. Finally, though, EG get themselves on the board in this round, and Demon One knows he needs to call for a bit of assistance. Nanoswarm might slow things down, deny that Log's position at least.
Flash over the top from Glyph was nice for a bit of additional delay. Look at that triple swing off the next. This is an aggressive Envy, but one that's playing together as a unit.
Pancakes has done well to extract a kill out of that. Straight up shots through smoke. Has a good intuition, and Envy are pinging over towards his A side of the map. They're convinced that EG are going to try and cross them up. I think they know now that's not the case.
30 seconds left.
How fast can this rotate get here? Trying to work their way through market. Door gets closed. So they're going to have to waste just a bit of time breaking that. Nice, with a crucial kill. That's the spike down as well.
Time is short. This has been glacial here from EG. It's taken them a while to get into gear. Now Envy are encroaching. 10 seconds left in the round. Knights with a fake TP gets info about the platter and also triggers that shield wall. But Bao's able to hold his ground, finding two. And it's down to Knights. The newcomer. Last remaining component of that Rankers look we saw way back in Challenges. Has to make his own way now. Superman low around the corner. That's a given. Flash out here from the back of the side. It's Bao notching up 3 and getting EG over the line.
But not without suffering a massive amount of damage economically. So Envy are in a position to get seriously ahead in this game if they can take this next round. But just have to give credit to Pancakes. Was able to get that first, the subsequent kill, so they can actually work into that site later. And then Bao with the close is just looking sharp.
It was pretty cheeky from Bao in that interview saying we're going to go on a 7-0 run. But both of these teams kind of have to do that if they want to feature at Champs. Yeah. Some teams are just positioning themselves right now early in Stage 2. For these two, Envy and EG, right now, it's about survival.
Those Champions points not going to be enough for either side. It is about seriously going on a run this stage. That's lovely from Zerona. Gets that opening kill. He's been looking good on this EG team so far. You know, whether it be that last game of Stage 1 or his performance in the EWC qualifiers, he's looked like a good addition coming up from their academy.
Glyph clears the owl drone. Does get hit with the paranoia for his troubles, and Glyph now has a line on this. He's able to respond and find one. It's Trader, but Rossi's there to pick it up. He'll be waiting for an opportunity now. A second smoke comes down. Pancakes is revealed, but Rossi wisely sees that he's going to be pinched if he hangs around for too much longer, and there it is. Pancakes gets a taste of his own medicine and shot straight through the smoke. Puts us at 2v2.
I'm hesitant to stick the spike, but it's irrelevant when Bao is shooting at this level early in the game. Rossi tries to take the timing, and he does get that first, but not without Bao. Hot on his heels, perfect timing for the swing. Back-to-back rounds where he has been massively impactful for EG. 7 kills already.
We're watching Envy trying to get a feel for the pace here of this EG team, because so far, after finding these picks early in the round, they are not accelerating. They are still pretty slow tempo, being very conservative as they work their way into the A side there.
I do think there's a looming difficult EG defense side to deal with. I mean, it's impossible to say how many rounds you would need on defense against this EG comp. It's a completely fresh look, right? But running the double Sentinel, 2 players that are going to be teleporting all across the map, you imagine they're going to be able to lock down sites effectively with that Vice, have an AWP elsewhere in the hands of either of their guys teleporting. Could be a nightmare to deal with. So I do feel like on paper, Envy are going to need to put together a seriously good half on defense.
Actually getting some movement here from EG. Accelerating towards B and a TP to backside. Get Superman nice and entrenched. Plenty of time on this occasion here for EG after the fact, and Envy are all grouped up here over to a spawn side. Remember, really not buying into this round at all. So it's a matter of how much value they can hope to extract in a round that likely will turn against them.
Any damage done by them would be relevant. Despite EG being on the 2-round run, they lost a lot of players both times, 4 each time. So their economy is still at base camp. It is very low. But at least as it stands. Looks like they might get out of here unscathed.
And a hallmark sometimes of these double sentinel compositions is that they can tend to lack flashes, right? Especially if you're playing a Jet alongside of it, or a duelist that doesn't have any of her own. But you actually have 3, if you count Paranoia, right? In a pinch, you can set up an Arcros, but crucially also it's Yoru, who we've not seen much of at all lately, who's able to get into the mix.
Interesting situation as two of the players there on Envy did not get into the blast radius. All good. They are going to get that operator over towards Kesnet. This map, often called the Jets playground for a reason. Operator, massively powerful here.
Kesnet's been trying to walk up on catwalk and short on occasion, but last time got caught by Zerona. TP across. This is pretty aggressive. Knight's aware of this now. Could actually push into this position and hope that this one-way will give him the edge. Finally gets a TP out from Superman.
Yeah, here's that audio cue. Might be in danger here. What's the pace looking like from EG? Counter paranoia, so Envy can back up, try to survive. Knights wants to get into an anchoring position if that hit were to come in, but slow down from EG.
Probably the null command that really forces them to hit the brakes there. Glyph owns that ultimate pretty early on, is having a decent few rounds. And here's that, you know, classic mid-round, mid-smoke from EG.
Now what will this hit look like? If this drone gets a ping, that Hunter's Fury is going to ring out immediately.
See the flash, they're going to come and try and take this space. Arona, though, gets riddled with bullets through the box, and Glyph is trying to hold his own from upper. Knights finds his now. Boots on the ground, ready to fight for it. Superman does fall. We're at player parity, but the spike hasn't got past this choke. It does do so now. Rossi knows he can burst through this door at a moment's notice.
And the breaking of it really puts a lot of pressure on EG when they want to get this spike down. But Envy don't try to pounce on that moment. It's a little bit slower on the approach.
Bao needs to be the last player in here. Evolution actually in play here for Digizine. Bao fighting for it again! Great timing! Playing off pancakes to lay Envy low, and this is a great attack side start for a double sentinel composition. EG are doing all the right things.
They set themselves up so nicely there in the post plant, the positions, how they're able to play off of each other. Bao continuing to be the closer for them at the moment. Phenomenal play. Early in that round, getting the null command out. They get the paranoia out. Tools that can stop the hit are removed. So when they slow the game down and eventually go for the re-hit, they've still got the Hunter's Fury. They still have a lot at their disposal to be able to get into that site effectively. That's exactly what they do. All of this is cause for the timeout on the NV side.
And there's a lot of talk, I think, about, you know, the departure of the previous members on this NV team, especially the fact that they go out in such a classic, you know, rankers style, right? In their final game against MIBR, they kind of go back and play what got them to Ascension, what got them through Ascension, which is hyper-aggressive comp, making sure that X could play Yoru, and they just tried to have a bit of fun with it. The question was after that is like, what is his team supposed to look like? And we're hearing a lot about structure, right? Rossi calling, Glyph being brought in to assist specifically with some of the mid-rounding here for Envy. So it's a very different look. They've got all-star players with insane aim, but they're trying to set a structure that'll last them more than just a stage.
It really did feel like there was that philosophy change when they got into the league. They tried to take a more structured approach with some of the roster changes, personnel changes, move in that direction. It wasn't working. The fans of the team were disappointed that they were switching it up, and it wasn't actually bearing any fruit either. But as things stand, it makes sense that with this brand new team, they try to take things in a more consistent way, more regimented approach to the game.
Like I said, this is an opportunity for reinvention for both Envy and EG.
No, but at the same time, when you look at this Envy roster, it's one where you want their star players to be in positions to set themselves up, to take timings, make individual plays. Because at the end of the day, you have Kesnet, you have Demon 1. You want those guys to be feeling as comfortable as possible and as confident as possible every map, every role. Because it's the rounds from them where off a timing play, they get that crucial opening kill, find a two-piece that actually convert into map wins for this team.
Yeah, this structure seems...
It's about that balance.
Feels like a structure way more catered to those two now than it maybe was in stage 1. Although Knights has made quite a splash, I've got to say, in his debut. There it is. Once again, the Sheriff strikes Paranoia coming in. TP forward again from Zerona, always looking to take space. Second frag of the map, and he is well and truly in this A site. Kesnick still has a Sheriff, but that is clattered from his lifeless grip.
And I definitely understand as well when you're looking at Demon 1 on the KJ versus, well, you probably want him on Chamber. There's good cause for that, but also KJ just got recently buffed. The molly lasts a second longer, the turret shoots faster, the alarm bot moves quicker, so there are reasons to reinvest your time into her, especially on Ascent. That's a classic KJ map, though the Vice has been more in vogue here in its more latter days in the pool.
Oh, there it is. Demon 1 got himself a decent weapon, and my god, he's put it to use. Now it's on Rossi, though. There's the issue of the defuse, and Bao, canny as he is not going to give a free opportunity at the end of the round. He will end it. And these attack rounds are starting to stack here for EG.
The shots were nice, the highlight was nice, but there was ultimately never going to be enough time there for Envy.
And one thing which I imagine we're going to see, we saw a little bit of it already, is Keza picking up the op a little bit more. He actually says in an interview recently that he's kind of had to lean a bit more in that direction, drop the rifle away and just try and make sure he's able to be a player that can be pivoted around, focus more in the macro sense. And he feels like it's actually taken some adjustment.
It's cool to see this veto for the first time from Digizine, buffed as well in the latest patch, but right now, EG, it's about pace, it's about splitting into this B site, gaining information with this dimensional drift. Zerona popping out, 2 players backside, this is crazy.
The lockdown here can be destroyed if Zerona finds success here. Rossi's now going to try and defend it somehow. Flash is going to stymie him, and Zerona gets into the site. Lockdown got cleared. Can EG get everything they want out of this round?
Incredible from Zerona there. Popping out in the corner safely, calls for the Paranoia to come in backside. It didn't hit both players, but it did isolate a 1v1 for him. There was the support there from EG on top of the aggression from their lone duelist. Really sick B split to bring out. EG are just looking dominant. I mean, it goes back to when you're an agent select and you pick Ascent, you're feeling comfortable on the map, you're running the standard stuff, and then you see this.
This monstrosity, the abomination.
It kind of feels like yesterday, the situation that we saw on Sunset with Furia and Leviatán. No matter how good of a team you are, when the other team hits you with something that you've never seen before, the level of adaptation required might be too much. You're getting hit with set plays that you're just not prepared for.
So just a few of the moments in that previous round. Highlighted, of course, by Zerona getting with a dimensional drift, deep TP forward, and players on Speedway clearing that lockdown too fast for Envy to respond to. Sheer wall cleared. And now EG start to make their way down mid, but again it's slow. Behind the cover of that top mid smoke though. Refreshed.
Now, if Glyph would have caught someone with that knife, Paranoia was ready to go. And if you want to get proactive, in tree. Pushed up close.
Hunter's Fury going to get ripped pretty much straight away. Glyph wants to fight for this, but Zerona's going to be quicker to the click. Now a flash. Knight's under pressure, but it's able to get the spray down. Demon 1 falls. Kesnet trying to hold his own here in mid, and Pancakes might be caught in the corner for the time being. A third mid smoke now comes up, and the spray will claim the Sova. That's the spike going loose. And a pop over the top for the Owl Drone. Sees all that Rossi needs to. He confidently strides out in the mid, and is daring Digizine to fight him.
Player standing.
Got what he asked for.
Walking into that op. Digizine never misses the shots like that. His aim is so steady. Bao working his way deep into this B site. Kesnet alone. Is there any world where he expects a player to be stood at stairs?
Timing's pretty good there for Kesnet. There's just no coverage from main. Digizine going to bound his way through, and Kesnet takes a shot, but he's down to 44. Takes the challenge, and the classic is all it takes to do him in.
He was just hoping to find a timing where they'd be running lane. He could catch one player in the side and bring it to the 1v1. But EG together in that choke point deal with him, so winnable for Kesnet. He was dialed in that round. Every decision, the actions per minute as high as they can get. And look, I like that idea there from Envy, the very proactive look towards Cat. That Hunter's Fury comboed with the Flash, the paranoia just before it. But things get so awkward, everyone being blinded up. The spam doesn't go their way on the initial kill, and it just slowly crumbles.
Envy calling a timeout here. Understandable. They've given over 7 of what should be their defense side rounds to EG. They've honestly looked phenomenal here. Remember, looking to that attack side as well. Envy are going to have to do a lot of making up for this first half. And Glyph comes into this roster, apparently through trials. Stunner says his mid-round input was really valuable to help set Rossi up, help give him a bit more of an idea of what was going on the map. And this is not a rookie plucked straight out of challenges. In fact, Glyph did originate there for Winthrop University, but he was in Santiago, don't forget. With that Genomates roster, reverse swept Fnatic in kickoff on that team to make it to a global. So he's early on in his pro career, I guess, but he's been around. It's not his first rodeo.
There.
Low buy cobbled together here from Envy. They're a team that you would imagine have the firepower to win with any guns on any given round. Kesnet, Bladestorm, they've of course got a chance. Digizine just taking advantage of the different angles that he can get on with those teleports.
Evolution active into the round. Kesnet with a Bladestorm play, finds Superman before there's a chance to retort. Pancakes up on the corner! It doesn't seem to matter. Rossi chimes in with the Sheriff. Decent value for Envy off this early encounter. But the rest of their team are a long way from the action.
How many crucial flashes have we seen from Zerona already? He was impressive on the Phoenix from the bit we were seeing him. And now on this Yoru looking sharp as well. He's been flexing around to different roles for this team. He's really brought a lot to EG. After impressing them with his academy run, the roster and challenges just before this, but that's Knights. What a beautiful tap Digizine dealt with. It's the timing.
You don't expect Zerona to pick this angle up at all. He notches 4. I mean, you heard some of the calls from Envy. They respect Zerona. They feel like he would be a threat in the server, and so far that has played out.
And that right there is a moment that really encapsulates what EG needed, what people wanted for this team. Digizine gets dealt with. We're into a 2v2, but it's all good because one of our new players is shooting. He's taking that aggro timing. He gets the 2K to win out the round. So much of that stage 1 was Digizine just trying his best to will them to a win, but it was never enough. It was too much for one man. But now that he's got some real shooters on this team, EG are looking dangerous.
Let's listen into EG now with 8 attack side rounds.
They're gonna play retake here. Close the door if you can. Closing now. I broke that. Get ready to push door with our visor, guys. Yeah. I can thorn heaven as well. Get ready. Yeah, I can drone door for you guys. Droning it. Just wait. Whenever they start retake. Cover my drone. They're droning right now. One person break. Smoked up. I'll break. Ready? 3, 2. Hold now, hold now. They're gonna fight. Switch. Nice. Have it. No gun. Fight him. I'm reloading. Cage heaven as well. 2 heaven. Stay top. 38. You have flashing. I'm flashing. Go. Do it. Heaven right now.
Doesn't get much better than that for EG. Fight their way into the site. It's a very util-heavy conflict, but that Steel Garden from Bao gives them the edge, gives Zerona the confidence to run up on him.
And even within a round, a post plant that's getting chaotic, I feel like the comms there were still clean enough. And I love that as they're getting the spike down, they're already setting a plan as to what they want to do with the Vice ult, how they want to win out the round from there. Zerona again, looking incredible. This guy's aim is sharp, and it's his positioning as well that has been really sublime in these moments. It's not just that he's flicking around, getting crazy kills. No, he's putting himself in the right positions to get easy kills in these situations too.
Last round of the half sees Envy be able to buy a semblance of an arsenal. Last chance on defense to make a mark here. Phone spotted out. Envy reluctant just to give up B main for free. We'll see Digizine get entrenched now with Wine. Might be time for a mid-smoke here from EG. Yep.
Fake teleport.
Digizine here, just honestly taking raw contact out in main. Yields a response, and Zerona set up in mid. He'll take the 1-for-1. It keeps EG ahead in the game, and Pancakes is sitting on a Hunter's Fury now. Superman TP's forward. It looks like it's time to accelerate into B, and there's no resistance whatsoever for Envy.
The mid-round aggression has just been denied every single round. Envy are not getting anything accomplished. Every angle being watched. EG so prepped and ready. In position to get this to 10. Hunter's Fury coming out. Immediate tag for Pancakes.
I mean, Glyph, you're going to try and make something happen with this null command. But he is very low as it is, and is knocked now by the spray down through the wall. It's a cheeky peek over towards Speedway. Bao notches up yet another. And so Demon 1 has to face the music, and it's a discordant tune to his ears.
This half for me just defined by the shooting on EG from the players that aren't Digizine. They don't need him right now to be deadlifting because Zerona looks like a real talent in this dominant half. He picks it up in those latter rounds early on. It's Bao closing everything out. Nightmare to deal with in the late round. And, you know, on top of that, I feel like that listening was so telling of where this team are at right now. The way that they were just laying down plans, having contingencies to deal with Envy. Really lovely half.
And now into the halftime, we've got Dandryde standing by on the stage with a very special guest.
That's right, I'm here with a very special guest. It's singer and songwriter Keshi. It's nice to have you here at the VCT stage. And I heard that about 2 years ago, you had an interview where you talked about how when you're not making music, you are playing shooters, you're playing VALORANT with your friends. Are you a tryhard? What's the vibe?
I think my friends tend to mold. Yeah. We try. Like, we try not to get too pressured about it, but I feel like the most fun happens when you care about the outcome, right? So yeah.
I'm usually just a one-trick Reina. What do you usually play?
When the game first came out, I played a lot of Cypher, but yeah, probably with me, when I'm playing with friends who are so much better, I'll play Smokes. I'll just kind of sit back, yeah.
Okay. And look, I know a lot of players are big fans of your music. Do you think there's a chance that one day we'll see that Keshi VALORANT collab?
Yet to see. TBD.
I would definitely love to see it because one of my favorite songs of yours is Limbo, and you talk about that process of chasing your dreams but not being there quite yet. And we have these players here on stage that are always chasing that dream. So what advice would you have for them?
I think when anyone tries to do something great or rare, there's always like a 0.001% chance that you're gonna be at that level, right? I think there just has to be a brash sort of arrogance that you are in that percentage when you're attempting it, yeah.
Absolutely. Well, Keshi, thank you so much for being here. Can we hear it one more time for Keshi? And this is everything that we have for the halftime interview. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Dandryde. Great to have Keshi joining us here in the arena for what has proven to be a very interesting game. I have thrown the term reinvention around a fair bit, but another word that keeps getting thrown around on our desk especially is firepower. That was the justification for, I think, Mel opting for predicting Envy to win this game. And I agreed. Felt like they had the quote-unquote firepower. In-game, it is not eventuated like this whatsoever. Zerona is a heavyweight out there, and Bao got off to an incredible start in this game. Finally for EG, it's not all hinging on Digizine.
And again, taking a look at this EG comp, the double sentinel with the Yoru. It's now on defense, but it's Cliff able to deal with Zerona right away. Oh my god, the float to stay alive is crazy.
The pace here is real, but Digizine gets a quick reflank on them, and Pancakes is ready to receive here at the B side.
A stunning shot from Pancakes. Spike being planted by a very low HP Glyph.
Spike planted.
Okay, bro. I mean, we're in pack it up territory, folks. And here with a double swing. Pancakes is disciplined, though. Doesn't overcommit to the angle, but Glyph will be more patient in the end. Everyone's swinging out into this now. It's up to Superman. What can he do with a classic? Not a whole lot. In fact, Glyph notches up 4 for the round. And Superman, who has been honest about his own inconsistency being something he wants to target there, is just not able to salvage.
Envy are pretty good at pistol rounds, though. We've learned that. They've been able to take both of them. Catch on to Zerona is nice, and Glyph absolutely proving his worth to this team. Not just as a mid-round caller, someone to provide structure, but he can shoot as well.
Nice! Let's go, boys! Come on!
He's got a lot of reps against the players on that EG side as well. The amount of back and forth that some of these players had in challengers with him, Pancakes, Zerona. Been going at it for a long while.
Just a peripheral issue that needs to be ironed out here on stage. And much like yesterday, and I think our discussion around Leviatan's approach to building their now very successful roster is something that we're seeing reflected in EG's philosophy, because they have promoted from within. They're continuing to lean on their academy program, promoting Zerona and Pancakes to this roster. Whereas for Envy, it's a bit of a different flavor. They certainly look to far-flung regions in order to bring this team together. Taking superstars, arguably of yesteryear, and bring them all under one banner, looking to EMEA to bring Glyph in. Rossi was on a team in Pacific for a time. Trying to bring all these elements together from multiple continents and make them gel. Two very different approaches, and much like yesterday, we're seeing these academy players from inside EG brought into Potter's system start to find success. And in an interview, it's on Reddit right now, in fact, the translation, Digizine is gushing about his experience playing under Potter. Saying at first he actually felt like she was being too nice, he was suspicious almost, but then this realization that she was truly invested in seeing her players find success. He said she's helping us because, she really likes us and wants to see us doing well. So there's a real bond there between Digizine, especially, and Potter, a real trust from both of them. He says it's a privilege to play under this coach.
Just the trust that she placed in him. The fact that he was going to be snubbed of having a VCT Americas spot and then has been at the level we've seen this year just makes it all that more outrageous, right? But yeah, him speaking about how she's helping him in-game, out-of-game, as a person, helping him with perfecting his English to be able to communicate better, just so many facets of what makes him a great
pro. She brings
pro.
him a cup of tea. I mean, again, this sounds, garden variety, but it's emblematic of a coach that goes the extra distance to bring her team alive. And again, not just Digizine, but it's also about these academy prospects being brought in. And we did catch up with Rossi, who's got some experience with these guys, to hear what he had to say about EG's new rookies.
Pancakes, I don't really know much about as a player. I've just seen how he plays, and I think he's just a solid, good player. Zerona, though, I see he plays a lot of ranked, and he's very vocal. He plays a lot of agents, and I know he's good. He might not, maybe, I think he played in his first game against KRU, and he had an okay game. He was playing Viper and stuff like that. But EWC, he definitely was a standout player for them. It is obviously different from stage to online, but I think even if he doesn't show it initially, I know that guy is going to be good because he just works so hard and he has a lot of the intangibles as a rookie player, which is very rare.
I feel like one of the things as well that Pancakes is bringing to this team is a hunger, a desire to prove himself on this stage. He is one of the challengers players coming up, but brother, he has been grinding since 2020. He has been competing in Tier 2 for 6 years, waiting for an opportunity on a Tier 1 org spot, and he's finally gotten it, and he's not the type of guy that is going to let that go by the wayside. No, he is putting his whole heart into succeeding now that he's finally here.
I want to ping across the stage here. Because obviously, we are in an era now of seeing these LATAM orgs, with LATAM players, really start to skyrocket, right? Take to the skies. We talked about it a whole lot yesterday, seeing young players like Sato, Neon, put themselves on the global stage, win globals. And on the Envy, we have Kesnet, who up until this point was the one who was leading the charge for the LATAM region. And in many permutations of different rosters has still not quite achieved that level of glory you feel like his ability would correlate to. Things just feel like they haven't quite lined up for him.
It's just so much rich history with him, KRU, what he was able to accomplish with them. Yeah, no global trophies, but man, some memorable wins at the early globals they attended, even in his worst career year, where they were winning no games in the stage. They
Literally
won LCQ and still made it to champs. And KRU always a consistent threat, and a guy heralded it as, yeah, I think the best LATAM player for a long while, now only usurped by Neon.
And this guy who's, feel like in this structure of Envy, maybe even in stage 1 structure if it never came to fruition, is the build around on this team. There's still the belief that Kez is the kind of player that can lead Envy to greater things. Did he get them here? Did he ascend this team? No. But it's a new chapter for Envy, and they think that Kesnet's someone who can lead them forward. And he talks a little bit in interviews about these changes to the roster, and generally, he feels like this is a good direction for the team. But it takes some work to adapt to having new teammates. We mentioned earlier as well that his role is becoming more op-centric. The expectation is that he's picking up that weapon a little more often, but speaks well of the fact that Envy is going for this greater level of structure. He prefers that, even if, again, it's taken some getting used to.
Heading back into this game, still just gonna have my eyes on Zerona and Digizine. I want to see how they work the map with this double TP look. The crucial change to Vito has been that the teleport range is significantly further. Went from 24 meters to 30. You can cover a lot of ground. I've seen a lot of little videos of people trying to break Vito, how quickly you can just cross the map now. It's pretty insane. And it makes it feel like, yeah, even though Yoru's teleport is nerfed, now you have an option to basically have a pseudo Yoru. Both of them can op either Zerona or Digizine, but, you know, kind of expect Digizine to pick it up. His opping is just phenomenal. One of the best in Americas every season that he has played.
There was some discussion as to whether there'd be a rollback in the previous round, given that a peripheral issue occurred midway through. So there will be no rollback. We're heading into round number 14. Remember, EG very close to taking that pistol away until Glyph clinched it.
Yeah, 4-piece to close that out. It's really well played by the new addition to this team in Glyph. But like you were talking about, an experienced player, despite the young career that he has, already getting that global experience in Santiago, already having success with Gentlemates.
Knights on the walk up here. Very deep, and you're hardly expecting Digizine to be ensconced on that corner.
All alone, and he's got the buff bandit ready to go. That's a one tap at that range.
Now, for all intents and purposes, this is an open site for Envy. Digizine wasn't exactly able to extract anything from that kill. No chance to recover the weapon.
Waiting for his teammates to be able to do so. Crucial fight in mid, and it doesn't go Demon One's way. Oh my God.
Are you kidding me?
How is this crumbling?
No, I mean, gee, you don't bring anything really into this round, weaponry-wise. Now, though, they've at least recovered this Guardian. Glyph is going to have to bail them out yet again. Rossi by his side. The two mid-round callers here had to go for it, and Glyph is more than happy to dive on in. Back-to-back, these two are paving a way through the round as Glyph notches up 4 back-to-back rounds with 4 Ks from Glyph. What could have been a disastrous scenario for Envy is once again saved by the newcomer.
Look at the way his play is just flowing effortlessly there. The decision to get Rossi over, fight with the two of them in tree, get those multiple kills, immediately throws that high flash over top to get the two of them back into the site. So
Come on! Let's go! Come on, guys.
Okay, 8 kills in 2 rounds. Reasonable. Straight off the rip, it's going to be an L command. This might be a faster hit here for Envy. Smoke towards top side and in gets Kezet on top of Gen immediately, but not really looking for Digizine. It was low. Gets brought down eventually by the fragment. Door to come down. Superman fancy speculating through the smoke, but comes up with nothing.
Knife over the top. No ults to play with right now for either side. Is this an Envy that want to get proactive?
Done. Want to try and explode through this door. Glyph again strikes. Just the one this time around, but it's on Pancakes and Zerona, holding it down from upper now. Have to clear this out, and so far it's been squeaky clean. The two Academy newcomers to EG put themselves on the map this time.
Envy try to recreate the success of the last round, and it looked like that was going to be the case. The push into tree, that aggression, finding them the advantage, but the remaining 3 players are isolated. One domino falling after the other as Rona and Pancakes are just linked up, removing each one from the map.
One enemy remaining.
Ready for that swing. As soon as the tap comes in, he knows that peak is about to happen.
Oh, nice, guys. Nice house, bro.
So the anti-bonus successful for EG. With Envy coming out with only 1 player from the first 2 rounds of the half, the money is a little tight.
This is an EG team with a lot of passion, a lot of fire. They want to get that first match win in a staged VCT this year.
Okay, the judge doesn't quite eventuate there inside main. Superman deleted very early. So going to walk up here, spotted out by the turret. Demon 1 thought to capitalize. But of course, the Yoru is going to gate crash away. Slow creep up. That mid-rounding from Envy. The assistance of Glyph. Looking to see something explosive here in that tree direction. Paranoid to set it up, but it didn't quite catch on to Digizine. He was hit by the 0 point though. He hears all of this coming. The gun has to do the talking for him. But Glyph is quicker to the shot.
Do not love the Guardian at that range. Can EG find an opening? Retake successful on this site last round, and they didn't have the man advantage there either to get it across the finish line.
Limited flank pressure, a chance here for Envy to stabilize this economy well and truly now. No foothold here for EG at all. Zerona's trying to just carve one out, hand over fist, and he's found good to start with again. Where's the respect for the player from upper? It's all on Knights, and it's lights out for the youngster.
Envy crumble with that positioning. All just relegated to playing Gen. No crossfires, no denial of the pathing out from heaven. And it just allows the EG players to post up on the easiest angles, the freest kills, just knocking them over. They're all just stuck.
The runner just walked out. The misconception is that the Nanoswarm stopped Zerona, but he just walked past it. It was earlier.
Comms going completely awry there for Envy, it feels like. And what a contrast to EG when we watch them in the post plants on that site, just setting up beautiful crossfires, making the game feel effortless. They are so hungry for this win. Just 1 round away. Stolen map pick. This is where Envy took EG. It's like we said at the top, just running into this comp on your pick, nightmare.
And then stumbling on that attack side simply compounds issues. We'd open up here, a lot of chatter from the EG side of the stage.
Just look at that mini-map on the defense side. Look at how much util is laid down. It is just so ridiculous, man.
If on the walk up, Pancakes, we're going to play an next flash here as well, but none really comes in the end. Bao tucked. Do they expect that second player? They don't force the issue any further, and Bao can't actually shoot any of the retreating Envy players, but there's Digizine solo on A, surrounded by an ocean of util. Takes the Omen out.
Superman hears everything. Perfect timing.
Oh, they're lining up for a Digizine! Slam dunks them! It turns out the kids are all right.
Damn, he said sit down.
I mean, they had to get up. They have to. They need to go backstage.
They have no choice. They have to go talk about what happened.
Yeah, they're going to figure out what's going on.
Iron things out, but
they're definitely already seeded. But yes, a brutal start here for Envy. And it's a map that's highlighted by a lot of the newcomers here, frankly. Zerona tops the scales, the scoreboard, but Glyph is up there as well at 19 kills. Yeah.
Bao got them that early advantage by closing out so many late round situations, winning clutches. But Digizine just refuses to have a silent game. Still ends tied with the most kills. 5 first bloods as well on the veto. He is just that guy, but now he has the help that everyone wanted for this EG team. It's not just about him trying his best, but it not being enough. Here we saw dominance from what looks like a complete EG. Is that going to carry over to the next map pick on Breeze? Because you've got to chalk up some of this win to the surprise factor of this comp. On Breeze, will they have something crazy in their pocket as well? Will it be a little more standard, go back to kind of the classic Harbor stuff we've seen? We'll find out.
Okay. Anything to note is roster. They played against EG quite recently in EWC, and things didn't go well for them there either. We've got Breeze around the corner, folks. That is EG's map pick. This one could get ugly for ND fans, so stay locked.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup, and wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too?
No, I'm... With amazing seats.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And even pitch-side access.
Are you? David Beckham, a Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
If you guys missed the last week of Stage 1, you might have missed the debut of Zerona and Pancakes. We're joining EG, and you guys have had a little bit more time now to prep with the team after Stage 1. So Zerona, first, how are you feeling about the practice that you've had and also coming into Stage 2?
I'm feeling very confident, feeling like we've been doing really well, you know. I think we're going to do great, you know, confident as hell.
What do you think, Pancakes?
I'm very confident as well. It's very nice to actually have some practice with the guys, and I love playing with all the guys. They're my brothers, so I'm just excited to go out there and play with them.
Looking forward to it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Really important that he wins down his Demon 1. Okay, I'm gonna... Oh, that's 2v5 with the pistol!
Depends on where they draw the eyes first. They draw him down, so yeah, Superman's up. Still able to take him out, but it gives Digizine the 4.
They say 13-4 win on that map 1 for Evil Geniuses. And Potter, I was just telling you, you're cooking. You're cooking. Tell me a little bit about that comp for a second.
Yeah,
You know, it actually started after I watched Douglas playing Vito in Ranked, and I just really liked his thought process and his problem solving, and I liked the fact that I was seeing him struggle a little bit in game, because he's a fluid guy and he's a cool guy, so it actually made us work really hard because he was struggling on the agent, and it just so happened that it started looking good. So yeah, we started cooking.
What about Zerona? I know that he plays kind of everything, but why the Yoru?
You know, it all started in Sims a few months ago when I had our EG Academy running a few different comps, trying to replicate some simulations, and his Yoru is insane, and just the way he plays it definitely reminds me a little bit of a Jogimo. He has a unique style, and so I don't think anyone's going to be really ready for his pace.
Oh, thank you so much. Looking forward to the crazy comps again.
Well, Coach Potter and the Evil Geniuses surely have to be feeling good about that comfortable victory on Ascent, which, bear in mind, was Envy's pick. So that certainly does open up the series here, folks, for Evil Geniuses. Let's actually talk about who are some of the star performers out of that game, because one individual immediately was Bao. He was so good at the early parts of that game, Alexis. You were really seeing his input, his impact rather, and kind of just kept it going really throughout the entirety of that map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, starting double senti on the attack side is always difficult, but Bao made it look really easy. He was getting onto these sites, setting up a full setup, and then just one-tapping everyone before they even got into the site. He made it look really, really clean.
And it's so nice to see Bao coming into his form, because I think he struggled to find his footing at the beginning of this year. So seeing him play like this, I mean, Lexi and I have played against this guy, and this is exactly the form we were up against. So really cool to see that getting brought out of him by, you know, Potter and the coaching staff, and by the team.
Yeah, no, but also too, look at the MVP breakdown there, right at the top, Zerona. We're talking about Bao because early on we were seeing his impact, but toward the tail end of that map, it was Zerona. Zerona was all over the place, Mel. This guy really was showing why he was such a vital pickup for the squad.
Yeah, Potter said it great. He has a unique style of playing Yoru, and he was getting in. I feel like he was getting double entries consistently, which is exactly what you want to see from a solo Yoru duelist. I think right now we're in a meta dominated by dive duelists. You see the Jet, you see the Waylay, you see the Neon, and not only just those two, but in combination with another agent. So really cool to watch.
Yeah, but then on the flip side, you have Dijin doing something different here, Alexis. How impactful was the Vito in this as an agent in this particular map? Because there were some good moments for sure.
I thought he got insane value. I'm not gonna lie, I think Vito is typically quite difficult on attack. Using the interceptor is kind of awkward, but he was getting into sites, using it for those post plants so that the other team was not able to retake as quickly. They got their util canceled. I feel like he played a great Vito game.
Yeah, it felt like too, like what Potter was talking about, right? That way that he was approaching it, right? The, I guess the problem solving was the phrase that she had used for that. So I'm curious though, is this something that we should be seeing more of from them? Or is this more of an Ascent thing and we go back to basics maybe for Breeze or something like that?
I could see them using it on other maps. I'm not sure about Breeze, but I remember when Lexi and I used to scrim Vito teams, one thing about the Vito is once the Vito has been inserted into a location on attack, they're very good at defending that map control. Whenever you want to re-clear a Vito, it's very difficult because they're just so sly. They kite you, they take all your util on the re-clear, and I think that's a perfect pick into Envy, which is a very brawly team. They like to fight re-clear, so just such a good pick. I could see it definitely being really useful on other maps.
Let's talk about Envy real fast though, because we're going to be hearing from the coaches in a little bit here, but there certainly was a disconnect that we were seeing with Envy. There were even some plays where you got guys, I mean, we had called out one where a guy had a Guardian going all the way back site, which was like not the, and gave the gun to Digizin pretty much.
Yeah.
So there's certainly some gaps here for Envy. What's your read on them?
It felt like they were playing their Puggy playstyle, not on the Puggy agents, so it kind of just looked like they were inting, to be completely honest.
No, hey, it's fair. I mean, look, you got to call a spade, right? And there are a lot of questions for Envy. What's going on over there is we're going to be hearing from the assistant coach, Woken, and see what he has to say ahead of map 2.
I'm here with Woken from Envy, and that last map of Ascent didn't really go your way. What went wrong for the team?
Yeah, I think that all comes to communication. I think that our communication was really bad on that map. We were super prepared actually for everything that the enemy team will bring to the table. We practiced versus a lot of double senti comps. We felt comfortable on the matchup, right? But I mean, things happen, you know. They practiced too as well, and they got the W. It's fine. We got the next one.
Any surprises for that next map of Breeze?
Yeah, there's a debut. There's Max Mazanov on Phoenix.
Okay, well, I'm very excited to see that if that's the case. Thank you so much.
Okay, interesting stuff there. By the way, do want to note here that the coach Stunner not here with the squad this week. We'll be here next week, though. It was just had to head home, so of course we wish him nothing but the best, and we'll be seeing him at work next week. But let's talk about what Woken just said there. What did you hear, Mel? I didn't catch it at the end there.
He said that Max, so Demon 1, is going to be on Phoenix, so that's going to be really interesting to see the Phoenix on Breeze. We've seen some teams run it, but this is kind of what I was looking for, you know, with Envy. I want to see them running some kind of quirky comps that we've seen them run just purely for player comfort, so it's going to be interesting to see if Phoenix is Demon 1's comfort.
Player comfort, though.
I expected them to honestly play Phoenix on every map. I didn't expect Demon 1 to be playing it, but yeah, Phoenix is meta. It plays into their puggy play style. It makes perfect sense for them.
Yeah, but you said, is Demon 1 the guy?
Not what I would pick. I would just have him chamber jet every single map, to be honest. But I do expect them to play some Phoenix.
But it does kind of feel like they have another guy on that team that can also do the same exact thing, which would be in Kesnet too, right?
Yeah.
So you would imagine that they could probably default to that if they want to. There's a couple interesting things there. Question here is, you know, does EG close this out? How does EG look to close it out if we know that that is potentially what Envy's going to be bringing to the table now?
I'm going to be looking a lot to Potter's protocols, to EG's protocols, because they looked incredibly drilled and really strong on the first map. Their structure absorbed all of the aggression that Envy threw at them, and I think we're going to look to that to see how they play the defense on this map especially.
Well, Evil Geniuses has an opportunity to win 2-0 this week, but Envy need to bounce back. Do they do so on the sunny beaches of Breeze? We'll find out after this short break.
A lot of talk about the Envy rebuild coming into this game, especially because their last game they played the style they really wanted to play, or at least the style that Poppin and Exeter wanted to play, and they managed to hand MIBR a fat loss at the end of stage 1. So they rebuilt, they retool, new players coming in, structure changes. They give us the old classic comp on Ascent, and that's about where the similarities end. Evil Genius has come in with a double Sentinel comp featuring Digizine on Veto, which we now have learned was a result of him solving puzzles in ranked and Potter wanting to give him challenging homework. And all of a sudden we see this Envy team whose defense side is horrific. They get crushed by a double Senti comp, but we know when it moves over to the double Senti on defense, things don't get any easier for Envy.
And their new roster addition, one whose inclusion of the team, the reason for being emphasized by providing some structure, providing some great mid-round calling, was the one who was turning up in terms of fragging and getting kills on the Demon 1 Kesnet experience. So, listen, respect to Glyph. He was showing out, but those other guys need to wake up. It's time to get involved.
Sometimes truth is stranger than fiction, and that game did not play out the way we expected it to at all, especially like you said, given who was actually generating the momentum for these teams respectively. Now, we've had the teaser from the Envy coach. We can expect to see Demon 1 on a duel list on this map, but it does mean there's no chamber look for him. Let's see what our agent select ends up looking like. Okay. It's gonna be Jets.
They're taking the time.
Yeah, they're gonna
Let's see what it's looking like.
Yeah.
Well, they have an Astra in a harbor.
Okay. We actually see here Demon 1 just hovering the Phoenix for the time being here. EG with the Jet Viper locked in.
That Phoenix really just being brought into the meta here by 100 Thieves. They're the team that made it look very relevant, more than relevant. They are winning with it constantly, but in contrast to their approach, it is going to be Kesnet on the Jet. Not going to be any Neon involvement, and it's the same over on EG. It's that Phoenix with the Jet, Digizine on historically his best agent, putting him in position to succeed with that operator.
This is one of the maps that I did feel like Envy looked okay in that EWC qualifier. The most recent time we saw them, they were back then playing Jet Neon. They were able to beat Cloud9 13-8, but Sentinels kind of ruined them on the same map in that same qualifier. So this is obviously EG's map pick. They went and took away Envy's pick of Ascent. So that already puts them up against the wall. And this Evil Geniuses team come out of stage 1 with a 0-5 record. Like, to say that they are jonesing for a win would be putting it lightly. And now we see this roster enhanced. Digizine has help, and he's still hungry. There is a real aura of hunger around this EG team. They are animated, they are loud, they are getting into the game, they're having fun, sure. But you can see just how much more, comparatively, they seem to want it out there.
It has never been lost on Digizine that he wasn't supposed to be here this year. He wasn't supposed to be in the league. And every time we have seen him step foot on the stage, he's trying to make the most of that opportunity. And yeah, in kickoff, in stage 1, it wasn't enough. But does this EG team now have the makings of a squad that could go on a run with the promotion of these EG Academy players?
It's the only option for them if they want to feature in our postseason. They want to get remotely close to emulating the glory of 2023. It's a run that starts now that has to be pretty picture perfect.
And they couldn't recreate that glory with the 2024 team, with the 2025 team, but is this finally the formula to get within touching distance of that glory again? Kesnet wants to get involved in the game. Quiet on Ascent, but opening things up here. Execute coming in.
He and Rossi are going to play back at the site, and Kesnet's going to dash away from the wall. He's happy with extracting his pound of flesh for now, and Pancakes is also, well, he's hurting right now.
Spike planted.
EG don't have a lot of space to work with. It's going to be easy for Envy to work their way back close range around the pyramids. Wow, what a shot from Superman, though.
Taking down Kesnet, who was chomping at the bit to get involved in the fight yet again. It's someone else now on Envy that has to step up or get stepped on. Glyph flattened here, but here is Nice, trying to work this back part of the site. Flashed out entirely, and those shots were in a different postcode.
EG down a man, pick the moment to fight forward. It was a lovely tap from Superman to even things up, and then you watch them just immediately dig back in on those positions. Pancakes crouched close up, 6 HP, didn't matter. He gets that kill and has immediate support. Zerona even gets that flash to play off of because he got the 2 kills. EG just control that situation, opting for aggression, and then playing back more reserved at the necessary time.
Yeah, that dynamic at work, the Phoenix refighting with flash charges or resets through each stage of this controller util, these harbor walls. It's a B-look this time, and Envy are wise to it. They've completely given up mid, though, and any chance of spotting this out early. So it's a gamble in every sense of the word.
At least on Ascent. We'll see how it plays out here. Envy were getting very aggro on defense, and it was not finding them any success. They were being picked apart by EG, who were just spread across the map, always catching them in those moments. Now, that being said, something that Alexis was talking about on the desk, that comp they had doesn't lend itself to brawling in that way. But having the Phoenix, it's a different story, so maybe they can get those moments.
This access to mid has given EG, though, a pinch in onto the side. Now Envy are going to be caught in this corner, potentially flanked out. Superman finds 2. Knight's having a fight, though, but he's low. Rossi chiming in there from Archer's side, but Knights will be shot in the back. And it's Kesnet with it all to do from a long way away, without any real weaponry or util to hang his hat on.
Oh, even at that range, Digizine, it's scary to take that duel. That low on HP, the Classic could come out ahead. But Pancakes is ensuring that they get this round win.
Strong breeze would now blow Kesnet over after that shock dart came in. Feels like it's a matter of time before we see a double swing. Pancakes out into the open. And EG convert nicely on the anti-eco.
Not without a bit of damage done from Envy, just on account of EG going into that stack on the B side. Envy will be content enough with the result there. But the way things have been going, they're starving for round wins.
Now some real weaponry in the hands of Envy. You can start to see what their core game plan on this defense side is supposed to be. Standard push up on A main here behind their defense side cove, most likely. Oh, deep cove.
You are seeing that early activity from Envy. Again, very reminiscent of how 100 Thieves playing this map was Envy Phoenix towards a main. Get caught.
Dangerous.
Kesnet in the corner, 1-for-1.
Traded out. Bao is quick to the punch. EG again have mid. Much like they did in the previous round, and this time Envy pull off the B side, but they've got a reflank in progress here. A wide one.
That dart clears out back sight. Crucial duel here on the flank. Will this give either team the man advantage? Bao in trouble. 1-for-1 isn't terrible.
It's the info that matters there. Bao sees it early. And EG have time to adjust now. Look at them now making their way to clear arches.
Yeah, it's this sight flip, controlling a different part of the map, and the spike being planted for them as well. It's a heads-up decision, and it's putting them in a good position to close this round out.
Just the timing. Just the timing from Zerona. The Demon one out of the picture now. He might just take another timing here on this smoke. Sees a body approach him. And is holding him. One for the boys that gets the job done.
Zerona just impressing across both maps. And there's really no doubt that he would do that once he gets onto the Phoenix. That's an agent where he has been performing possibly at his best compared to everything else. The Yoru was super impressive. Definitely enough similarities to the way that Phoenix can play out in brawly situations. So
Come on now!
it's no doubt he was looking nice there, and Envy have not had a solution to deal with him yet.
Right here.
We haven't seen it this series. We haven't had to, but Zerona up until this point has been flexing a lot for EG. Playing like Omen and Viper as well.
Here.
Looking right at home on the duelist. Envy knocked back down now, humbled. Forced to bring only a couple of upgraded pistols into the round. Nothing off the Owl drone. Timing here for Demon 1. Little pair up with that Nova Pulse there, but Pancakes respects it enough to back on out. It's a glacial start to the round, but Envy have decided they've seen enough of A.
And you understand why EG are playing at this pace. No risks being taken against a team that was happy to aggress on defense. And they're rewarded for that patience with this free sight over on A.
And of course they know that Envy's going to be trying to hedge. They're going to be trying to stack rather. And they're going to be more willing to rotate off if they don't see enough action. So this is going to look an awful lot like our anti-eco round. This time, EG get to move into an open site. There's no need to control mid. They sit back now, and this should be a comfortable conversion for 4.
Scanning ahead.
Now, this isn't a situation, obviously, where we're watching like a fully playing out big post plant, but that's an area of the game where Envy were really struggling on Ascent. It felt like watching them, you could assume there were communication issues. That thought was validated by Coach Wilkins saying in the halftime interview that, yeah, the communication was very off. And we were seeing misalignment in the positioning from the Envy players there. They have to get on the same page to get back into this game against an EG team that are looking so smooth. It's been effortless so far.
Kesnet gets himself an op at his earliest opportunity. Late as it may be. We'll run it back here for Zerona to test these sites, and Hunter's Fury in reserve for Pancakes.
Definitely gives EG the option to just go for a hard-hitting execute if they want to shift the pace of the game. And yeah, it looks like that's going to be the case right into this A side.
Yep, Zerona's testing main here for the time being, but Kesnet's ready to take that contact with the op. Finally, starting to see the Max Mazanov Phoenix arrive. That's his second frag of the game. Digizine, though, more than happy to knock him out of that old form. Rossi falls here. Look at that aggression from Zerona, pushing up past the Cloudburst. Kesnet, a little bit too slow to stop him. There's a defense side high tide now, and Envy to try and move up a little bit. Another one for Demon 1.
It's a good flash that just isolates Zerona, brings it into a 3-on-3 where EG are lacking any space. They have to deal with the Cove, but they've got the ultimate to do it. That Hunter's Fury piercing right through it and forcing Envy away from the spike, just drawing time off the clock.
Nice, just out in the open there, almost a chance to trade that one out. Demon One's found his 4th kill of the round. A chance to ace, Mayhap shut down, and now Glyph, as low as he is still able to get that defuse down. With 8 points of health, Envy has scrounged around.
It required 2023 Demon One heroics to get that round on the board, but at least they've got it. A temporary sigh of relief that they're not still just stuck at 0, losing on these gun rounds. Begins with the audio catch on Bao going for that teleport, and a pretty cool execute overall from EG. That is recovered by some good individual play on that second wave of the exec. Sometimes Demon One just reminds you of why he won champs. Digizine with this
got the op, bro.
He's just too good. It's those straightforward shots with the op where his aim is always so steady. He always has the reaction. Maybe it's that ultra slow sensitivity that he plays with, but he is just good for those moments with an unbelievable consistency.
And maybe a mismatch against Kezin, who says he's having to pick up the op a little bit more than he maybe previously would have been comfortable with. So that's his role here on Envy now. Look at how deep up mid EG have got. They have a player in Nest, and Superman might be asking for even more. Easter eggs all in one basket here. Knights emerges from the trade.
EG getting into this B side for free. Timing everything.
Oh my god.
The expectation someone could be there, the adjustment
correction
is insane.
And that one kill knocks all the wind out of Envy's sails. Their economy teetering. And the odds of winning the round instantly start to dissipate. Bao here's going to clean up and was hoping for yet another weapon. But all Demon One could do is vulture the frag, try and hold onto the op and keep like a hot potato.
Look at EG on the minimap.
They're hunting. Digizine makes some noise here, but Blainstorm is out, okay. Well, he's seen him. Digizine versus Demon One. Flash on him now. We don't take gentlemen's duels out here. Zerona swoops in to end the round.
Feels like they're just adding insult to injury with that. The ruthless on the attempt to get rid of the gun. It works. Yeah, Envy, they're going to walk away from this round with ults, but what does it even matter? Their economy is shattered. Because EG hit them with the tactical round loss, the classic maneuver.
The big reset.
You lose, but you kill basically everyone, and now Envy are cooked.
Timeout here, called by Envy. Got to start to put this back together. What hurts is that they can't salvage an op out of that round. They were all sitting on 100, 200 credits there anyway, so it would have been difficult to buy back in. But there are a number of troublesome elements that are surfacing on EG early on in this map. It's Digizine with the op. Zerona with a pretty insane correction there where he's just flicking onto the target, takes Knights out in archers. And EG extended so deeply into that B-side map control.
If you're an EG fan, in this game, you are getting a taste of everything that you wanted to see in their off-season, what you wanted from them in Stage 1. It is a complete team. Digizine has got 3 kills, yet they are dominating. And it's their other duelist who is putting up a sick performance in regard to the aim that we're seeing and in regard to the positioning. Like I said on Ascent, yeah, he's hitting some nasty flicks, but so many of his kills as well, he's just putting himself in the right position. They look effortless. They look so easy. Just hallmarks of a great player.
7th round on Breeze comes in with Envy still looking for their 2nd. A little bit of a pop here out of the B side of the map. Could be interesting, but Pancakes is ready to see this coming, and EG have the numbers in position. Cove here to protect from the shots. It's a little glide into that window there by Kezin, but he's very much alone. Flawless round over in a flash. Those evil geniuses are ready to receive.
There was a previous eco round where Envy did the exact same thing, just the Cove, everyone's stacked up, get the orb. That was a very slow round, in contrast to this, in which they tried to push through and have been harvested.
I don't hate the idea of trying to get Kesnet into that window with the Blade Storm. It feels like that can really give you an edge in that opening moment, but he's unsuccessful. Still, 4 ultimates built up here by Envy. Reckoning for Knights as well.
All back in the hands of Kesnet.
Shadows traveling. Oh, they're not ready for this split, man. Timing will be everything here, but give Kesnet. Oh my goodness! He got the opener, and they weren't supposed to give to him. Nice little collapse here. That certainly blunted things a little bit for EG, but they're in the sight, and their teeth are still looking sharp.
And yet they've been winning out situations like this, even a man down in these post plants. Surely this is a deficit that they cannot overcome. With Zerona going down to that Hunter's Fury, 2v5 would just be absolutely outrageous.
Here.
Pancake's lucky to be alive. And at this point, Envy is starting to wonder whether EG have pulled out of this part of the map entirely. But they're going to go for it, may as well. In for a penny, in for a pound.
Pancake's just in a risk-taker position, but he's got to be in this kind of situation. The patience is insane!
Could have been something there, Digizine! Always consistent. Now, though, yeah, it would have taken a bit more than just Flare to get himself out of that one.
Yeah, heard that Kesnet footstep, got baited out a little bit, and Demon 1 ready to collect on the kill. How are they making me a believer in a situation like that? Patience from Pancakes was so sick. Stop it. The adjustment on the shot to Glyph was nasty as well.
You can see what the idea was there for Pancakes. Just misjudging how far forward Kesnet was going to be on that bridge. 3 ultimates drawn out, though, of Envy in that previous round. Rossi, though, was able to make use of that Hunter's Fury to pretty much secure the round.
Much like the last Envy round win, though, they lose plenty of players. So on the next, if they can't capitalize, if they can't string it together, the economy is just evaporated yet again.
Have a fight here inside elbow. Demon 1, okay, on that Phoenix. Creates the opportunity and capitalizes on it all in one.
Zerona, he wants to respond. EG want to respond by getting into this site quickly. Pressure on Glyph back. Sight, and he can't win it out.
He tried to play safe. He did the best he could with that molly, keeping him out of the corner. Superman just looks for a raw challenge there and falls flat.
Yeah, Envy were massively concerned about Superman being in a position like that. Someone from EG lurking, and it did kind of leave Glyph on an island. Kesnet with this op. He's starting to make the most of it.
In his own Cloudburst now. Zerona's really got nowhere to go right now. Bao's going to get spotted out here, forced to TP back to safety. A high tide in the way. Zerona looking for a head, and he's found it. Another one pops up. It's a wild spray, but it does lay Rossi low. Demon 1 the one on site. Bao has an opportunity to find that timing, but Rossi was expecting him on that corner. It's going to be on Zerona here. No util left to work with. And Envy finally have found a mote of stability on this defense side.
Zerona was making me believe again in that situation. The way that he was working the angles, the crosshair placement to get the first was really intelligent, but Envy do a nice job breaking any potential for him to win that one. Updraft up top, it's just way too much for him to deal with. This Kesnet up really has been the difference maker in the last couple rounds. He is the one putting Envy on the board. One of the LATAM greats. We said it before, but how it must feel to miss out on being able to win a trophy for his region when he has been the best player from the region for so many years. He's coming back with a hunger.
It feels like every time he's back onto the stage, in a new stage, he's starting again. There's another upheaval to the roster. There's a change in the system. There's always something that means he has to spend a couple weeks spinning his tires, building momentum.
I mean, yeah, face it, objectively, this Envy team has been the least stable in terms of roster throughout this year. It has been constant changes, constantly in a rebuild phase.
Definitely poignant quote there as well, just recognizing Digizine that he's a long way from where he wants to be. This team, though, might have, on the other side of this game, taken a big step towards that goal or something that resembles it.
Digizine has had no qualms, just wearing his heart on his sleeve this entire year. What it means for him to have this opportunity. Didn't think he was going to be in the league. What it means for him to have Potter believe in him so much, and
that faith gets repaid.
Just believing that he can be the star of the team, working with him day in, day out. And look at this unit that he has around him now. Playing well so far. Still have the lead against Envy, but an Envy that are getting back into the game. Kesnet bringing them back with that op.
It's a Potter timeout though. Very interested to see what the set move is out of that window. So far it's conservative from EG. Yeah, mindful of a push up mid. Digizine playing ultra safe.
Here.
But in the meantime, something is brewing here in Elbow. Flash is ready for a Dozerona, going to try and reciprocate now, get around the corner. Through the wall, it's the push up mid though, that is huge, and a pink shot Envy. Leaves him with limited options. Glyph saves him yet again. Emerges from tunnel to find two. But he's going to watch out for a double face here, and there's not a damn thing he can do about it. Kesnet simply isn't in position to participate.
Working his way towards tunnel.
Spike planted.
Just the op. 1 versus 2. That's tough to deal with. Pinged up, swaps to the rifle.
But that's all the information that EG needed.
Look at this reposition from Pancakes. Love that. Has the Hunter's Fury really late as well, just in case.
Ultra passive angling here from Bao.
Kesnet has to clear 50 different spots, but the smoke, it isolates Pancakes in that one-on-one. Bao late round on Ascent was winning constantly for EG, and with the time getting this low, surely he does it again.
Bao can see all of this though. He knows he can time this one out and play it patient. EG out of the timeout, recover. The gimmick in that round is a pincer on mid that almost gets shut down by Glyph in fairness. But the idea is there and the execution, it's enough.
Just this one dart from Pancakes. Massive value in the chaos. No one is able to break that. You had Bao waiting for the re-swing.
But that comes over a minute into the round where Envy already shown themselves to be trying to push down mid. We
they're so willing to aggress there with the flashes, and they do just get countered.
4 rounds to the good now.
Kesnet has the hero op here. Bought down to nothing. 3 players with pistols for Envy. Idea just being he either gets the kills that turn the tides of this round for Envy, or just try to save. If they go to A, great. If they don't, well, hopefully he can just keep the op for the next round.
He is the one who's Collat opened the round up for Envy and actually gave them something to build on. Angle being held here by Knights. That's a Guardian. The only other really upgraded weapon on the side of Envy in this round.
He really just threads the needle between both players walking. That's pretty unfortunate, man.
Not the kind of field goal that you're looking for. Ponderous in that A-connected direction now. It's Kesnet at the back of the site. Will again be called upon to provide the stopping power as EG start to go up a gear. Note that they've left Bao as an insert back towards mid, though. Need to dig the op out of there. Kesnet already getting active, buzzing around the site. Hunter's Fury unlikely to catch him out, but Bao patience again is being paid off for a second consecutive round. Digizine under pressure, but Superman is there to cover him. Squeaky clean stuff there from EG. Honestly, really structured.
And some superb util coming through from Pancakes. Well, they're being the ult. That's the disruption after they locate the Kesnet off. That completely throws him off, exposes him to angles because he just has to be dodging around, has to try to push through, take an angle, and then
Please,
please,
thank you, bro, you saved my ass.
We did see him floating down slowly like Mary Poppins as a player tried to flank him. Nicely done by Superman. Well, we heard the Blade Storm. All right, there's Glyph just dug out. Getting the Astra already? That's a huge amount of your stall potential gone for Envy. How are they going to buy time?
Ult just to sell a little presence on A. And And with that kill onto the Astra B site wide open for the taking. Superman even having the pit for that late round lockup. It's just uncrackable, surely. 3 versus 5. Pit to deal with. What a shot again.
Digizine on the line. No one better for the job. The Bladestorm maybe left a bit to be desired, but there were 2 players to fill up his field of view.
One enemy remaining.
Demon 1 now back to mortality. Feels like a round for EG that had absolutely everything. It's a stranglehold on this game they've had virtually from the start, and they've refused to let go.
Just a crushing performance. Zerona, incredible. Both maps, his duelist. He is proving more than his worth to this team. Was on that EG Academy.
Oh, it's just too good.
And now they just pulled up to the main roster. He is showing exactly why he deserves it. Pancakes on this map too, coming to life. Those ladder rounds, the util being used. So nice.
Dire straits here for Envy. The stormiest seas they could have expected to run into now on EG's map of Bree. Stick around, it's a 6-round deficit heading into halftime.
Creo que la presión la tenemos todos los jugadores que somos top alto. Creo que es saber agarrar y querer la presión. Creo que es un privilegio tener la presión, así que bueno, tengo solamente presión positiva. Nunca he tenido una mala presión, así que sí siento presión, pero sé jugar con ella.
Coming into this game, it was difficult to set expectations for either of these teams because both of them had retooled, albeit in their own ways. Envy showing, a new version of themselves, not the team that ascended them, but the team that's going to earn their spot here in VCT. And for EG, proving to us that this late season resurgence is a possibility, that it's on the table for them to go on a run.
EG with a meager performance in kickoff, 0-5 in stage 1. But they never lost that passion. Digizine certainly didn't. And you can feel the drive to get the win right now.
Let's listen to Envy in this pistol. Can they salvage?
Yeah. We can judge. Can we go through together? On the right. Yeah, I'm coming through. Let's go 3, 2, 1.
I'm fighting right.
I'm going right with you. Yep.
Fighting right. One's about to drop. He's still on the right.
Walk right. Walk right.
He's blinding. He's getting ready to blind. Right? 2v2.
Yellow right now. I'm planning.
You plan to come up with me?
Yeah, I'll come.
Concealment.
They can flank me. Reloading, they're coming.
One enemy remaining.
Don't see doors.
Oh, no. Could be flanked.
Last player
30. He walked right again. I'm 30. Not putting for it. Oh, NT, bro.
A lot of criticism thrown Superman's way this year. Have to give him his flowers in a game that has such quick pro player turnover rate. He has been here for 6 years, all the way back to playing with Dignitas in 2020. And Potter has stuck with him this entire time. One of the things he's really wanted to work on, he spoke about, is consistency. We've seen him drop like 30 bombs this year, but in some games, in crucial moments, he hasn't been able to step up. And that's what the fans have wanted to see in a moment here where EG are on route to get their first win of this second stage, put those 0-5 games, firmly behind them. He steps up in that clutch moment.
He said he's been delegating more to his teammates to allow him to focus on himself a bit. Trying to establish a higher baseline of performance. So far, plenty to be happy about. Aldrone's exchange here. It's a big stack up towards elbow now. EG is setting their feet on the side, preparing for this pancakes. Does he have a chance to peer through and shoot some of these marked up players? Rossi's going to try and get through on tunnel. Superman can't quite hold his nerve this time as we get a repeat of last round's final 1v1. But Rossi and Knights are low. They've seen better days, and EG are happy just to wait on this.
Envy knowing that they need to close the gap in some significant way with the weaponry that they've got. Low HP is going to make it so tough in these brawly fights, but look at Knights. Just outside of Pancake's field of view.
That was way more than Pancake's bargained for. He did shoulder peek, he didn't realize there's a player so close. Around the corner, bows good through. Spectre sings out, but Glyph's inside the smoke again. Always finding a nasty spot to play from, and Bao. This would certainly be it. The straw that broke the camel's back, and Envy have given themselves an opportunity to make something of this half. Much needed round win.
Force buy keeps them in the game. And that really intelligent play from Knights, just working his way outside of the vision of Pancakes, who's low HP. He closes the distance and gets a really crucial kill. It was down to the 3v3 in the post plant. That's that moment right there.
Six-round gap now, but an anti-eco round win for Envy off the back of an inventive push out of elbow. And this knocks EG's economy down significantly. Oh,
my
that's brutal. The
God.
shock dart as well. Damn, we'll call that a garnish on Demon One's Just Desserts.
Still though, Envy have much better weaponry. Say site is open. Prime opportunity to get the spike down, still close out this round.
There's info being gathered right now, though, about the B side of the map. This has got EG drifting over. A little bit too late to get ahead of the high tide, but they're going to group up for a fight here.
Pancakes did recover the Bulldog in main, so they have one rifle to work with. Can they find a situation where they could just overwhelm someone on Envy with the numbers? You know, maybe Glyph. He's isolated in the site right now. Everyone else playing from main.
They threw a high tide, EG, to get across to the side, but Kaithan is watching it. Straight it out instantly, though. That's the Outlaw player down. Knights peers in to find his. It's just in the ones and twos that Envy are finding success now, and Glyph is still here. Still anchoring this site. Sat inside some smoke. Rossi barely wins that duel out. Glyph finally sees Digizine pass by.
I face one. I kill him.
Gets chaotic. That Bulldog definitely came into play, but it wasn't enough. Still long range. The pistols just not going to work out. Sick little opening for the round, though.
They know, of course, the Phoenix is going to be looking to farm orbs.
Glass half full if you're Demon 1. That's another orb.
Okay. Yeah, no matter how they come to you, we'll take them. 5-round game now, but Envy kicking and screaming and fought their way back in. No early orb take this time, unsurprisingly.
Rossi is ready to rip the Hunter's Fury if there was any kind of tag with that drone. But it is broken. Doesn't get the vision on anyone. Going to be used anyway with that recon, but the anchoring is solid.
Yeah, good lines being held by EG up on the side, but Knights has been able to clear them out now. This puts us at player parity with Envy inside possession.
Well divided.
And a Cosmic Divide to play from behind.
Just additional support. Some safety to get that spike plant down. Here comes that reckoning from Knights. Every tool at Envy's disposal being used to win this very important round. It would crush the EG economy.
Force Digizine away entirely. So he has to find another way to get in with this op through this Cosmic Divide and this reckoning. Envy realize how important this round win is. They're willing to fight tooth and nail for it. Bow, though, out in the open, just challenges Glyph and gets the better of him. Surely a double stack here. But Bao doesn't walk into it. In fact, he teases him around the corner. With a defuse in progress, something has to be done! But it's too little! It's too late! That's an EG round again to break the drought.
Truly stolen away from them. Pancake's just able to stick. No one is able to deal with him. How frustrating is that? The round where Envy used all of their ults. Hunter's Fury into the wall from the Astra, into the Reckoning late. Everything in their arsenal expended, and that's how it ends. The spam just off to the right. Brutal.
A lot of these side hits in numbers so far from Envy, but EG's anchoring in that previous round gives him a way to win. It's a lot slower this time, though, from Envy. No full commit early. Bao has consistently, though, been putting himself in positions to succeed. Playing off the one-way here, but mindful, of course, of the Astra Star under his feet.
Has to be concerned with getting overwhelmed by a fast hit, especially close range there. Guardian, that could be tough. But he has a teammate to help him. They want to lock this down. Zorro and Bao, they're fighting hard.
This is a lot to juggle. They're trying to avoid Demon 1 for the time being, but Kesset was out on his own, isolated by that Omen Smoke and brought down. Here's Bao. What? Okay. Fully blinded, still able to fire a frag, but here come Glyph and Rossi. Still no plant yet. This is more time at least for Pancakes to get in position, and Digizine will be looking with his op now from Bridge.
But look at this Envy positioning, man. They are all grouped up back pyramid.
Spike plant.
The Cove is bringing them some safety for a moment.
Snakebite dead for it now. Pancakes all quit it just out in the open.
That's what it was all about. They had to pick a timing to all swing out together.
Digizine peers in and extracts Knights from the equation now. It's down to 2 for Envy, another for Digizine. This would be it. No coming back from this one if you're Envy. Digizine is biding his time. The blades sing out, and they whiz past Rossi's ear.
Just narrowly Envy able to stay alive in the series. Position on site was suffocating, but they made the right decision of just picking a timing, 3-2-1, multi-swing. Maybe Zorona earlier regretting that he tried to go for a refight when they were up 4v3, not just trying to play for his life, allow his teammates to get there. Understand the confidence from him, though, to go for a play like that for sure. Just the way he has been playing today overall, lights out, so.
There they are.
Sweegie still held at bay for now, but these rounds starting to come back and forth. It's 11-6. And this is a distinctly different start to the round for Envy. They group up in spawn. And at some point, EG are bound to get a little curious.
We have a Sheriff and a Bandit in play. Small level of danger for Envy on account of that. Specifically, if they try to go up elbow, Zorona could be a problem.
He actually just pulled off the angle briefly. Paranoia coming through on Glyph.
What a great recall star from Glyph in the moment. That was really nice.
EG trying to set up the ideal stack. They're going to have players playing close here up on the choke of B.
Left.
Time is running out. Envy are going to be committed to this part of the map. This is now confirmed by EG. They hear it all coming. Kesset onto the side pretty quickly. Pancakes able to find an opener. And that might be all as she wrote. Bao gets his at least. And Digizine from long range, the Sheriff can try and find something. It was Rossi trying to go for the plant. Time is actually quite short here. Spike obtained though, and the Cove will protect. Allowing for the plant. And Knight swings on him.
Right into the double swing to close it out. Correct decision from Envy at the end there. Not giving Digizine any space to get a gun. Again, every single round, they're clawing for it. They're running into the stack. Feels like if maybe there were a couple more EG upgraded pistols, could have been the round win for them, having 4 players there.
Now, if you're Envy, you got to start thinking about what you can string together in order to get yourself the dub here, sneak past EG's 11-round total. Something consistent, something reliable. Something that can answer this pit in B main.
Cakes searching for that kill, but not able to find it. As the EG setup is pit on one side of the map, op on the other. That is super tough to deal with if you're Envy. Rossi still does have his drone available, if you wanted to use that for the pit, but might just be used for a main presence.
You are divided.
Yeah, stay inside this smoke. Okay, Aldrin would have spotted him out now. Cosmic Divide also thrown in.
Wow, it's a fake towards A as Envy work up elbow, hoping to draw some players out on a rotate that they'd be able to shoot.
Zerona's suspicious though.
His position, he's watching main. Yeah, Zerona is too aware of what Envy are up to.
That Cosmic Divide committed there just to sell this plan.
How do Envy adapt to that idea going completely amiss? With time getting low, how do they work themselves back into this round? It's a wall towards A.
Okay. They're going for a Blind Hunt's Fury as far as I can see. No ping off that recon. So Rossi purely speculating, finding nothing. Digizine, oh man, yep, he's on the line as usual. Now though, a little bit claustrophobic up on the site for the Oppa. Into the smoke he goes, but Pancakes will be there to assist. Knights up close, we are in the post plan as he gets the drop and Digizine ducks the shot. But he is a reckoning now coming out from the attack side. This gets a bit more uncomfortable now for EG. Zerona's going to make the play. Knights trying to pre-fire it though, and he found himself 4. Pancakes barely alive. Knights has to ace to keep Envy in this now. Both players low as they get, and there's your boy! Debut ace for Knights. And Envy is still kicking.
Looked like he couldn't believe it a little bit. Like, holy, did I just do that? In the debut game? That's why this guy has been a prospect for years in the Americas scene. Dominating in challengers. Was under that Kubert Academy learning tree for a bit, playing with some more experienced players, Nismo, Scuba, etc. And then finally on the stage.
Another Academy prospect in this game that has really panned out, and here's Keston hitting the ground running. Save though for EG, nothing to buy, and Keston now gets to stretch his legs a little. Feels like that superstar load's being shared a bit more across Envy. And you've done more than enough here to get yourself to within 2 rounds of EG's total.
These are the kind of situations that EG fans start sweating. There were moments where they'd get to 11 and they couldn't close out games. We are entering the danger zone.
1 enemy remaining.
And once that confidence starts flowing for a team like Envy, how can you not get inspired when your new addition, who became eligible to play 4 days ago in the league, is giving you an ace to keep EG off match point?
Yeah, it averts the possibility of overtime. It is huge. It's just the right moment for it.
That has got to inspire everyone to go harder. The new guy is making a play like that for us to stay in this game. We cannot let that go to waste.
However, there are timeouts in reserve here for Evo Geniuses. It's probably time to have a bit of a conversation. Just about what is causing them some problems. Remember, they win the pistol on their second half, and only 1 other round since then. And a lot of the things that got EG going on that Ascent map, which was not close, are still here. Zerona, wow, performing. Digizine with the op, looking extremely consistent, reliable. But they've got to land the plane here in this series, and that, well, feels harder and harder as Envy get closer and closer in round total.
EG have to avoid getting in their own heads here, honestly, in a situation like this.
I would suspect this is more of like a...
one they're horrifically familiar with.
This is more of an emotional intercession from Potter than I think it would be a strategic one.
I think it really might be, at least to some extent. Maybe operating as both, right? Totally valid, but I think that is absolutely a major factor here.
Good chance to intervene and just try and get your team's heads right. They've done the work, they've paid the way. It's the finishing touches that sometimes can be hardest to find. They got guns to work with. Digizine with an op. Run it back for Zerona. They got a buffer of 2 rounds. But they best not be squandering it now in round number 21.
It's just right up into main.
Digizine, good opener here. Ready for Demon 1, who's just been honestly struggling in this game.
Oh my god.
These early rounds haven't been good. A second op kill for Digizine. The guy refuses to be moved. And
they're just all over them.
Should be studied, honestly, that timeout.
Just hit the cross-map TP as well. Digizine, he's pinged up by the drone. Doesn't matter. He knows that that split is about to come in. Repositions immediately and sits Demon 1 down.
How revitalizing is a round like this going to be?
He's pinged up. No one can deal with him.
And this round with the one-way just gets completely disrespected by Envy, just giving Pancake such an edge.
Yeah, EG, they're going to have to contend with a couple ults in this round. The Reckoning to run it back, but they are just 1 away from starting this stage 1-0 after an 0-5 in stage 1. We know how much this means to them, how much it means to Digizine, how hard he has been trying, how much he's been fighting for this EG team all year.
Demon 1 is deep into the side, but look at the respect. Look at the room he's been given. Now the Envy have to make use of it. Digizine again with the op. Peers in over that long distance. Spike has been planted though. You've got to get moving, and Zerona falters. Kezit wants to find his way in. He does get pinged out. Hunter's Fury had already been used though.
And I like that Envy got some of those forward positions, but now they're picking a moment to just kind of get a little more passive, play a little bit further
He's
back.
not ready!
Oh, that's just so free.
Just a misconception there by Glyph, apparently. Lets Digizine get into the picture properly. That's 3 kills for him on the round. Now it's on Kezit. The man who should have his name up in lights, but so far has been youngster after youngster. And this was supposed to be a new Envy, but EG deliver the same old nightmare.
They are putting stage 1 behind them. This is a new EG, invigorated by the talent that they brought up through their own academy system. Zerona showed out today, both maps. I think Pancakes played a pretty stunning Sova game on Breeze. Utility was really nice. And if you're an EG fan, you're looking at this team as a more complete one. This is what they've been waiting for, what they've been wanting. There's no questions about what Digizine is going to bring for them. But it's, can he get the help? Can everyone else show up? Really have that support? And yeah, he's got it. Fantastic win for EG.
And with their backs up against the wall after an awful stage 1, EG didn't purchase a solution, they simply developed it. Folding in this academy talent into a tried and true system, Potter's system. One that has taken this team to the highest of heights. And since then, has not been quite so illustrious, but this is the start. Both of these teams needed to get off and running quick. It's got to have to be a miracle run here in stage 2 to have a seat at the table in the postseason. But this is the start you needed.
For EG, it's not about champions points. That's not going to help them get 2 champions this year. No, it's about recreating the magic, the glory of 2023 at this point. It is about going on another historic run. And things start about as well as they can. Dominant map 1 win. Map 2, things are starting to look rough. Envy are coming back. Potter calls the timeout. They dial in and they close it out.
And for Demon 1, who got his debut on Phoenix in this game, he helped deliver EG's greatest victory, but today he couldn't prevent their latest one. Wasn't able to have that impact they needed him to on this map. They switched him off of the Senti, put him on Phoenix, and were hoping that he'd just run roughshod. But EG respected it. Even in that last round, there's a run it back from Demon 1. They're all playing back in halls. They are expecting it, anticipating it. And then to retake the space as Digizine fires off 3 important kills. And then the rest, folks, as you know, is history. There's promise here for Envy. There's new talent being brought in, and Ace for Knights in his debut was something he's going to remember fondly. But it's not the result they came for, and they're running out of time to reverse their course.
The new additions for Envy are the highlight of today. It was Glyph going hard on Ascent, being the player on the team that was putting up those multi-kill rounds to keep them in it, and then Knight's obviously showing out on map 2. So yeah, the additions look good, but it has to be a complete effort moving forward. They are in that same dangerous spot. They don't have enough Champions points. They need to go on a run.
Now let's head down over to Dryad on the stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Digizine.
What a win to get for Evil Geniuses against Envy. Can we hear for Digizine? He was a star today. And Digizine, the first thing that I want to ask you is that comp that we saw in that map 1. You know, I was expecting a lot of things. I was definitely not expecting that Vito from you. And Potter was saying that it was because you were playing, when you were playing ranked, you were playing the Vito?
Yeah, the first time I saw like the Vito buff, I looked for TP, like the bigger range. I saw, okay, I will try right now. And I was playing Chamber, so... Sorry, bro, English is too hard for me. I can't lie. So when I see the bigger range, I said for coach, bro, that shit's like, it's amazing, you know? We can try. And the next day, she told me, you wanna try? I said, okay, I'm down, you know?
And just like that, I mean, you had an incredible performance. Definitely not a composition that we were expecting.
Yeah.
But earlier we were talking about how you feel with the team, with the changes as well. And you guys all seem to be like really synergized, working together. So how do you feel about the win that you got today? Do you think this is just that first step into making it to champs?
Yeah, that's crazy because right now it's my first win, you know? So we took like a long time for get these spots. I feel happy because we have been like practicing 1.5 months with the new boys. So the synergize is amazing, you know, everyone the same page, everyone like each other, you know. We just enjoy today.
And that next matchup that you have is against Lev, the Masters winners. Are you ready for that challenge?
Yeah, for sure. It's my boys, I love them. Like, I'm so proud about Blowzin, Sato. This guy like deserve that. So yeah, that's it. It's a hard match. But we have practice, bro. Right now, you see it's a 50-50.
50-50.
Yeah.
I mean, anything can happen. And yesterday it was a close fight between them and Furia, so you never know. But Digizine, thank you so much. Can we hear it once again for Digizine? This is everything that we have for the Verizon post-match interview. But when we come back, we have Loud against KRU.
Nada? Ah, vamos sim.
Nuestro primer encuentro es contra Loud. Es un equipo que yo tengo mucha historia con la organización.
A torcida Loud vai gostar muito dessa partida, por ser estreia e por ser contra dois ex-campeões mundiais. Então, tô ansioso.
Ya pasó mucho tiempo, entonces para mí va a ser como un sentimiento extraño porque voy a jugar contra un equipo diferente utilizando el nombre que utilicé durante tantos años, así que es una sensación extraña, pero muy linda también.
Acredito que sempre teve pressão por causa da torcida, da Loud é muito forte e grande. É uma pressão que acredito que eu já estou acostumado, é uma pressão boa que só nos motiva.
Y claro, entonces va a ser un equipo muy interesante de jugar contra, muy desafiador y nos va a dar una perspectiva muy importante para entender nuestro futuro en la liga.
Welcome back to VCT Americas and our second match on this Friday. It's KRU VSOC going up against Loud. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here alongside. We got Mel, we have Alexis, and we also have a interested party, if you will, in this whole situation.
What does that mean?
It's a Dan Dryad. You're here today. Of course, we're talking about KRU, we're talking about Loud. Gotta have Dryad here to talk, to yap some stuff. How you feeling, by the way? How you feeling about the season?
Anyways, hey girls.
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
Love you.
I hear like I have a presence behind me, but I just don't know what it is. But no,
I'm
you're doing great, right?
Hello, bald guy over here.
It's sharp, like bright light.
Yeah. I know, right?
Yeah, no, the light shines on my head. I can't help that I'm follically challenged. Okay? it's too much. It's too much. What are you gonna talk crap now?
I didn't say anything.
I'm watching you.
Wait, I don't even know who you are.
All right, folks. Well, look, let's go ahead and resettle here because KRU VSOC came out of the gate strong in stage one. We were actually really excited about what this team can bring to the table. And then things kind of fell off and we started to see some changes come through and a big one. Silent has been let go from the team and in his place, a name that if you've been watching VCT from the beginning, you will recognize. It's Heat. Dan, what does Heat bring to this team? Because that is quite the pickup.
I really love Heat and everything that he's done in his career. I think it was really impressive the first time that we saw him 2023. And I think throughout his career, of course, he has had a lot of ups and downs with MIBR, with Furia, with KRU. But something that he has shown is how flexible he can be. He started being that star duelist player back in 2023. Then he went into that initiator role and it felt like it was the smoothest transition we've ever seen for a player. And then, yeah, last year was tough with Furia, but he was forced into pretty much Viper and nothing else. So now I feel like he's back. I think he's a lot more comfortable and he's back.
I'm really excited to see how Sadhak develops a player like this because I think Heat's been a bright spot on his previous rosters, but those teams didn't really actually collect a lot of wins in the grand scheme of things. But like everyone has known he's been like a gem the whole time. And now he's under such a storied IGL in Sadhak that I think when you get that relationship going between your flex player and your IGL, right. I mean, it's like really, really great if they can get that going early.
Yeah, well, let's keep the conversation on Heat going here because it's interesting. He has, as you had mentioned, quite the history here. But when we saw him last, there really wasn't the output that we were expecting from Heat, right? It was actually a very, I would say, not to the standards that he probably would have wanted to hold himself to. So then he reshuffles and he's back into the fray here. But it does feel like he's coming into this one with a lot of pressure for KRU because they were supposed to be the team and now they're figuring it out.
He's currently surrounded by incredible players. All four of them are so good. And I think in the previous rosters, and especially last year, it was a Furia that was struggling to get any wins. The team was not consistent. And I feel like now Heat is going to have that consistency for the team that didn't really happen before.
Yeah, for sure. I think back in the day, he used to be known as the Jet player
Yeah.
to watch.
Yeah.
He was the GOAT. So he has the mechanics. He has what it takes. It's just a matter of finding the right group of people to surround him with.
Yeah, I was really, surprised when he started to take more of those, support roles in a lot of these teams, knowing the history that Heat has here. So he's certainly going to be coming into this one with a lot of pressure. But as a matter of fact, I think we're going to hear from Heat himself. Dryad, you got to go interview.
Anyways.
Go, run. She's going.
Oh, wow.
I've never
She's
seen
making
that.
good
I've
pace.
never seen her run a day in my life. That's incredible. Okay, well, let's go ahead and hear from him. Hopefully she made it. Or not.
The OG KRU fans will recognize this smile from the... Nice to have you back in VCT Americas. But last time that you were here, you were surrounded by completely different faces. So how is this current version of KRU?
Tá sendo muito legal jogar com os moleques.
tipo, voltar pra KRU, então é o que eu joguei aqui, então tô muito feliz, muito animado de jogar.
I feel really good. I feel really good with this version of KRU. I feel like we have really good teammates, and I'm very excited to be playing. Thank you so much.
So while they got a little bit of heat over there, we also have a little bit of spice because this is going to be an interesting series. You got Sadak and Les are going to be facing their old team Loud. And if I'm correct, this might be like one of the first times that they're facing them or something like that. So that's crazy. And of course, this Loud lineup. Now, they have had some ups, had some downs, but we started to see a team really turn the corner going at the end of last stage there. They got some big wins. Hell, we were even having conversations about seeing how far they can make it, maybe even to London. But that wasn't the case. They fell short, and then they decided to make some changes here. Long-standing member of Loud, Cowan Zine is out, Verdi's out, Mel, big changes.
Huge. I mean, Cowan Jean has been part of this roster since like that initial rebuild where, you know, Sadak was still on the team.
Ruiz and Cowan Zine.
Right, Zowie and Cowan with those rookies that we saw back in lock-in in the finals against Fnatic, but finally Cowan is off the roster.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because they're now getting a new IGL in Erde, which means kind of their whole system is going to be different because when you have a new IGL, everything changes. Like you're not calling the same things, you have different protocols, everything is different.
Yeah, and they didn't just add in one new aspect to this, they added another as well with TK Zin. So that is, and Davi as well. So you just have like a lot happening over here for the Loud lineup that is certainly going to leave us with a lot of questions going into their matchup. But for more on this new Loud lineup, say that 5 times fast, let's send it back over to Dryad to hear from Erde.
One of the reasons why Loud got so much praise towards the end of Stage 1 was because of their IGL. It's nice to see you here again, but you have some changes in the team, and with the new additions, has your IGLing been challenged at all?
Creo que mi geleo ha incluso mejorado con el nuevo equipo que tenemos hoy en día. La verdad que solo he visto mejoras y no he tenido ninguna dificultad, la verdad.
Yeah, the truth is, if anything, my IGLing has gotten better with the new additions that we have, and we look really good, and you know, there's nothing wrong, we're looking pretty good. I also wanted to ask you, what should we expect from Loud this stage?
Yo creo que literalmente ganar el split, creo que venimos muy bien, con mucho momentum, y es difícil que alguien nos pare, la verdad, ahora mismo.
Winning the stage is what you should be expecting. We look really good, we have a lot of momentum, and it's going to be hard for anybody to stop us. Thank you so much. Gracias.
Well, Erde also has another weapon at his arsenal available to him because, hear me out, this might be a conspiracy theory, people, but TK Zin is technically on the KRU Spark roster.
Here he goes.
Dun, dun, dun. Here's the question. He's on loan. Is he a secret agent? Is he a double agent? We may never know. Or he could just be a player that wants to win some games.
Wow.
You know, you never know. You never know. But what should we be expecting from this player on Loud, Alexis?
Okay, I feel like Verdi was great. Loved him. I think he did have some consistency issues that I'm hoping that TK Zine can now kind of fill in. He has incredible stats. I know he's a consistent duelist player. We've seen him play. But I also think, GB, your point is kind of true. Like, I feel like in scrims, usually teams like this will avoid playing, you know, academy teams of their opponents because they're afraid of leaks and stuff like that. So actually not a bad shout.
Yeah, he might actually know the script.
Like the EG kind of like academy team, you get the Sims going like Potter was saying. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. Actually, good idea.
Yeah, well, hey, listen, at the end of the day, right, TK Zin knows that it's going to be a challenge on the other side of the field regardless, but a great chance for this guy to make his name known here in Tier 1. You can see the stats and what he was able to put together when he was playing in Tier 2, so you got to bring that energy over here as well. But then also, and we heard from him earlier too, Erde, he's coming into this squad here, taking the reins as the IGL for this squad. Mel, you know, got to go to you here, right? You have that experience, a lot of pressure on this guy, but you heard in the interview, confidence from his team, from himself, from his team. They think that they're going to go all the way.
The one thing that really stands out to me about Erde, when I was first watching him, because I had no idea who he was until, you know, the first split, And one thing that really catches my eye is his fragging power and how young he is.
Yeah.
He's, I want to say 19, 18, and he's picking up the IGL role. That is not something you see at someone this age. Normally that age, you're looking at like duelist players. You're looking at like maybe a mid-rounder and a Sova. But he's leading a team of people that are older than him, and he's frying while he's doing it. Really impressed. Also, on top of the macro, just putting aside the fragging, I know it's pretty obvious, but the macro from him looked incredible in the first stage. I was really impressed by Loud, frankly. I thought they had a good run, all things considered.
You know, honestly, man, I see a young guy put into a leadership role like this, and he's only going to get better. He's only going to grow. He's only going to grow with the game, grow with his players. Loud could be onto something here, and they have some magic potentially cooking with this lineup. But ahead of today's match, we had an opportunity to catch up with Erde to hear about Loud's new rookies and how the team's going to be looking.
Yo creo que son dos personas que traen una mente completamente nueva, están como frescos desde cero. Siento que cada uno, por ejemplo, Tecasín aporta mucho en lo que sería comunicación, y David es una persona realmente me parece muy divertida. Y la verdad que los dos son súper buenos individualmente. Aportan como dentro y fuera del juego, como su personalidad y su nivel individual, bastante.
Well, you heard right there, the players contributing in and out of the game. They're certainly going to be leaning on those new players. They want to be able to pick up this win because, you know, Erde, while he may be this young, you know, dynamic IGL with great stats, on the other side, he's going up against a guy who has been there, who has done that, and is still doing it to this day, Alexis. You got Sadak, who's holding it down for KRU. And one has to wonder, right, the pressure that Erde has to be feeling going up against an actual Valorant legend.
Yeah, 19 years old, new to the IGL role. First match, you're up against Sadak IGLing. Yeah. I mean, that's insane. Especially in stage one, it felt like KRU was actually starting to like put things together. Everything was starting to click. It felt like the energy was really good. The vibes were really good. It was only towards the end of that stage where they kind of lost their footing a little bit, maybe a little bit choking happening. They got very nervous, pressure, something like that. But they looked really, really clean in the beginning of that stage.
I wonder, like, from your POV, Lexi, because you're also like IGLing as well now, what helps you to build confidence when you're calling against people that, because you're a new IGL, the people in front of you have also been calling for a while?
To be honest, I don't feel that. I feel like I've had a lot of experience, like secondary IGLing, so I don't have the same kind of pressure. I feel like I have more experience, but yeah, definitely. If I was going up against Sadak, though, I'd be a little nervous.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just Sadak you have to worry about too. I mean, let's not forget, you also have Les. You have MW Zera. You literally have like Heat, just like some of the greatest names in all of Brazilian Valorant managed to find their way into one team, which is really freaking cool. And we haven't even gotten into Dante and like the impact that he could potentially have in the server. This KRU team's looking dangerous, but why is it that we're not having a conversation about this team being like the guys right now, given just the absolute tyrants that is on the squad?
You kind of have to look at the results they had. There was a period of time, that 2-week period, they looked like the best team in the world. I immediately had them like they're going to London. Like after I saw Sadak was topping the ACS and the stats charts and seeing how they played Lotus, but I think I might have been on the Hopium, the Croupium, because it kind of fell off after. The team fell off a little bit, and I think that's why there isn't a solid, you know, stake on this. Yeah. For the most part.
What's your read, Alexis?
I was really impressed by them as well. I had them going all the way to Masters after I saw those first like 2 or 3 weeks of performance. They looked really, really strong. I wonder if they felt that pressure of, oh, we're about to make it to an international, like, let's do this, guys. And then, you know, they kind of fell short at the end. I would love to hear their mental.
I mean, also too, like meta changes, the game was changing rapidly at that moment too. So I'm very interested to see what Sadak and company have learned coming into this one here. But let's actually hear a little bit more from Sadak. Get his thoughts on facing his old org for the very first time.
Nuestro primer encuentro es contra Loud. Es un equipo que yo tengo mucha historia con la organización. Hay gente que realmente llevo en mi corazón por el resto de mi vida. Me han enseñado mucho y para mí es un sentimiento un poco difícil porque voy a enfrentar a la organización, no tanto a los chicos que están dentro porque no tengo caras familiares que están allá. Ya pasó mucho tiempo, entonces para mí va a ser como un sentimiento extraño porque voy a jugar contra un equipo diferente utilizando el nombre que utilicé durante tantos años, así que es una sensación extraña, pero muy linda también.
You heard it there from Sadak. The jerseys may be the same, but the players completely different. So it's a new world for Loud, but also the same can be said for KRU. Now, we had our predictions earlier on. Let's go ahead and throw those back up there and see what the KRU thought, because this one also a mixed bag. Did we unify? We did unify in our Preds. It was this Dan who betrayed KRU. That's crazy. And Wyatt who went for Loud as well. Are you feeling pretty good about this KRU team? What is about Loud that you didn't want to pick them?
I think it was just, honestly, I'm a huge Sadak fan. Like, my calling, I've watched so many of his games, so I'm always going to have those rose-tinted glasses on.
Yeah.
I guess the
pink-tinted glasses. Hey.
But honestly, I definitely think this is not as clear-cut as it seems. It could be 50-50. Either team can really take it, I think.
Same thing for you, Alexis, 50-50?
Absolutely. Big Sadak fan here.
Big Sadak fan. Of course, Sadak, incredible player, but you got great players on each team, both sides of the field. This is going to be a good one, folks. How does KRU perform? Does Loud have what it takes? Let's go ahead and bring out these two squads and get the show on the road, and let's send it down to the stage.
Riot Games Arena hoy inicia su camino hacia Champions KRU Visa.
KRU had a phenomenal start to stage 1. It genuinely felt like things had really started to click for them as a team. Let's see if they come out of the gate swinging, having applied what they learned in stage 1 to really be able to propel themselves forward in this stage 2.
You got so many veterans on this squad, guys who have been there, done that, whether it was regionally or it was globally in the case of Sadak as well as Les. And we didn't even really get into Les, which is pretty wild, just how good this lineup is and how many options they have available to them. And whether or not they're able to put it together this stage, that is the question that is on everyone's mind. And as we had noted many times already, stage 1, so good for this KRU team until it wasn't. Does history repeat itself here again? Or do we see a KRU Visa team that is reinvigorated with new ideas, fresh strategies, and they're ready for the challenge that lies ahead?
E do outro lado, um time 100% renovado, buscando seu lugar de volta ao sol. Faz o L, muito barulho pra Loud!
Loud is a team that tasted victory, and that was not enough. They were so close to playoffs last stage, but they are a team willing to keep going and to go all for it. Picking up 2 rookies here with TK Zine and Davi. Davi, by the way, a player who comes from Portugal. Coming from Portugal. This is the first time this has ever happened. He's coming into a Brazilian team speaking Portuguese, an EMEA import on that Sova, and TK Zine, who's been flying in Tier 2. Can this team put all of the armaments together to finally see what it takes to go to playoffs?
They know that on the other side of that stage is a formidable squad that's going to be very difficult for them to get past, given that, you have, let's not forget that time that this KRU team were able to put together in that offseason, because they weren't available for kickoff, so they had spent all that time working together, coming up with ideas, strategies, part of the reason why they had such a hot start in stage 1. But for Loud, hey, they could play spoiler here. They could ruin the day for KRU, for Heat on his re-debut, but let's see the series layout. You got Lotus, you have Breeze, and if necessary, it'll be Sunny Sunset to settle the score. Alexis, how are we feeling about this?
I love the Lotus pick from KRU. I think that's one of Sadak's best maps as far as calling goes. Going into that, I feel like Loud is probably a little bit nervous seeing that and having to call against that as well. Sadak has a really slow, methodical sort of play style. He cuts noise, he cancels a lot, he makes the other team think constantly, so I'm excited to see how Loud deals with that.
They have such a strong wall on defense too in Loud, and I'm also kind of hoping this goes map 3, because I see that sunset at the very end there, and I'm here for the new maps coming back into rotation, or I guess Summit, the new map, and Sunset's coming back, and I really want to see what teams are cooking, so hoping this goes map 3, but I'm still all here for KRU.
Yeah, look, I think the reality is that when you're talking about KRU and that Lotus and the way things start off for them, if they get that really strong start and kind of establish like, hey guys, we never really slowed down We've been here the whole time. I can see, you know, the young players in Loud just getting a little like frustrated in the moment, right? Having to deal with that, especially a crew that comes prepared and ready to go. Lots of cool ideas we could potentially see on this Lotus. I am wondering, you know, like how Heat's going to be in this as well. What is he going to be playing? How is he going to try and influence the game with his ideas?
I'm hoping to see Heat take some of the weight, or the heat, I guess, off of Sadok's back here in terms of the calling, help him out a little bit. But also, Sadok has been their top performer on this map. And I want to see another player take over and make this map their own. I know Les also comes to mind. His Viper, as always, was immaculate. I can't imagine seeing this guy not match MVPing here, but I want to see someone else kind of take the reins and help him out.
Yeah, certainly going to need that. It was a thing that they clearly identified coming out of the end of stage 1, which is part of the reason why they brought Heat back into the fold. Meanwhile, on the Loud side of things, they're certainly going to have some fresh ideas because, as we had mentioned, right, Davi as well as TK Zin just being brought into this, they are going to have their own interpretation of how they want to play this. But it's a question, Alexis, of whether or not they are prepared, because you know that this crew team, they're so good at that prep work prior to these matches.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to see going into Breeze, say it goes Crew's way on Lotus. Oh, Agent's coming out.
Okay.
Oh, Neon and Raze. Okay, that's interesting.
Double duelist.
Yeah, little double duelist setup on Lotus. This isn't like...
I'm so happy Heat's on the Raze. I'm so happy he's on duelist.
Yeah,
Crew fans rejoice.
Yeah, he could have a lot of impact on that Agent potentially there. I didn't see what Sentinel were they running? Were they running one?
It was Viper.
Oh, it was Viper.
So no crazy sensing.
Okay,
Yeah, less of the Viper, always a good pick, and now we're seeing it from Loud.
Ooh, that Vice could potentially be spoiler for the Neon, might cause a little problem there. What do you guys think about Loud's comp?
I mean, it's not leaning to double duelist. This is pretty standard, though. We see a lot of teams just do the single duelist. The Vice and the Viper are incredibly hard to deal with when you're trying to hit the C site from the attacker's POV, so I should be seeing a lot of shutdowns here. It looks like they're really trying to shut down any crazy Sadok executes.
Yeah, not really wanting to give them an opening or an opportunity is Loud, but Crew Visa knows that they potentially have what it takes to move this one forward. Let's go ahead and dive into the action, though, shall we? Map 1 is underway, so let's send it over to your casters. Here's Bran and Sideshow.
There's going to be a lot to dig into, I think, with a series like this. Crew versus Loud, and Sadok and Les versus that former organization of Loud as well. And the last time that Loud was really relevant as an org was when those two players were playing on it as well. And Sadok was talking about it in that piece that we saw just before we even got into this, about how it's like this weird, bittersweet feeling. Is it as a beautiful moment that he gets to play off against them?
But all the names are gone. All of the names are different. It is incredible that with Kawanzin now exiting this roster, there is no player that Sadok played with at all on the other side of the stage. It's brand new. In some sense, though, that's the point for Loud, is that you're investing into this newer, more upcoming talent, especially, I think, epitomized by Tikazine, who is on loan right now and has been lighting up the Tier 2 world as a duelist. This was the bread and butter map for Crew when we last saw them across those early weeks.
Okay.
But Dante's gone insta.
Yeah. Potentially overzealous with the peak there, but it's Luke Shutter punishes, and it calls for a bit of a pause now. Lesto, deep push up here in through out of B. Slide off angle. We'll see if this is even acknowledged. He's already caught. Bullet to the temple there, but he's going to be traded. Regardless of all of it. Spotting signs of life on either side.
Yeah, both of these Viper players are going to be aggro, believing in their own aim. They're phenomenally talented players.
I'll find you.
Davi's going to be looking to see if he can apply a bit of a pressure, but Horn's going to be dodged for now and out. MW is going to be realizing this is all fake pressure. It's not going over towards A. Deep mound control.
Oh, look at the incredible play from MW. MW and Sadok both walking out. This is not based on noise from Loud over towards B, but they're just willing to take the risk.
Over the wall. Skip straight over it. I don't know. They may have heard it. Yeah, they did. A sound cue, and now they're going to be turning around. So Loud taking that out already. Massive player advantage now. It's good paranoia. It's going to go either way. Sadok looking to see if he can even things out. Damage being done. Suddenly 2v2. Plan still needs to go down here. Just exiting as that door closes down. And Heat might get an opportunity to shine. Already knows what these players potentially are. Taking a peek. 2 bullets left though into that Sheriff. And it's Davi who's going to be punishing. 9 HP, it's all Sadok has got to work with. In a spot like this, it's Erdy with a swing. Old versus a new when it comes to the IGLs. Loud on top of the pistol.
Well dealt with. And you saw Heat there with his opportunity to make impact happen. He's a player I'll be keeping such an eye on for this game. Especially because adding into this roster, it seems like they now have more inclination to go towards double duelist comps. Even on maps where
they weren't previously playing it. I mean, Silence was playing Duelist for them. He was playing the Phoenix on plenty of these maps. But this is one where KRU had stuck extremely solidly to a solo Duelist approach, running the Vice and the Viper, playing the meta comp.
Yeah.
We don't normally see teams play double Duelist without a Sentinel on this map. The teams that we saw at London playing the double Duelist were running a Vice, for example, instead of the Viper. So it is actually a bit of a weird comp and a weird swap for the map that KRU were the best at.
Yeah, they were dominant, really.
Especially early.
Yeah, early on. Before they kind of got figured out in terms of that style, the contacty play where they would burst out and through. With Dante leading the charge. Dark is going to be hearing all of this. What is that? Just the ghost in hand.
That's talent.
Yeah, it's nice stuff. Loud obviously going to be able to get this plan down. They can min-max. Look to build up towards the showstopper.
That's one of the things that this Loud roster is not lacking at all. Talent. Raw talent. I think they've indexed very heavily into that. They were rough around the edges last stage and inconsistent. I think that is definitely something the desk were talking about it. That's something you could have leveled as a very fair criticism. But the players that they had, I mean, even, right, Verti isn't on the team anymore. He's been replaced by Tikazim, but, you know, Verti was that guy when he was playing in Tier 2, and he certainly showed flashes of it. Just couldn't always put together those big performances one after another. But to me, I'm looking for a mature approach from Loud as well. Can they keep their head on their shoulders when they're in a difficult position, or if they're in an advantage spot, can they always close out these rounds? In order to beat a team that's playing well, those are the kind of next steps for a squad like this.
And it's an interesting one to dive into stage 2 with, seeing both of these teams, because they are trying to reinvent themselves. It is nice.
The second shot.
Yeah, just a prediction. The player going to be swinging through. It's nice stuff. But two teams that they are looking to see if they can, not necessarily completely reinvent themselves, but a bit of a switch up, right? It's like almost back to school vibes. They're just reinventing to a degree, but bringing in some new players, new compositions.
Well, Luxia went aggressive in the previous round on the pistol. Took down Dante immediately.
Yeah. Every snake going to be thrown out. This is a bit of a scrap occurring over towards the mound area. A lot of damage done, and finally a kill claim. Sadak to get the one early though, prior, so it's traded out. No almond smokes on either side here.
Tikazim was given plenty of attempts to be able to get that one done.
Yeah, there's no messing around here from Loud though. They are straight in there. Looking at disrespect all the way through. Didn't have to worry about necessarily any Sentinel util, and still squaring up for the fight. This is Loud that are just picking apart this KRU squad. Finding it difficult to get too much done, but there's Les immediately announcing himself. Good kill to be found and claimed onto Darker.
Just knowing those angles, being able to get the wall back spam.
Spike planted.
Plan is down though. Loud themselves, they've got 3 rifles in their hands, despite the fact that this is the bonus, so danger here just comes down to that first shot accuracy. Going to be quick with it. Les. Only needed 1 bullet to the chest to really do some damage there, but still up towards the top. It's going to be Les immediately taken out! Dante! Lovely slide to the side and an even greater transfer off the end of it. Now, KRU were pushed into a difficult position here. I mean, we were talking, I think roughly is what the desk also touching on the compositions that are being played. No Vice is unusual for this map.
I think it's going to make it harder for them to win a lot of rounds on the defense side. This comp in particular does seem very heavily attack side.
They were hard pressed. I mean, you could see it Loud. Normally teams have got to slow it down really before they go into the C hits.
I think that's an example as well of Dante adjusting the way that he plays the Neon after the nerfs. Instead of leaping in there with his dash to be the first guy in, he actually traded out his players with the slide once they got information from MW.
Yeah.
Luxio's picked up an operator here.
It's okay.
It's mad, but he's holding very specifically for that jump peak.
He knows how his KRU like to play on his defense. A lot of emphasis being placed over towards A rubble.
I mean, it's another one of those moments, actually, where the Neon nerf may have come through, because you would be a little bit quicker in that spot. Having said that, Luxio knew exactly what he was waiting for.
Yeah.
The anticipation makes that shot a lot easier to hit, but it's still very impressive.
Very controlled by Loud so far. And they've come into this map with a very, very clear game plan. Hold over towards A rubble, though. We'll have to go with the goods here. Sadak, he's definitely brave, but look at that movement. It's beautiful stuff. No easy target in sight from Loud. On ice skates the entire time when they're scrapping and looking to take these fights. Heat looking to see if he can take a time and potentially Prowler. A lot of you two are going to be missing him here, but surely you're going to imagine he's going to be cleared out there. Satchels skating past, but that is good with the reaction times. That's head popped off. Dabby down, and with a spike, but Luke shows straight there from behind and he's able to be that supportive element. Look at that, 4-piece for him. Beautiful work.
I spoke earlier about maturity, about coming in with game plans that are not hot-headed, and I think that's a brilliant round to showcase it. You're playing against a team that's got double duelist, no sentinel. So what are they going to be lacking? Information on defense. They don't have the wall to be able to rely on. They don't have the stall power. They've got to be peeking you. They've got to be pushing you. The op is perfect to deal with that. The slow pace is perfect to deal with that. It's a great game plan coming out from the coach and from Erde. And the way that Luxio executes it, immaculate. They've downloaded KRU within the first few rounds.
Yeah. Despite the fact that we haven't seen these teams in quite a while. We saw evidence of that where KRU were getting figured out towards the tail end of stage 1. Playoffs especially. Now, not with a lot of guns to work with here. Les might be caught out, but just about really scurries away from that situation. I'm sure also scared to really see if he can take charge over towards a Rubble, even though he is very much alone.
If Luxio keeps feeling like he has more and more space in Rubble, KRU can catch him in one of these rounds by doing a trap play, but this is probably not the one.
No.
Without guns in hand.
So cautious. Just Loud trying to ensure that they don't really just run into any sort of stack.
And Tikazine starting to get his feet underneath him here. He's going to be able to get the plant and a showstopper online. That'll be brilliant for the next. Though Heat with the death will also have his own. So now the ults are going to start to come into play for round 6 with the rifles back.
Yeah, it's big ones.
I think, to be honest, as KRU here, you could send Heat in, but the others probably just want to die to the spike because you don't want to be giving Luxio and Darker their ults. Davi as well. We'll see where they go from.
A real flowchart VALORANT being occurred here. TP onto the top of the box. Players on either side. That is ridiculous stuff. The shots from Sadak. He's able to at least take the head. The Tikazine straight off. And now time ticking though. What is the call here for KRU? What is the play? Dashing all the way forwards. No real attempt here, or no real chances for them to be able to get this defused now. It's just all about bleeding out the damage, but they are feeding the potential war chest of ultimates. They will go down to the spike towards the end, but
yes,
kind of called it. It's Darker now has built up to his own, I believe.
Yeah, right? So did Davi as well. Davi did with a death, I believe. So they're only missing Luxio's ult. KRU desperately need an adjustment right here. Now, whether that comes in the form of attack timeout, or if it's just Sadak with his huge amount of experience IGLing. Most of it coming, or at least the highest success of it coming for the org opposite him. Yeah, there it is. That's the tag timeout being called.
It's a casual press of the button.
Yeah, it's very a student of the game.
Yeah,
there.
Absolutely.
He's scribbling down notes furiously and then turns around just to calmly press the button. But yeah, KRU absolutely need an adjustment here. Loud are running a slow-paced game that's baiting KRU into over-peaking as they look for information around the map. And now the ults are going to throw an extra layer into things.
Yeah, it's going to be even more difficult, I think, to try and find a solution. But you're right. I mean, it's well, the composition does kind of tie your hands in terms of the way that you have to play with it. As you mentioned, no Vice. You don't have that benefit of having passive map control with your util up, the stall potential. You do have to fight for space.
Yeah.
Double duelist, you really do.
Or you have to give one of these sites and play it for retake. That is another option that KRU could index towards. But considering the fact that they've gone for an operator here, I kind of doubt that they're going to be playing heavy for retake around the map. Feels more like they want to get Heat posted somewhere and then use that positioning, that information to stack bodies elsewhere. Let's see what they go for. Not opting into the punish on Luxio over towards Rubble.
No.
Luxio's still going to have his run of the game over here.
A bit more spread out here from Loud. Doesn't look like they have an all-in objective early on, but DP main control.
Oh, faking like it's a Rubble fight. I like that idea.
We'll see how this one gets taken. Heat with that operator is locked onto that B main avenue, so he's going to be getting constant information for them, but it's always leaving A open.
It's always a good idea out of the tag timeout, though, to fake like you're doing something else. So KRU have got Loud really thinking that this was some level of an A trap play, maybe even.
Always potential there. One gets broken. Potentially only seeing signs of life from Luxio, but they are calling for the rotations. Dante immediately moving in alongside Heat. In position here.
Heat's the player to watch. Whether he goes for the peak or whether he just tries to stop the hit coming through with the showstopper.
Yeah, that's the issue, right? The longer that Loud take, the worse it might get for them. They do have ults of their own. See if they can make a play, but there's a punish. Look at that. Perfect peak. Ray's Nemesis taken out, and alongside it with the ult, massive value to be found. Thorns with the back of drop. This is KRU. Prime's now ready to pounce. Jumping on the chance now to see if they can get involved towards this one. Scattering to the side. Somehow are they just avoiding the eye of the showstopper. Now moves forwards, but less happy with the cleanup now. Deep in terms of the swing. Darker. Look to see if he can at least take one more fight, but that is a beautiful adjustment. But MW just plays off all that pressure and space that was created off of Dante. Wonderful work, and Luke Show surely is going to be finished off here. If he didn't grab it, it's probably going to be less.
It's a good tack timeout coming from KRU at the perfect time to be able to get them back into this game. Loud, already their initial game plan was excellent, and KRU needed that adjustment. The operator purchase, it could not have been at a better time. To Gazine with the showstopper trying to open up the A site, and he shuts him down. That's the crucial element to this round. Listen, if they're going to get that level of value out of him, I'm happy to see him on the due list. It is going to tie their hands a little bit in terms of what they can do, but the guy's really talented. He's somebody that we've seen play for KRU in the past. I remember watching him playing Fade here when that was a role swap for him.
Yeah.
And being really surprised at how great he looked on that second entry.
In 2024.
Which is weird to even talk about Fade being a second entry, but you know, he's just throwing his util in and then running in and gunning people down. That was the style of Fade that Heat was playing at the time. A pretty aggressive one. You know, when people like Narrate were also making their names on that agent.
This time, that's a horn that's gone a little bit too deep here, so Heat is not going to be pushed off the perch. Still sit up top here, but that boombot, that's unfortunate. No one really wants to contest this one on the attack side. Louder looking to set the sight into a different direction. KRU constantly moving a big pack of players at all times here, looking for a re-clear over towards B main to get some information. But they're going to be hearing a lot of this util being used over towards Mound, but still contact plays.
And at any point, there could be an op-v-op fight over here. Although
Door's going to be opening up. They want to try and see if they can clash onto this one. That's a cacophony of kills that didn't see too much of it, but goes the way of Loud.
It was KRU that wanted that fight.
Yeah, it was. They flipped the switch.
And now Heat's probably going to give away the gun as well. Oh, there goes the op that he probably would have liked to keep.
Yeah.
Loud answer back immediately with a really another very controlled round. They are just slowly taking parts of the map away from KRU. KRU feel like they have to fight, and Loud slap them down.
Yeah, forcing the issue.
We'll have a look at it in the replay as well, but like we said, it was KRU that wanted this engagement.
Door opened up, and they were just ready for it.
I mean, also, they've got full ability to look at the double door there, or the swinging door, sorry, because they got the pick on Les immediately.
Yeah.
So now they know there's no pressure coming from side. It's less of a crossfire when Les goes down.
KRU definitely having difficulties here. Got to find a way to turn this around. The controlled pace of Loud, and now getting a little bit more explosive still, just with the Sheriff in hand. It's not really quite enough. Sadak, that rifle trained into the right direction, but there's no messing around at all from Tigazin. Straight in there. Through onto the seaside again. No worries at all of being stopped and stunted.
Luxio not connected with the rest of the team to be able to put the pit down in the post. So maybe KRU could still cause a couple of issues here.
Two players lurking.
Yeah, it's really odd.
It's a bit weird.
As soon as they manage to reconnect with the pack, it should be locked up for Loud.
Now being delayed. KRU get hard pressed now. Gonna see the wall sent flying up alongside that Prowler. Gets the acknowledgement towards the back of the site. Erde trying to play this one crossed. But Dark just swinging out wide from Waterfall. Barely the elbow poking out. It's enough for Heat to claim the kill. Looking for a second one. Nice adjustment. Needs to keep this op intact.
I mean, he looks snappy with it, but the chances of him having impact in the round have only come when it was already over.
Yeah. It's really, really tough guy. Still looking good, though.
Dude, he looks nasty. I think Loud have got the perfect game plan. Move away from this guy.
Yeah. Avoid Heat at all costs.
And they're still generating those opening picks. They're still being able to get into post-plant positions. And Dante is struggling, man. On the retake here, Dante never found an opportunity to be able to do his classic of being able to engage on. I mean, look, he just gets picked off jumping away from the action.
He's perfectly happy throwing his life into the maw, I think, as long as there's a bit of a follow-up, but I'm not seeing it so far on this map.
Well, it's just a lot harder now as well to throw your life in as Neon in the same way that Dante used to.
Yeah.
He was the guy who abused the jumping movement.
Jumping, movement speed of it.
I would say even more than Dambi, his game revolved around the specific stuff that Riot ended up nerfing about Neon.
And it's still so damn controlled. I mean, Loud. They're never going to rush into anything. Always going to take their time with it. They understand that the emphasis is placed onto KRU.
Now this could get funky.
Yeah. Give him this wall just across up. Loud are grouped up. Dante does have an ult in the back pocket with the overdrive. Sticking for now, but he's just okay. Missed that one. We were saying it the other day, but those walls, they are client side. Don't know what he was seeing on his screen, but it was Luke should have got the better of it.
Go, go, go.
Dante just trying to see if he can retreat a little bit in exchange of the guns, but again, it's still just contact plays. Slowly creeping into space, whatever they can take at this point. Nado flies forward now, but a view to go and accompany it alongside MW. Onto the angle, but now he's going to be drifting all the way back. Tickets in. Really aggressive, straight up into heaven here.
Good patience, though, to back it up and play with the team.
Yeah. Oh, he's drifting in and out of these fights, making it awkward. They're calling for the cancel. It was a tap of the plan, and it's pulled ults out entirely. What the hell is going on here? Tickets in. Caught out into the open here, but with 20 seconds remaining, it is an open A side that was called for. Fight to be taken into heaven. Erde was alone, though. Just traded instantly.
Again, Luxio's not with the team to provide a pit, so this is going to be a 3v3 with open sight lines.
Weird circumstances. Walls are up, time is ticking. Jump spot there, gets the acknowledgement again with that double face. These kills traded out once more. 2v2 now. Instant retreat back to Tree. We'll see what they can do from that position, but Luke so slowly making his way back onto the sides. Outlaw in hand, not good enough for that one. It's a lot of damage done though, but it does just leave it up to Davi. Horns broken, and the counter spam is perfect. Bless. 3 kills in a round for him. Secures one up, a critical one here for KRU.
A squeak of a round for KRU as they get back in with the A retake. They completely had no idea that that A to B back to A pivot had happened. They fade ulted a single player there because they thought the plant was coming through on B. And yet they still managed to come back in on the A side, pick off these players that were just a little disconnected from Loud. But I gotta say, I am impressed with the way that Erde's calling. He's putting the squeeze on Sadak. Do you remember the desk talking just earlier about how Sadak likes to cut noise, deny a lot of information from the opponents, pump fake a ton? Well, Erde's doing just as well as Sadak ever did on this map.
He's doing it as one of the youngest players on his squad. An instant fight to be taken. The horn is not dealt with. It does light up these players on either side, but it is still a 4v4. Whoa, what a shot, MW. He's tired. Losing control over towards A, the Luke show now. We're going to see this one sent again. Full throttle, showstopper. That's a kill claimed inside that smoke. DTP now. Sadak looking to cut up these angles. But again, calling for the pause. And now the Steel Guardian is going to be unleashed. It's under reciprocate. It's going to slow this one down. It's just the sidearm's going to be pulled out for these players. But Sadak's position accounted for now. Dante trying to twist and turn. MW, the reset of the aim is not enough. But it's all MW here. Not messing around. He's tired of it.
MW just decided to take the game into his own hands. Really brilliant round from him. But it took individual excellence. This shot onto Luke's show. The operator is definitely favored in that situation, I think. But you know, most of the time, Luke Show's been on it for those kills. It takes something special for MW to get past it. But the economy for Loud is now starting to take a squeeze, and KRU have got a way back into this game.
Yeah.
They've put 2 rounds together now. I've got the gap to 2.
Despite all odds, still we're seeing Loud take this one again, fast over towards C.
No help.
It's a pit that's going to be layered down just with the Judge in hand. They were trying to walk all the way up into that, but as the decay kicks in, the Judge is the right tool for the job.
That's very ambitious from Loud. Not jumping into it, not using any util. I mean, not even leading with the Haunt there.
It's a ton of contact plays here. Bit of spam as well. Helps out. Dixon's going to be taken out. Bullets firing rapidly on either side.
A win in this round might just look like Heat using his ultimate, at least from the perspective of Loud, sorry. If they can, in a 3v5, force out the showstopper, they'll be feeling pretty good about their chances of still having the lead at the half.
Will be a silver lining if they can manage it. MW, though!
He's activated.
Sharp is the form. Activated the right word for it. David, a newcomer to this squad.
Is that what we're expecting our Fade players to do?
Yeah, apparently. Running away with it. Okay. Les is going to be playing off of all that now. Flawless here for KRU, and just shy of 1 round now between these squads. KRU have done a pretty phenomenal job, I would say, coming back into this one when it felt like Loud were in complete control.
I think this one was a bit of a gimme. I mean, Loud are willing to take a couple more risks because they are on a half buy, but Erda kind of threw his life away there, just trying to take a timing into the pit. Not the best round that Loud have put together. But this one defines who's going to be taking the lead at the half. Is it going to be even for KRU, or is it going to be an advantage for Loud?
That's a lot of util going to be thrown over towards that A lobby area. We'll see if there's that reaction. Les is very brave. He's alone, spamming into this smoke, ensuring that nobody can play off the back of it, but he concedes the space for now.
Incredibly brave. Walking up there completely solo. If he loses his life, C is open.
Does make it feel like there's more players here, though, but now ult's going to be committed, and it's going to be spelling out a pretty clear picture of what is going to be waiting them. Nade's going to be sailing off towards the back along with the Paranoia. It's a good amount of util. Carves out a path over towards the seaside, but this is still players in position. Potentially, Les is taken out. That's towards back of CT.
Yeah, that's a stunner of a shot.
Interesting pit as well. It's going to be cutting out onto the 1 section. Showstopper.
Could be amazing.
He's hunting for it, looking for targets at TP. It was early trying to escape most of it, but just ended up handing over the kill regardless.
Oh, there was a bunch of players all grouped up there trying to keep the pit alive. Luxio did. But the plant is going to be a big problem to get down.
Yeah, they still don't have access towards it. No extension into the round yet, but it all comes down to the gunfires here. Darker collecting kills. Luxio will see if he's accounted for onto this corner. The clearance in their minds. Dante punished. Sharp as the reaction times. Even better here from Loud. Sadak now. Hefty task in front of him. Not able to overcome most of it there. So 7-5, that's the half that we're looking at. Loud doing well here with a 2-round lead.
They absolutely earned that lead. They win the pistol and they go, fairly even after that. But I think they were the team that came in with a better game plan, a really mature way of being able to handle the information game and put pressure onto KRU's comp. But KRU do have an attack-sided composition. The double duelists are now going to be able to flex a little bit.
Yeah, it should be a more favored side for them. We'll see what KRU have got cooking and up their sleeves on the other side of this.
The KRU team is scary and continues to be really scary. Sadak, I know that last stage didn't really go your way towards the end, so what are some of the things that changed from that playoffs to now to make sure that you guys win and make it to champions?
I would say we have much more confidence in ourselves than the last split. And yeah, we've been grinding super hard. We have a fresh start now. We hit, and yeah, we're feeling great, confident.
Okay, thank you so much.
Second half here of Lotus underway, and we're going to be getting into things here, and we'll see how much of a difference a 2-round lead might make here for Loud, because KRU did a pretty phenomenal job of being able to squeak back into the game, scraping together a couple of rounds here and there. Now, we're expecting, I suppose, as well with the composition that they're playing, that this is going to be the more favored side for them. Double duelists on attack, the emphasis placed towards them, not feeling the pressure like they were on defense to try and constantly push, get information.
And especially with the fact that their comp hasn't got that traditional Sentinel. They've opted for the Viper instead. And that means that they can still get back into A on those mid-round timings. Whereas a lot of the teams that play Double Duelist kind of have to opt into the Rubble fight early, because otherwise they have no way of going back towards A in the late round. So I think this KRU comp has got all the tools it needs to be able to play slow, but also to be able to pop into sites. And they've already managed to get up 5 on defense with, considering how good the game plan was from Loud, that tack timeout that Zonic took to be able to put a couple rounds together and come up with a game plan round 9, 10, 11, might have just saved KRU.
Yeah.
A lot of this could come down to the pistol.
I see that timer pause, and you know what that means? Yeah.
The people love it. We had to give them one.
Oh,
the
do
Pulsar
they?
Technica.
Do they?
Yeah, they do. They do.
My co-caster has hit his head on something. Yeah,
when I was a young child.
That explains some things. It does.
I'm going to be keeping a real focus here in the attack half, looking at Dante's Neon. Because he's 3-9 currently. He's one of those players that I think early on for KRU looked like he had the Neon down pat.
Yeah.
So good. The way that he was jumping onto people, abusing that mid-air movement, wiggling through his Neon wall to be able to get punishes onto anchor players. All of that stuff in the previous stage was excellent, and a lot of that has now been nerfed. And my big question is, how is he going to adapt to it?
That's the question.
In the retakes, I'm not sure I have an answer for you, Bren, so far, because what I was seeing was he hasn't really adapted to it, and he was struggling.
I was noticing he was very disconnected.
Yes.
Wasn't a lot of players behind him, but we are getting back into the action. Okay, it was a short pause. I like that.
And maybe he just needed to be on the attack side. Maybe they've put more thought into the ways in which Dante and Heat are going to ping-pong off each other on attack pops.
Let's see it then. Time ticking down onto the pistol. I have an interesting setup here. 3 players essentially over towards the A side, ready to respond to any sort of pressure, but it's slow going from KRU. They don't want to give anything away. Fully contacting. Sheriff in a hand of less, looking to see if he can take first contact. First point of it, at least. Deep Prowler to re-clear from Loud, looking for information, but now a stack of bodies and a re-clear chord for, and that's it. The curtain drops. It's a bloodbath occurring. KRU heading out on top. Luxio desperate to get away, and he just about does.
I mean, it's that classic death ball from KRU, though, that comes out on top, really. Less with the Sheriff doing tons of body shot damage. And they've been left with 3 players that still have full HP.
Yeah.
I think KRU will be very happy about that, even though it was Loud that wanted to take the fight.
That's what I mean. I mean, it was Loud's wall that went down. They chose the timing there. They were the ones who punished.
Similar to the fight that went the opposite direction over towards Mound a few rounds ago.
Yeah, we'll see it now. Fast going over towards the seaside. Now Luxio is in position.
And Erda has paranoia.
They could potentially play spoiler with the util ready. Spike planted. Bullets whistling here. Anticipating a re-swing, but Sadak's there with a trade regardless, and we're seeing Erde making a good go of things here. It does reveal, I know exactly where he is. Even more util where that came from. The paranoia is good for it. Deep smoke. Lays it all the way down here, but a double face will do the job, and that is KRU. Critical pistol round, should be able to drag it to level now.
I think KRU will be feeling really good about their chances. 6-7 down, sure, but with a double duelist comp, heading onto the attack side. Luxio did what he could as the wall dropped there. But it's Les who tops the scoreboard. Both of the Vipers, in fact, though, having a great game.
Yeah.
Fun to watch the battle between them.
Iconic.
Old guard versus the new.
Exactly, right? Haven't really touched on that too much, but Les really pioneered so much on Viper for the longest time.
There's so many great comparisons you can make between these two teams. And Les and Luxio are absolutely 2 of those. But, you know, I also think about Sadak and Erde.
Yeah. Old versus the new in many, many ways here between these 2 squads.
There's a long tradition in these Brazilian organizations of getting LATAM players to come in IGL for them. Started with Sadak.
Yeah.
And Erde is following a similar path himself.
Well, there's players in position here from Lao, but they don't really have the guns to do too much more in terms of damage. And it's not Heat that you want to be giving these kills to, realistically. He's now only 3 away from the showstopper.
Yeah, going to be able to get the plant down as
down
well.
too, make it 2.
I mean, this is a powerful snowball
It
that
is.
KRU are starting to develop here.
I'm struggling here. Bandit. Potential. Luxio could do some damage. But Heat's going hunting.
Everyone is one shot.
Yeah.
If a player like Luxio, whose aim is that good, there's a chance that some bodies could hit the floor, but they've also not really heavily invested into the round. You look at KRU's economy. there's only a couple of players that full both.
Yeah. Davi hoping that he's going to be going down to the spike here, spawning these players out. Luckily, Heat is nowhere near.
Yeah, why is Heat not trying to push Davi in this spot?
Not too sure. Not too sure.
He's only got a Marshal. It's not like he wants to save it. He's just wandered around looking for Luxio, I think.
He's trying to sniff out where Luxio was, but Luxio retreated long ago, so...
Lost his scent entirely.
That is honestly not too bad. I was a little bit worried when Heat was collecting up all of them.
Yeah.
But he's still 2 away, so it's not exactly like they can build up a game plan here for the bonus.
Yeah, it's pretty... I mean, you might be able to pull it off in your ranked games, but it's pretty unlikely in a pro game that you can pick up both orbs.
Yeah.
So I doubt that's going to happen. They might give him the plant, though, to try to get something cooking in the post plant. Stop a retake from happening. Oh, we're going to see some kind of fast B split through A, maybe?
Yeah, potentially. It's been pretty slow going from KRU. We'll say. They've taken their time with a lot of this.
They've definitely got the combo that can turn up the tempo at any moment.
I mean, the spike is in no man's land, so whatever they are planning, it's probably not going to be quite quick. Just looking for reactions, really. Very deep position, C-mount control. It's all there for Loud.
Neither team has wanted to take a rubble fight on defense or even, like, re-clear rubble on defense.
Strange game, really.
It is. It's very... very slow, lots of respect being shown.
That's tepid between the two teams here. The door's going to be opening up. This is going to apply pressure. Luxio.
Oh, what a timing.
He's taking the timing straight past it, potentially. He's slipped his way past the door, but there's no real targets now. Everybody moving their way over towards the B side, but real potential still as the wall fades away. They get past this one into the B side. It is open. Blue room control. Again, essential. Ricochet there from the snake bite. Paranoia is going to be connecting, though. Immediate retreat. Control though from KRU.
Bird has got his own paranoia to try to put some pressure on Les as well. Starting to open the door.
Beautiful. Clean first shot here, and Luxio just making it awkward as well to make sure that they can clear him out. He's alone. He just knows that he has to distract and contain for the rest of his team to get involved here. Daka pushed out of the picture momentarily here, but it just does create that space and buys time for Tiga's in. Only to one. Sadak just ducking and weaving in and out, but that is perfectly played off of each other's pressure. Loud onto the retake here. They're dominating. It's wonderful work for them, Les. Looking to see if he can hunt down a couple of these heads. Davi sticking. Barely gets it there.
Oh, you have the feeling there that if Les had a couple more bullets in the bag, there could have been a problem. But credit on the other end of things, Luxio, both Vipers are putting on a fireworks spectacle. Luxio got bullied out of Blue Room and still managed to keep the pressure on the entire time. Played the rest of his team in.
It's very good, at least communication, I think, as well. Understood his role.
Yeah, being able to kill 2 players there, NW and Heat.
Yeah.
Incredible as well for all of the old heads to see NW and Heat playing on the same team together.
Wait, I mean, it's a great point.
That's an outrageous 2021
listen,
throwback.
Yeah, if this was 2021, I mean, we would be going crazy.
Yeah. Brazilian super team?
Yeah, wait a minute.
They got the 2 best Jet players together?
Plant Chat episode 4.
Yeah.
Might have been an episode, I can't remember, but we'll see here. KRU, they're very much gathered up here. Full pack mentality because they know they're up against the E-Coda. Showing a lot of respect to it. I mean, you're committing ults against this when you know it's the weaker buy of Loud. Crazy work, really. MW left to plug up the gaps in the potential flank. Prowler connects, tapping straight there though, rifle in hand.
To be honest though, I don't think they do know that it's the weaker buy of Loud Brand. Because
they could have forced, right?
Yeah, I mean, Loud having been able to win the previous round, I think KRU are thinking they would have gone for it.
That's a good point.
It is kind of wild to see them win the round and then eco.
Close. Into the corner here, it's Les. Makes them pay.
It's almost never a good decision to go for something like that. But the bonus was just so good from KRU and the damage done towards the end of the round so powerful from Les that Loud felt like they had to do it.
Yeah. Still a silver lining for them then that the ult was expended, but
yeah,
a bit more understandable.
But this is going to draw the actual scoreline level.
Yeah, 8-8. And it's been, honestly, not what I was expecting at all. The KRU style of play on Lotus, historically, when they were getting their wins, was very much picking their timings, fighting as a pack of 3 players, with Dante being the tip of the spear. And so far, both of these teams have just been taking it so controlled, slow, methodical.
I think that was also part of the way that Sadak liked to call.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, they would deathball around, but they would deathball slowly.
It was a lot of contacty, but then exploding out, right?
Dante's still only with those 3 kills to his name, by the way, but the rest of the squad has been able to get stuff done.
Struggling with the adjustments, changes to Neon.
This could be a change in tempo.
Yeah.
4-player stack walking up on B, ready to pop.
All the way up there. There was a vice wall into your face, but you're going to be flipping the door open now.
Just kidding.
Take a listen in momentarily. Let's see what's up.
Mano, acho que a cachoeira a gente abre chuva.
Hello, por favor, pra apontar aberto.
Eu banco cachoeira. Peraí, sai, sai, que eu vou bancar cachoeira. Paga? 1, 2, paguei. Tá, só fica aqui, Hello, fica aqui, Hello.
Mantém aberto.
Fica Hello aqui, mano.
Plantamos aberto, vamos jogar pra trás? Não, não, Hello não.
Ó, tenta aberto. 3 cachoeira.
Guys, o plant está bom, vamos jogar, por favor, pra isso.
Eu tô fudido aqui.
Tá, eu vou jogar na spike, você tá muito fodido mesmo, tio.
E abre, chama a cachoeira rápido.
Não vai ter nada quase,
Tá,
não tenho mod.
Não, não tenho game,
Tá.
Saiu. O cara é perto. Esse.
Guys, esse.
Mais um. Eu ganhei agora, calma.
Dá pra ganhar. Um lá em cima e um embaixo, Ritão.
Tá te marcando.
Não vai defusar, não.
Last player standing.
Ai, Léo, você não confiou em mim, mano.
Não.
And that is an absurd turn of events there from Loud. Getting the fuse in the end. I was a little bit worried when they flipped open the door and Heat was just taking over.
Yeah, that was a 5v3 at some point in that round. They found the opener here on Dante. Then they picked off Sadak as well, who was isolated. And then almost let that massive advantage slip away.
1 enemy remaining.
As Heat just found timings on them over and over. But it's their tier 2 lone player who does it. The KRU Spark player who's coming up and playing against KRU. A dagger to the back. A 2 to Kazin.
There's a pit to open. There's a lot of presence from Loud over towards C. Heavy reinforcements, really. David was just holding for the haunt timing, a bit delayed into the round. Wall's going to be fading. Kazin. Potentially overcommitting into a spot like this. He's going to be able to get out. He does have a satchel potentially. That is a whiff onto the nade. My God, he's doing more damage to himself than the enemies are. Stuns there. Satchel's up towards the top. Now he can't get out of there. Surely going down. An attempt at a bailout as well as the fight is taken forwards. Still a 4v4.
Yeah, to be honest, his team did a decent job there of at least making him go 1-for-1.
Not a knife for Erde. Just skip straight past that one, yes. So he's got all of his senses towards it. But now with that Prowler, it's going to be taken away once more. We're going to see it moving forwards, but all the way from the back. It's Darker activating, attempting there with a spray control. There's a lot of damage done. The cleanup potentially now with Davi. Straight there still, trying to keep control towards backside. The plant making it awkward for KRU. The squeeze on them. 2v3. Bonus is definitely placed onto their shoulders. They've got to get this plant down, but they can't find a safe position to play in.
They're surrounded.
They really are. I don't know which way to play. MW holding for now, and it's very controlled in terms of his aim. Calm in the moment. 19 seconds left. Still going for the tap there, but revealed up by the Haunt. We'll have to deal with it now. Trail's pointing towards it, but less covering it all.
Well, that's experience for you. Lesson MW. Navigate that situation immaculately. They were utterly surrounded. A player heaven, a player pit, and one covering the flank. But the only advantage of being surrounded like that is that if you can tap the spike and lure out 1v1s, there's not going to be crossfires. There's not going to be people able to swing off each other. It is going to be a series of 1v1s. And they baited all 3 players into 3 separate ones. Les has now taken the lead in terms of this battle between the 2 Vipers. 21-11 for Les.
That's unreal.
Over the course of 18 rounds, pretty excellent. I mean, no slouch on the other side too. Luxio and Kazim with 16 and 15 kills respectively. They are doing fine. It's just that Les has taken over. He's got 7 times as many kills as Dante. It's mad. Like, the kill differential on the team is crazy.
Wasn't expecting that.
No.
Was not expecting that at all. 9-9 between these teams.
It's a bit worrying if Les at any point takes his foot off the gas pedal though, because KRU are relying on him so heavily.
It's a timeout taken. All that pressure that's been applied here. Back and forth we go between these 2 squads. money potentially for a couple of bits and pieces and shares in the hands of the Loud players.
A reminder that Loud won round 15 and ecoed round 16.
Yeah.
And then it's just been back and forth. So they're on minimum loss bonus and they've got nothing to be able to work with here. So their money has been under so much more pressure than KRU's. That's why you're getting this situation coming up again.
It's given ins here for this KRU squad. Again, fight to be taken at Haunt. It's broken for now. Pot shots here by Erdi. We'll have to respect this now. He's going to be hearing a lot of footsteps coming his way. Crossing over the sand. Call again for the pause.
KRU make a lot of noise there. It's a long-range Thorns that's been thrown.
Yeah. They don't have players on the other side of the map. Smoke dissipates. Hold on. Spotting it now. There's plenty of players here waiting. A lot of Utah. Oh my god!
Look at the assists on that.
Yeah, I mean, they just turned into pink mist. That is unbelievable. Valorant moment, prime.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now just a hold here. Anticipating there's going to be that repeat. Loud looking for information. KRU aware of the fact as well that the money could have been potentially a force into this round, but unlikely. Now they've seen what Loud had to offer.
Sadek does love going for the re-hits though when he cuts noise like this.
He's going to be going for a calling for at least with that TP. Puts it up now. Boombot catches that Prowler. There it is. Dante gets involved a little bit more.
You've seen him normally in the previous stage, he'd be sliding into people. Now sliding away from people to be able to get that angle.
Marshall getting some significant damage done, but no kills claimed. It's Heat in the end, ready to mop it up, and these ults now starting to get online, collected up here for this KRU team, and now a one-round lead.
Yeah, this is looking really dangerous for Loud. The fact that KRU have been able to pick up the pistol, do so much damage on the bonus, is still having lasting effect, both on the economy and on the ult. KRU can put together a pretty simple round here that revolves around Heat's showstopper. And there isn't that much that Loud can do about it. I think Darker's ultimate is the best one, the Steel Garden, if they end up going towards him at all. He's posted up on B.
Maybe a struggle. Stray spam here from the ledge, just hailing down, but that's a deep TP and out of showstopper. You've some very far back. Does get a bit of extra information here. The deep horns as well. The fuses running short. An adjustment. And Lucio just based that shot out. Still has kills to be claimed. Dante gliding to the side, and the stun was even better. It's a two-piece. Finally getting online. Finally getting involved. Now just holding, anticipating that reaction play. 3 kills now, just steadily building it up piece by piece.
And Les has found a timing on Lucio as well.
Perfect.
This is an immaculate round by KRU. And Dante with a little chuckle as he sprays the body. I think starting to feel like he's getting into the game.
Okay.
This round has been a killer one for Loud. KRU comboing those ults together. I love the Omen ult with the Raze ult there.
Yeah.
Sadak can just give information to Heat about where they're running away, where he could potentially get a free kill. It's also Heat's ultimate creates a lot of space for Sadak to be able to stick the ult. Really tough to stick around and deny that Omen ult when Heat is bearing down on you. And KRU come up with a 2-round lead and keep the pressure on Loud's economy.
Yeah, it's looking strong right now for KRU. Seeing potential, I see that. Oh, 2 kills early from Dante. I mean, it's a double face as well, but he ISOs the angles really nicely.
And those are the 2 new players from Loud. But I don't exactly know what they thought was going on there. They go for a jump peek, and I don't know. You could give credit there to Dante with the way that he isolates the 1v1 in that spot. But they were very worried about him, and with good reason. Dante made them pay. It's now Loud with their final tack timeout to work with. This team came out with some really nice ideas early on here, but KRU fixed what was going wrong. And on this attack half with the double duelists, Loud have not been able to keep up.
And it feels like Loud almost shooting themselves in the foot in terms of the management of the economy. Put themselves in a tough spot here now, looking to see if they can claw their way in. In terms of adjustments, it's been pretty clinical for KRU. Like you said, it's been easy going. Haven't had to do anything too complicated.
think grabbing an op or getting somebody posted a little deeper over towards rubble would be an incredibly important adjustment for Loud. If you can get one person holding rubble so that the others can just go and stack towards B and C.
How about 4?
Well, four I think is fine if your job is just to leave one guy inserted. But if 4 people stick around on this side of the map, I'm going to be worried.
He's nade off the rip, but it doesn't go towards the back of rubble, so Sadak is able to just TP, avoid most of it. Door opens up wide. Potential for fights to be claimed on either side of the map.
Yeah, and Loud do not have anybody over towards rubble deep. They faked like they were fighting over it. Now they might come back and try to punish Sadak. This wall is dangerous.
And walking all the way back in here. Z just behind the box. Shoulder to shoulder. That's a steel guard and held by Darker. I think he wants to try and get involved with the fight here. Yeah. As soon as he sees it now, it's going to be let loose, ripped off here with the ultimates, and Sadak just desperately trying to escape the TP. Somehow he gets out.
It's criminal. He's got away with that.
It's a lovely peel from Dante. Throws up the walls as well to have an avenue to escape.
That was supposed to be a big team refight for Loud.
It's just not put together well enough.
Well, there's only Sadak there, and he gets away with a kill.
Disjointed is the play. Thrown away an ult in the process. KRU putting that slow squeeze across the map here. You can see what it's doing to this Loud team. They are scattered.
And the ult gets used there erroneously because they don't have the information. They don't know how many people from KRU are actually there. They just assume it's a full team.
30 seconds. Big stack of bodies over towards A, but it looks like that's not even the goal currently for KRU. Okay. Add another one up. Putting a differential here into the Viper head-to-head. Plant down. Potential for it to be punished. The bullets go both ways.
They don't need these kind of kills. KRU are already in a dominant position. And now Darker and Davi, they got nothing to do in this round.
Yeah, it's great calling.
They're walking back into Sadak and Les. The 2 former Loud players who won the biggest trophy there is to win with this org. Know exactly where Darker is. I don't think they quite know where Davi is, but they're going to open this door and try to hunt down the guns anyway.
Yeah, take them out, and this money is important. The guns, the weaponry needs to be kept intact. Loud. They've got nothing to really work with here. Heat is on one now. Running a mockery over the round. Darker desperate to stay alive, trying to stave off the horde, but Les straight there behind. And that's that 12th round earned up. KRU in a dominant prime position here to take away Lotus.
You can see the difference between this comp when it gets on the attack side and the defense side. I think you can give a ton of credit to coaching staff, Erda, for having decent ideas in the first half of this map, but they have not been able to hold off any of these attack side pressures from KRU. And only one more round indeed separates KRU from another win on Lotus. We'll have to see whether their map pool is a bit better than it was in the first stage, but Sadak still looks like he has a good idea of how he wants to play here.
It's an early fight again, just lobbing neutral over towards A rubble, but KRU's so happy to disrespect it. They've already walked up and taken control over towards A rubble.
And if this was some kind of trap, Sadak is always the first guy in, the tip of the spear, trying to bait it out. Look again, he allowed wants to go for this punish, trying to turn it into a trap play, and KRU have just evaporated.
Yep, just waiting behind the wall, but no one is home.
The awareness of what Loud want to do here is very strong.
Conceding up a lot of that space. TP's up early. He's going to be hearing most of this now. Footsteps onto the sand. As they're playing a bit more position here, he's looking to see if he can take more risks in a round like this.
This round, Loud actually have something going on. A paranoia still to hold people off. Loud haven't lost people yet.
Yeah, KRU trying to steadily work their way in here. Again, Prowler, Sadak happy to be the first one in to take that contact. Dante straight behind him now, but a stun, it does connect. TP, where's he gone? Trying to escape the eye of it, but Sadak who hunts him out. Sniffs him out of his position now. We're going to see this one kills potentially there for it. Good trades intact from KRU. Looking to put a pin into this game, into this map here. Take Lotus away. Lucho and Darker now, just with the Guardians. Bullets flying forwards, but they're just hoping for a lucky connection. And it looks like their luck must be just running completely out. All angles going to be watched for here. Hold on. There's one to be found. Heat, though, he's just locked onto this one. Ready and waiting. Completely disengaging, still looking for the play here. This is Loud looking to try and survive into this one. Still, kills potentially going their way, but it's all up to Darker now. On his shoulders, good clean adjustment here from the Guardian. Aim, peeling back and away. Looks to see where that spike is and knows he has to get half. It's the only one come forward. A wide face from Les, enough to seal that deal. Lotus now claimed up here for KRU.
It's their map pick for a reason. 5-1 on it this year in VCT. KRU looking strong in home territory, even after the compositional swap, the roster swap. And a bit of a tough opening, being down at the half.
Yeah.
But managed to come through with some really nice attacking ideas. And the composition wasn't one-dimensional on their attack side. They had lots of different ways of being able to make that work.
Ton of new ones from the way that Sadak was calling this one here, but there are opportunities for Loud to come back into this. It's their map pick coming up next, Breeze. Don't miss it, and don't go anywhere.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Está todo Miocera, llega activo para hacer la triple. ¿Qué está haciendo Miocera?
Daqui leva dois, o Ed também leva o seu!
(13-9) win on that map of Lotus. That for KRU definitely feels like home and Zonic. We know that this map has been incredible throughout the year, 5-1 so far for you guys. But what should we expect for the rest of the KRU map pool?
I mean, yeah, I think everyone knows that Lotus is one of the best map from us. Part of the idea is trying to improve the other maps as well. We've been improving in a quite rapidly rhythm. But yeah, I mean, you can expect good maps on the next games.
So should we also expect more of that double duelist with Heat?
Oh, you'll see.
Very excited. Thank you so much.
Zonic hitting us with the spicy "Oh, you'll see." Well, you know what else we're seeing here?
Aww.
History. Look at this here. Then and now, Les as well as Sadak, they were teaming together back on Loud when they won that championship, and now they're here on KRU, hoping to bring the same to the Pink brand. We'll see if that is going to be the case here, folks, as KRU managed to pick up that victory 13-9. And one of the things that we had noticed immediately was like, hey, this Loud team's putting together some big rounds here, Alexis, but KRU, you cannot count those guys out. Going into the half, they responded in kind.
Yeah, starting off, I felt like Loud just looked more warmed up. Like they were just mechanically hitting shots. I didn't see any big mistakes coming out from KRU. I think they just had to get their footing in the server, to be honest. But yeah, KRU was able to recover beautifully in the second half.
Yeah, it also helps too when you have a player like Les who's absolutely dominating as well. So many plays that were critical for him. The one that immediately sticks out to me was his solo hold C site with the judge in the pit. It pretty much just had to make the entire team just respect him, Mel, at that point. He's just been so instrumental for this team. He's always been an instrumental player.
Yeah, I feel like maybe against different players you can get in by just contacting into the ult like they did, but when you're against Les, bro, use the fatal. You got to do something. This guy is going to punish every mistake. I mean, speaking of mistakes, the Prowler, that was the second Prowler that missed him that round, and he's going to collect a 2K off of that. Dude, this guy's just so consistent.
I wonder if anyone else was like watching, like any of our co-streamers, anyone watching at home, watch that play, watch that Prowler, miss Les, and be like, I can see the future. I know what's going to happen.
You don't know how
here.
many times that's happened to me, too.
Oh.
Same thing.
It's a heartbreaker. But on the other side, though, you had Lookshow, who he was showing some big moments as well, but he wasn't really able to put it together at the end there. Alexis, where do you feel like Loud kind of stumbled toward that finish line there? Because the first half looked good from them.
I'm not gonna lie, you can't let Sadak get comfortable calling on attack.
Yeah.
Like that's his playground, that's where he thrives. So it's really hard for Loud to adjust in the moment to Sadak's calling without using, you know, both their attack timeouts to be like, oh, what should we do? Because Sadak is so good at changing pace, going fast, going slow, planning at 10 seconds. They still seem very comfortable in those situations.
Yeah, it really, and Sideshow and Brent were talking about it, right? Just some great calling from Sadak. You could see how all that played out. And you could see it on their faces too. Round after round, as they were continuing to build up this lead, Mel, it was a KRU that was feeling a little bit more happy, a little bit more joyous. And they're going to try and ride this momentum. You heard Coach Sonic talking about Breeze, that they're going to maybe bust out the double duelist there. It just feels like this is a KRU squad that, you know, should be feeling pretty good about themselves right now because they were able to dig deep in those moments where they needed it.
Yeah, I mean, any team with Sadak on it is just going to be so fun to watch from just the outside perspective. Seeing everyone get so hyped up, he's such a great emotional leader in that sense, and you could definitely see everyone feeding off of it. And I just really want to give props again to Les and the calling of Sadak. I really want to take note of the fact that Les was really switching up his lurks. He was throwing his orb towards C, and Sadak was actually the A guy a lot of the rounds. He would TP across, and he'd be the one getting a lurk kill. So if you're the other team, like, yo, is Les lurking here? Is he over here? Like, it adds a whole other level of, like, obfuscation that is really difficult to call against.
I mean, we know as IGLs how easy our life is when our Senti player is doing things like that.
Yeah.
It makes calling so much simpler.
All the Sentinels players out there are like sweating right now. Like, wait, what? What do I have to do here? Well, let's go ahead and hear from the Loud camp. We have Romanilli standing by ahead of map 2.
Although that first map went the way of KRU for Loud, it was very close. And Romanilli, I want to talk about the new additions that you have for the team, especially for TK Zin. He was in that academy team for KRU. And also for Dabi, did you already have your eyes on these two players to pick up?
We were seeing them like in the beginning of the year for Loud. So yeah, it was like a really good scout that we made in the beginning of the year. We were seeing them, another players from other regions too. In the end, me, Barry, and the staff thought that it was our best fit for the second split. So yeah, we decided to go with them.
Oh, you're going to that map pickup, Brisa. Best of luck.
And look, even though they weren't able to pick up the win on map 1, we saw a Loud team that came out of the gate swinging. They were looking good, hitting their shots, getting those rounds, but it was really about closing it out. But you heard there from Coach Romanilli, we're going to Loud's pick. It's Breeze, the sunny beaches. And hey, there's an opportunity here for KRU to maybe end this one 2-0, but Alexis, you have to be looking toward Loud here and see what they bring to the table.
Yeah, I am really confident in Loud. If they are going to take a map, it's going to be this one because it is so mechanically intensive, and Loud are looking warmed up. They're looking primed right now.
Yeah, I'm curious what they're going to be looking to run here, especially with those new additions that have been added to the squad.
Double duelist definitely still on the table for us here, although they only ran single duelist on Lotus. This is more of a map where you can get rewarded for the double duelist flexibility on Breeze. But honestly, I'm a little worried for Loud just because they're starting on the defense, and we talked about, you know, Lexi brought up Sadok's calling got really up and running on the attack side. So with them starting in the attack, being able to set the tempo, being able to set the pace, I think it's looking a little scary still.
And look, if you were watching map 1, you saw Heat hitting some wild op shots. So I also think you give Heat that space to be able to work around the map, do what he needs to do. That could be problematic for any team because he was hitting some really nasty ones. But on the other side for Loud though, you know, Alexis, you have to wonder, right? Does Loud rather, you know, as they look at like what they're trying to implement into this, and it is going to be Breeze, so it is a map that is familiar with them. Is there any room for creativity for them to try and maybe send Sadok spinning with some different ideas? Like, what could they potentially present here that could put them over the finish line here, Force Map 3?
They could come out with an interesting comp that kind of puts Sadok like a little wrench in his plans. To kind of think harder about what he has to call in the moment. I know I've seen some teams play Sage on this map. I've seen people run the Phoenix. So I'm excited to see what they have to show us.
Yeah, tons of options here, of course, folks. Players again loaded up and into the server. So we're going to take a quick pause for the cause, and Brennan's Sideshow will be guiding you for map 2 in just a moment.
Here we are looking at Loud, seeing if they can get it done on their map pick of Breeze, map 2 in this series. And it is a historic one, really. A lot of history between the players and the orgs between each of them. And then we're seeing a couple of glimpses, hints and teasers. There we are. Now we're going to get the full glimpse of what they are picking and opting into.
And already, different stuff, right? Being able to see Heat come out on the Jet, that'll excite everybody who's a Heat fan.
Yeah.
I think, was it Alexis or Mel that was popping off about?
Yeah, Alexis was going crazy.
Yeah, about Heat. So that's interesting to see. I mean, the head-to-head here as well of Heat versus Tikazine, both on the Jet, being empowered in theory by that.
I mean, the whole time in this series, we've been talking about the old versus the new. IGLs versus each other, Les versus Luke Show, and you also got, like you said, I mean, you got Heat versus Tikazine. And we're seeing a player standing up, stretching. I don't like that.
You're not a fan of stretching?
Well, no, it's actually fine. You know, it's healthy behavior, but not a fan of them not sitting down with the mouse in their hand.
Does it make you slightly concerned that we
might
be buying some time here?
Little bit.
Yeah, Loud have really liked going towards Breeze across this year, but I think they've shown that there are some wobbles with the way that they execute the defense side. And that's the one that they're going to be starting on here. They've got a Cypher in the comp. They've got Luke Show playing Harbor. Normally, the Harbor is the big worry for me on the defense side because Harbor requires that you play it in a really specific way. You need that value for the retake.
Anchoring on A, that's a red card.
Yeah, but Luke Show is such a skilled player that I've seen him anchor on A and get away with it.
He does get away with it.
By shooting people.
Yep.
And taking crazy aggressive timings.
I mean, you get shot, you die. So,
famously.
And it still works, man. Still works.
They didn't patch that?
They never patched it.
That is wild.
It's crazy. Yeah, all right, time ticking down, though. Time to see what Loud can do. And I do want to see improvements. They're starting on the defense half as well. The defense side of this map. And we saw glimpses, I think, some hesitation in their step as well onto Lotus more generally. But now, a lot of pressure is going to be placed on the shoulders of Tikazin. He is holding down this angle. Line of sight now with that Sheriff. Just looking for the adjustments. And there it is, just pure disrespect. Ignores the dart towards his back and already just claims a kill with Heat going down to stun. Oh. Matters not. Beautiful work. Damage done. This guy is ripping and tearing. Tikazin. That's what you want to see.
Ace denied towards the end. Brutal. Give him it. He would have been good for it, I promise. Those first 4 were electric. Great way of being able to get those funds up as well. He'll absolutely be able to get the op online.
I love the confidence as well.
He should have died to Dante right there.
Yeah.
I think Dante will be kicking and screaming that he wasn't able to get that one across the line. Stunned up, gets the slide onto him.
Confidence, just disrespect the dart behind him. Still step forward and take the fight. It's a Pistoranos open the blink of an eye still. Look at that, a lot of damage being done and it is traded out. Almost getting the kill though onto Heat.
Yeah, the first danger player dealt with.
Only gave up Marshall though, so not the end of the world.
No, not at all. It's these kind of aggressive positions from Luke Show that fill me with a little bit of concern, but he backs up on a safer position towards yellow. Fair enough. But I got my eye on him, man.
Yeah.
This defensive composition as well, like Loud have shifted their comp to add the Cypher in. So now in theory, the Cypher should be able to lock down one side of the map and give them decent information. So they don't need Luke Show to be playing super aggressively on the other side, but it's in his bones. He loves to take fights.
Wants to be aggressive, lean into that mechanical ability that he has. Looks like to be a slow, steady round here by KRU. Both orbs were available.
Yeah, they're going to go over and test Darker. Yeah. It is strange to see a Cypher on Breeze with a Loud jersey, and it's not less. Again, I feel like I'm going through a time portal back to 2021.
It is strange. Darker looking to see if we can retreat away from this one. He does concede up all of this space still. Got to be careful of that one with the Marshall into the hands of Heat. He's low as anything here. Can be a sharp shooter though. And they got a plant down. If Loud take their sweet time with this one, there could be danger in it. They've already picked up a kill. Okay. Still, there's less activating.
And there's been chip damage done to Darker.
I'm a little bit concerned still.
No, it'll be fine.
It should be, right?
Don't worry about it.
It should be fine. W surely is going to get...
It'll be fine.
Yeah, okay. Less 40 HP. Surely he doesn't get another one. Okay, ran down. Taken out. And with that Cove, yeah, it's no potential really for it to be spammed down. It's time ticking. Heat. Hunting for the kill here, but yeah, there was no real chance. As soon as the Cove was activated.
Yeah, there was never any danger. There was never any danger. Don't worry about it. Oh, what are you getting so anxious about? The Cove does make an enormous difference in a spot like that. And that's why you've got to prioritize trying to keep your Harbor alive into the late game. Because if Lucho isn't alive in a spot like that, it becomes genuinely clutchable.
Yeah.
But the Cove diffuse pressure is one of the biggest reasons that you run the Harbor on this map. It has taken the sting out of Loud's bonus. This is one of the things that KRU did so well to them on Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, Lucio's only there with the Ghost. Jump spotting. Puffing up the feathers, he's looking to see if he can make himself appear a lot bigger than he actually is. Stuns himself in the process. Dante now with the wall though, fast lane, dividing up most of this side and calling for caution. Pause, slower take here towards the A site.
Yeah, no pause from Loud though on the flank retake.
No, they are rapid onto this one. They already have that full mid control, and that's Lucio. Hold on, how is he getting that and getting away with it in between the gaps of the pyramid, but eventually falling. Darker forwards, Darker turning around. Davy plays off the pressure perfectly. And just like that, Sadak now. Tumultuous spot, isn't it?
He doesn't know about Tikazin's positioning, but Tikazin doesn't have an angle on him at the moment.
Might have just found the perfect window, but Davi's going to be there waiting.
And this is all a game of timings.
Sadak starts sprinting, anticipating it to be clear.
Oh, that's nice. He put
out.
Oh, man. Does he even see him? Not at all.
30 seconds left.
There's no way. They've just missed each other.
Sadak paused for a moment under bridge to put a smoke down, a fake smoke, at that. A double door, making it feel like he was still on the A side.
Just slipped straight past it.
It pulled Davi away.
Yep.
Spike planted.
Here now. He does have the dart in the back pocket too. That's going to be a nice tool to use.
And he's got a pull. Sadak.
Yeah. That's a dangerous one. He's got to try and find safe avenues though, especially with Zing waiting here. And there it is. Aware of the possibilities. Could have gone wrong there, but Loud convert.
And that's a bonus.
Yeah.
One with...
They had nothing.
Shoddy weaponry. I think they came in with 2 Guardians, maybe a rifle? Not much though. This is the Luke Show classic. That harbor wall with a little gap in front of the pyramids and then he plays forwards. On a round like this, where you're working with lighter weaponry, go for it, take the risk.
Yeah.
And it works out for him. 3-0 lead for Loud.
Much better beginnings. What's going on with the money on KRU side?
Yeah, I mean, they've got the funds to be able to buy into this.
Yeah. Okay.
But it's going to be 2 Guardians. And an outlaw for Tikazine is looking real nice right now.
Looking real nice. Just trying to pre-fire there, straight into the box, just anticipating where the server could be played, but now he's way out to the open to Tikazine. A whole heap of trouble. He's going to try and evacuate now. Looking to get bailed out here by Luke Show, but that's immediately the high tide is going to be ripped his way across. Alongside it now, the Hunter's Fury. That's a great connection. Luke Show cleans up there towards the back of the box. The stray shots though from the Hunter's Fury goes a miss.
Are they going to keep these aggro post-plant positions?
Yeah, they are so down deep right now. And it's that smoke! Dominated. Control of it taken up here by Tikazine, and it makes a massive difference into the 4v4. Steady clearance into the double doors.
Yeah, MW's coming around behind double doors.
Yeah, we could be going for the flank now. It's just about time pressure. Can KRU buy enough of it for MW to really activate? Because right now it's all Loud. They are just running over all of this. MW choosing to take the fight early there. Doesn't play his time and just spam straight through these shots in the dark. Through the smoke. Pull also being offloaded.
No time.
And now, yeah, no time at all. Works out in the end here for KRU. Damaging stuff, though. Get the hell out of that.
A round on the board for KRU towards the end then. They managed to get into really deep positions there, utilizing that double duelist comp to push all the way through to yellow and lock this off. I don't think that was the best play in the world, but the post-plant ideas, the snake bite, the pull, the re-flank. As soon as they got into a post-plant, KRU had layers that they were going to play with afterwards. It's good to see, because our big question is about the map pool for this team. We know that they can win on Lotus. We've seen them win on Lotus, but what does it look like on the rest of the pool? Especially if we get to map 3 on the new map.
Unknown quantity.
You are divided.
All right, we're going to see it now. The Cosmic Divide is going to be able to send this one flying forwards along with that fast lane. It's definitely dividing up most of the B site. Trips, though, calls for the pause here. You're going to be a bit cautious when you're trying to maneuver away around this. Definitely can get you tangled up, and it has bought time for the reinforcements to arrive. It's a heavy stack of bodies now. Loud got absolutely everybody in the right place at the right time. Good adjustment there. Tiger Paradisation, but slipping in between these smokes. How's Les getting away with that one? And Luke Show's right there!
No way.
Les dominating!
That's vile.
Ridiculous stuff. Decision made for him. Davi forced to pull back and out.
This round was ridiculous. Loud went for a flood play. They got bodies into the site. Every POV we looked at is in a smoke, looking at a wall.
It's chaos.
We had to go into free cam at some point there just to figure out what was going on. But I mean, the players can't go into free cam. It was just timings on timings.
It's a game of it.
And Les coming out on top in the moments that we saw there towards the end. For a moment, he also saw Luke Show's barrel sticking through. KRU come out of it with 4 players still alive and putting the hurt onto Loud's economy. They are back in this.
They are back in. Fast hit onto the B as well, exactly. Great round to cook up.
I think that's one of the things that this double duelist comp is going to do the best.
Yeah.
And if you can get through the Cypher utility, why not?
Yeah.
Like if Loud have just anchored that site, got bodies in and still lost, with 4 players alive, keep doing it.
I mean, that's supposed to be the big piece that's really going to stop you from going for fast hits up towards B is the Cypher. You don't want to be running your Neon or your double duelist into it.
And yet they just ran through the back of site
disrespected
towards ladder and planks and just took over. There's the tank time outcome.
Yeah, the button being pressed, isn't it? Yeah.
Romanilli's trying to figure out what to do here because the team doesn't even have a good buy. You had a player save, Davi stayed alive towards the end. So you've got some guns to be able to work with, but you don't have the Blade Storm. It's not going to be good no matter which way you slice it. And more crucially, like we were talking about from a strategic point of view, that was supposed to be your whole defensive idea on B.
Yeah.
They had the Cypher setup. They had the harbor wall. They flood in behind the harbor wall. They have bodies on the site. And yet still, everybody falls.
It's definitely going to be putting a question in terms of their setup defensively. The question is how Loud want to play. Do you still want to stick to the same game plan? It doesn't look like it. But also this is a bit of a weird one in terms of the buy. So could just be a bit of a one-off round for them, but we'll see if the trend continues. Darker moving over towards the A side now.
Yeah, they might want to long-term put Tukazine with an operator on B.
Yeah.
Something like that. Maybe have Ode anchor it, although the Astra anchor is not amazing on B.
It might be the play. I mean, Tukazine's saving a lot of money into this next round. He hasn't even bought half armor. Might be just looking to see if he can get the op into his hands here. Nice little takeover towards elbow. Dante's pretty fast up onto that line.
Take flight.
Rest of the team also trying to scope out towards mid here. Dante's going to be getting some good information. Trying to get the tag here. Less some potential, honestly. You're getting spammed out if there was a player into double doors, but he gets out.
We're seeing Heat and Dante hold hands around the map a ton.
Ooh.
What a shot.
Okay. That's clean work.
Here.
Might have another opportunity to fight Darker here. Hello.
Darker? Okay. He's in the selfie cam.
Do we know that Nest is completely open?
Yeah, I mean, that's a bit bizarre, isn't it? Okay.
Very weird.
KRU being very good at this, though. The stopping and starting. Pump fakes a bounce. Sadak's calling as well, making sure that always never be overzealous, never really just overrunning into plenty of these players. There's a chance for timing. Luke Shadow, he's caught into the corner there. Mopped up momentarily.
They took risks like this on a... Hello, Dante. Ooh. They took risks like this on a previous light buy round, and it did end up working for them. So I'm not... I guess you can't be that mad about it, but definitely could have played this one a little better, put a bit more pressure onto KRU. KRU have walked away with a gimme round here.
Yeah.
But we knew that Romanilli was taking the timeout just to work for round 7. So this one, they didn't have a full investment. In the next round, presumably they'll have the op, they'll have maybe a different defensive setup, although I would expect Darker to stay on A, I suppose, if they've changed something up. It definitely feels, though, like even though KRU have only just tied it up, they're the ones in control. That's after losing, a pistol and a bonus.
Rarely you're able to see a team come back into it like this, but it is 3-3. No damage then being done. The bank is being built up entirely now for KRU as well. They got a lot of money to work with. You're gonna be able to get a string of buys together.
Yeah, that's the problem with not actually doing much damage during these rounds. So Tukazine is gonna go for an operator, but they've swapped Darker back over to B. So the idea of having the op in a different position that we were theory crafting, apparently not the game plan. Their B defense is going to look broadly similar to the one that KRU just ran over.
Yeah. Might be a similar game plan as well from KRU, where they're just putting a lot of pressure into mid, sending forwards here with a shock darts. Hunter's Fury making it trying to feel like that B pop, and it has pulled out Hunter's Fury defensively to try and clean up these players. Done a good job with it, but that wasn't ever the goal. Still, the spike is actually just dropped down. I mean, if this is going to be a fast reaction, guess what? The spike is not going to be anywhere close, so the defense is in order. Loud. Bunkering down now, reinforcements never really left in the first place. They've got players in the right positions with the high tide forwards into the cloud burst, but Tukazine again in the right place for it. It's all gone a little bit amiss, hasn't it, for KRU?
Certainly has. MW and Les left to pick up the pieces, but don't see how this one's going to be winnable.
That's a rough round.
So, I mean, coming out of the timeout, you know that Loud are going to have swapped something up, and so Sadak's decision is, let's go for a fake. They do the B fake into an A walk. but the B fake didn't work in the slightest. It's actually quite a nice adjustment on the trip position from Darker, who cleans up the round. He puts the trip over towards that left side of sight, and so Dante runs straight into it, hits a trip and a cam and a defensive Sova ultimate, and that just allows Erde to get into this position where he gets a clean kill. And at that point, you don't have to overreact. The A-side players don't have to start rotating off at all, because your B anchors are telling him, listen, don't worry, we got it, handled it.
That goes there.
Yeah.
But Dante is struggling.
Yeah, he has been, hasn't he?
Those are the kind of rounds where sometimes we see the Neons go for a silent walk into sight, where he was noisy, ran into the Cypher util, died, still got a goose egg.
Not got a lot of confidence right now. Towards the end of Lotus, we were seeing Sadaka was putting his body on the line to try and create space for Dante, which probably feeling like the confidence needed to be pumped up a little bit. Seeing a lot of pressure now coming over towards it. As a split, High Tide has already ripped his way through. Lucio not seen it all! Oh my god! Just says past it. This is his domain. He's gonna work magic over towards here. Smokes on smokes, obfuscating where he could be in the bloody walls. Crew left. Trying to see if they can escape out of this one, taking the time and past it.
Lucio just absolutely will not be stopped trying to take these timings.
Oh, he loves it.
No, but he's just got amazing information for the rest of his team. They should be rotating off the A site right now, I think.
Sounds good too.
Especially as the cam catches contact. You start to see Darker leaning over in this direction.
Crew all over the place.
Yeah, I'm slightly worried about Erde being on his own here. If he falls too easily, B is open, but he's good for it.
It's a peek.
30 seconds left.
Dismisses the challenge of less, and now they're in a 5v2 that looks fairly stable.
Yeah, should be. Sadaka's very much alone, 20 seconds remaining. It's a trip down at his feet, but game of timings has just continues Erde. Straight past the smoke. Not much MW can do from a spot like this, so will be another round here for Loud. I feel like it's almost...
10 seconds left.
It was very, very good work from Lucio all around.
Look at the trip position over here as well.
He's been moving it further back, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's just trying to anticipate that B pop coming through. But it's the positioning that these duelists died in that I think is slightly the issue here for Crew. I was saying, though, that they're trying to hold hands around the map. Heat and Dante are always together, but the way in which they die here, they couldn't be more on top of each other. They're just holding the same stuff. For a moment, Heat thinks about, oh, I should be trying to hold for that timing. You see there the little glance backwards? Oh. He knows that there is a timing there that Lucio will like to take, but it feels like the roles... It feels to me like Heat feels like he has to do both things. Like he has to watch behind and he has to be the player going forwards. There doesn't seem to necessarily be that level of trust and coordination between them, even though they're together on the timings. And needless to say, that continues the run of rough luck for Dante.
Yeah. No, I don't mean to discredit Loud too much in these past two rounds because they have been playing pretty well, but it does feel like a little bit like Crew are tripping over themselves.
Yeah.
As we've been seeing.
I think that's fair to say. I think this is, though, a comp that it is somewhat easy to trip over on the defense side because you have to navigate an op, you have to navigate the Cypher trips, you also have to navigate, I mean, weirdly enough, Lucio taking timings all over the place.
Showing his house of mirrors that he creates every time you try and step over towards A.
Yeah.
It's like you have no bloody idea where this guy is.
And normally that's a bit of a rough thing for the Harbor to be doing because a lot of the time you're going to go 1-for-1 and then you don't have the same level of power on the retake.
Yeah.
But the way that Loud is currently getting value out of him, he's 7-4, it's working.
Well, Crew all grouped up now over towards B.
Well, it was the B hit that worked perfectly last time.
Yeah. We've seen adjustments though still with these trips. As we were saying, the evolution of it. As soon as one is figured out, he moves it back. That's not ideal.
Right. Come on.
Losing the plot a little bit, aren't we? Updraft, did you miss the updraft dash?
Oh, no.
We can't be doing this.
No, the trip's
You can't be
broken.
putting me through this, man. You can't be putting me through this. Loud. Gonna try and anchor down here. Erde. He's found himself this corner as the smoke fades away. He was holding his breath there. There's tension in the round in the air, but it's being watched for. Good movement. Sliding around to the side there. It's almost like Sadak's on the ice skates. And now, beautiful pre-fire. Les got it all controlled.
Enemy kill.
Took a zoom with this operator. I'd love to see if he can escape out with it. But
I think that's the only thing that he really can do in this round at this point.
Yeah.
He's not going to be able to impact it any further. I mean, the...
No, where do you want to start?
Well, I guess there's a massive difference between the execution and the result.
Yeah.
The execution was sloppy, and yet the result is another round on the board for KRU.
Yep.
And so, if you're mangling your own exec, and yet it's still working, you should probably keep doing it. Because if you get it right, it's going to be even better. They knew where the trips were. They had some decent idea that the trips existed in that rough area towards the left. They didn't actually manage to break them. MW missing one of those shocks.
It happens.
But they, you know, even though they got themselves in a bit of a stuck scenario, they managed to dig themselves out. And Dante gets on the board, crucially, by trading out heat as well.
Yeah.
Which I think is going to be a bit of a theme. It looks like Dante is now playing the Neon role a bit as a second trader kind of guy.
Where he's first kill of the game.
Yeah, but when he's been getting his value on Lotus as well, he's been kind of sliding off somebody else's contact rather than trying to open it up himself.
It's having a rough game. Well, teammates are making sure to prop him up.
The B exec worked, so let's go to A. A Sadak masterclass.
Yeah, we're sending it in now. See that Harbour ult rolls forwards now to see if they can cut this one out. As a lovely one at that. Stops just at the doorway, so it's going to be difficult to see if he can get past it. Daka! You knew that Dante had crossed, and it's Dante that does put him down into the grave. Not gently at that. Luke Show still in a hard anchor position here. He doesn't have any U-turn. No real teammates to help him out other than Davi, but Davi's going to be going down. Luke Show! Oh my! It's absurdity! Almost poetry in motion with the way this guy's just weaving in and out past that. He's definitely earned his team more than a win con now. 1v2. MW finding it difficult here, baiting the shot but taking a ton of damage in the process. 52 health. Got to see if he can try and ISO most of this one here. It's a lovely snap to the cranium. Erde's taken out, but he doesn't know where Tikazin is.
Oh, Tikazin hasn't shown his face at all.
No, full guesswork. Another tap. He's expecting a flank here.
Not ready yet.
Jump spot not even catching inside of him. Dart might be a little bit better, but it's game. Yeah, you can just take a timer past it. All the way forwards here. Another jump spot. Finally gets the acknowledgement he was looking for. 8 bullets remaining here. Swap of the weaponry. Rifle in play. Oh, MW. Lovely clutch. Takes a stand. Why not take a bow while you're at it?
And Luke Show's got to be feeling gutted about that one. Because he made the play that should have given Loud the round.
Yeah.
And MW comes through with a Red Bull clutch anyway. He's the player that finally put Luke Show in the grave. Gets the final 2. Erda and Tikazin not playing off each other at all. Not at all. I mean, I guess that Tikazin was holding Erda's back, but there was no way of being able to do anything once Erda took the 1v1. 5-5. KRU back to A. Les taking this fast timing up mid, which was something that they were doing a lot when they played Breeze in stage 1.
See if he can try and find a path forwards here. Again, the dart not going to be broken here. Davi's going to get... I mean, already going to be highlighted in this position. There's really no escape from this one. He's lit up here by the dart. It's not ideal at all. Good peek though. Tigazine, what a shot to find. Les cleaned up through that mid flank. Don't have to worry about that avenue anymore. Plant still needs to go down though. Hunter's Fury didn't really get too much done there from MW. Still, post-plant positions look clean. Cosmic Divide though is going to be cutting this one up on either side. Dissecting now. This is unorthodox. Unusual indeed. Scrims aren't going to be preparing you for this one at all. It comes down to the gunfights. Raw firepower. How well can you trade each other out already? Sailing towards this one, but they're retreating all the way back. Loud looking for a play onto this one. Diffuse is being stuck. What is the call here? What is the play? Shock darts. You're too late.
Huh?
What is the idea?
I got no idea with that one. What? They've just absolutely lost their heads in the midst of that. You did say it's one of those spots that you won't have scrimmed for. Both of the Astro Walls going down, crosshatch across the site, and KRU maybe just missed the timing on it completely, thought the wall was going to dry. Another round where Heat and Dante are on top of each other, but then they split up, trying to look to find those individual moments. KRU wrapped around, sorry, Heat wrapped around the pyramid. I mean, they must have just thought that they had the timing.
Surely.
God, it's been messy.
It has.
Oh, it's been messy.
It has. It definitely has. Davido taking that peak solo, by the way, and now getting ran down here with a Blade Storm. Beautiful work. Heat chomping at the bit to get involved once more. Got to be wary though, because Luke Show looking through, and that's a big reveal.
The posthumous reveal.
Okay.
That recon flew out of David's body as he hit the ground. With his dying breath, he threw that recon.
It's the last time on. Made it work.
Here's the wraparound from MW. This one around for KRU early on.
Pit down, 3v3.
Should buy time for MW.
Great opportunity here. MW onto the flank. He's been doing this before in a couple of these rounds. We'll see if it's anticipated. Now the pit, definitely difficult to work way through and past. Arca just holding one of the extremities of it, and now MW finally there. Activating in time. Puts the pressure on it. Darker still standing up toward his pressure. What is going on? A lot of damage done though. Darker to tap. Pulls it out. Shots firing off now with that neural theft. Still MW! Oh, Darker.
11 HP.
Getting it all done, isn't he? Doesn't matter if he's on 11 HP.
There's a drone coming out double doors and Les swings out of his own pit before the drone is connected. There are so many moments. Look at this. There's the recon dart that ends up getting Heat killed. There are so many mad moments in these rounds. Exactly the same angle, in fact, that Sadak swung on a couple of seconds earlier. Micro moments making the difference. So much improvement possible for both teams. Allowed have a 2-round lead at the half.
We'll see if they can convert and stretch it all the way to take us to sunset.
Whenever I use Zowie models, I would say I just feel my element.
Demon 1 is good.
Without Nyack, the biggest difference was the ghosting. It was a immediate change. If you see something and it's not actually there, you're gonna miss your shot. Black Equalizer and Vibrance, I can react quicker to it, I can shoot better at it.
This guy is just spectacular.
And that way I can always trust him, that I can just focus on competing. My performance will always be at the top level.
Zowie.
You guys know that you can come to the Riot Games Arena to watch the games, but I don't think you knew you can come and also meet the players and staff. We currently have a meet and greet going for Evil Geniuses. I don't even know what's going on. I think there's a discussion between the players and some of the fans as well. And I hope I also get to meet them. Potter, I'm a big fan. Nice to meet you.
Hola.
Nice to meet you.
Is this for the vlog? What is going on here? Is this an official broadcast interview?
Yes.
Okay. Hi. Okay, I gotta be.
Anyways, and you can also have these moments with Potter.
Time to get that second half underway and lock in with the #1 VPN, ExpressVPN. Make sure to scan the QR code. Will be coming up momentarily. And we look towards this game. It's a 2-round lead here for Loud. It is their map pick. Chances for them significantly, of course.
Yeah,
but that was listen, it's an interesting game so far. Interesting is the word. It's quite diplomatic of me.
Yeah, there's been absolutely moments for teams to flip rounds on their heads just based on small decisions that have been made. Reads. I think, though, that one of the big things was that KRU really struggled being able to get into these sites where the Cypher was, where the anchor players were, and Loud have managed to generate them that same 2-round advantage that they had on Lotus. And then when the side swapped, KRU ran away with things. So I'm looking at Loud here and thinking, right, you might have tooled your composition defensively with this Cypher. Can you actually close the game out?
Double door pressure immediately. KRU looking to see if they can square up, take this fight forwards. Takazine managed to slip in past it, but it is subtly being watched for here by Heat, but he just might have missed this angle. Takazine so far forwards right now. Heat! How's he finding that one still? It's answered. Immediate trade and a peek there from Takazine. He's still being a bit of a thorn in the sides towards it, but that open sightline angle, Erde was just alone in through main, and these shots are rattling off heads, rolling off the shoulders at this point.
Great timing as well. Davi and Takazine swinging at the exact same time there. Equalizing things to a 3v3, as you said.
Grouping up now. Going for the contact re-clear. KRU looking for that extra information to work off of, because They're in the dark for now. Les is just walking all the way out. I have no idea. But the mid's controlled at all. Still, sharp shooting needs to be on display, and it is indeed. Sadak, great time to activate. Brings it into that 2v1 with Davy on low HP as well. Looks like poor tidings for him. He's going to have to be unbelievable here. Spot slide towards the back. He's trying to take this timing well. Slipped all the way around, but watched for.
Sada coming up with the big shots when his team needs it. Dante's on his feet, loosening up, shaking it out.
Yep.
There's another spot there where Dante has to play a little bit slower, a little bit calmer, just connect with his team. Big couple from Davi. Tikazine looks really sharp. I think this has been a great debut for him, in particular out of the two of them. Tikazine providing that consistent value that his team needs, which is exactly why he was brought onto the team. He had a 1 kill per round with like something ridiculous, like 170 ADR in Tier 2. And seems to have translated, but his team has just lost the lead by the look of things. Very likely to have this one tied up at 7 apiece.
Pure disrespect though. Not worried about the util. Cove, an attempt to spam it down, make sure it dissipates, just to clear the angle so that he can watch it.
Yeah, you know that the team with weapons is going to be playing a little more cautiously, so you can just kind of barrel in and steal those ult orbs. They could easily do the same thing on the other side of the map. Davi's 3 away from his Hunter's Fury, which could be pretty pivotal to be able to win an anti-bonus. Eyes on Tikazine right now. His Sheriff was singing in the pistol.
Has to be the danger play, doesn't he? Just 100 health towards it. Dante, tasked with putting a stop to it, and cross the placement wasn't quite ideal. This is Dante now thriving. Getting confidence in his feet underneath him. A couple of quick kills against the Eco. Precisely what he needed. The stun as well. He found what his last potential player is. There it is. Snappy stuff.
Can they get him his ace?
Love something like it. The dart over towards head. That's going to be spotting out Davi.
Target acquired.
He's hunting. Trying to sniff out where he is. Davi desperately trying to survive, running away. Doesn't have the spike. It's purely a game of trying to play denial. And they are trying to find where he could be. He's only a limited amount of possibilities now.
Can he ruin the clip?
They've got him surrounded. At this point, the clip's ruined, man. Past 60 seconds. Dante, though, would love for it to be the case. And there it is. Finds the ace.
He had a moment like this as well on Lotus, didn't he? Where he got, admittedly, not an ace, but he was able to clean up a bunch of kills, and it felt like he got a bit more confident from that point on. And a reminder that also KRU ran away with the game at that point on the attack side of Lotus. Could be a similar scenario happening here. This one on an anti-eco, but I do get the feeling that a lot of it is confidence-based for Dante.
It is. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's a little bit, it's going to sound weird to say, but it's heartwarming to see KRU trying to enable Dante.
Yeah, yeah.
Enabling him by either taking fights first, making sure that he's second in to build up that confidence again.
Yeah. I think he's a player that struggled a little bit with it when he was in his rookie year.
Yeah, definitely. But individuals on KRU stepping up to ensure that the burden isn't placed entirely on Dante's shoulders, and now hopefully able to reap the rewards of it.
This is a round that Loud have to win to be able to stay in control. They were the team that were up at the half on both of these maps. And they're going to need this.
Yeah, can't be losing the grip. Not again.
Well, on Lotus, it wasn't. They managed to win this round, the anti-bonus, but they took so much damage they had to eco afterwards. So they need something fairly clean here, too.
Yeah, they were never able to build up the bank as they were hoping for here. Now, Heat got a util again, just chooses to disrespect it with the dart. Takes another slight angle now with a Hunter's Fury to try and clear it away. Cloudburst forwards, but that's going to be fading away. And there it is. Good adjustment. Rapidly approached, though, and this is Darker really taking over onto the site. The spam, spraying and praying, hoping that it will do the job. Dante's all the way in and forwards now, and this is it. Beautiful time to really just light them all the way up. Just the second guess, but he does light it up towards the end. Great kill. Now the overdrive and calling for a pause. Calm to be injected into the round as the wall fades away. Definite damage done to either side. Could be anyone's game. Guns being pulled back out because, again, Plant needs to go down. It's Erde with the spike in his hands. He knows where Dante is. Claims that kill. Instant trade! And Darker straight on the perfect line. Desperate tidings, but still gets it all done.
God, with time ticking low there, Loud, I think, are lucky to be able to get away with that one. But it's the same scenario again here, Brent. Loud, they win the anti-bonus, but their economy is going to be destroyed off the back of this.
Yeah.
And the shots from Dante, he really has found his form. He's found his footing, got that confidence underneath him. This double take was almost comedic onto Luke's show. He hit the headshot. Too used to playing without a bulldog, thought he got the kill. But look at the economy again. They won round 15, and they are essentially ecoing.
That's shambolic.
It's exactly the same as Lotus. And this killed them on Lotus. They could not get the money going at all. And it led to them being ult snowballed against. It was a disaster.
Seeing Tigzine has that rifle. Recall there to start. It's not going to be doing much there for Davi, though. Pays the price. Hold on, not anticipating that. Cross up. Tigzine takes that past. Just the contact plays. Now looking to dominate in between the pyramids. Moving forwards once more, but that is a bit overzealous. It was watched for. KRU got their sights firmly set on the possible positions.
Oh, Erda got the gun back. There is still a hope.
Yeah, reclaimed it. Again, calling caution here, just jumping in. That's putting your body on the line, really, to set up these kills. Erda with the rifle in play. Selfless play there from Luke Shaw, but still a 2v3. Darker, though, has found the big gun itself. That operator in his hands is just hoping that somebody will walk right into the sight line. Recall of it, spotting plenty of these players now, tapping away though, and has a shot to claim the kill towards the end. 8-8, 2 players surviving.
Loud, they're going to be able to get their guns back in hand for this next one. But this is where the economy pressure comes again around as a big conversation. See what they were working for here. Luke Shaw throwing his body on the line, and then Erda with a chance towards the end over towards that headshot box. But this round was always going to be tough. If KRU picked this one off, Loud are going to be in a lot of trouble again.
Yeah, Loud. Got to come up with something good here. There's a big stack, 5 players leaning over towards the B side of the map. Drone expended early.
Light armor across the board.
Yeah, slow going. We'll take a listen in though, see what Loud have got.
Deploying drone.
Backside ci sova.
Por aqui, Luke. 1, 2.
Backside ainda.
Mais 2 backside, acho.
Eu sova backside.
Juntos.
Só manda paredão.
Boa. Meio. Tá lá no metal, tá longe. Respira e planta.
Tá, não consigo plantar ainda. Entendeu, Newton?
Ah, não tem nada, tem spot em 4. Vou spotar perdão, tá?
Tá. Spot aí, pode pra plantar, ok?
Tá. Cuidado no túnel só.
Não, bora abrir. 1, 2. Vamos pegar aqui. 1, 2.
Meio. Podemos abrir a esquerda. Fica por cima, esquerda.
Vamos pegar.
Espera. 2.
Paredão.
Mano, pode direita.
Tô mirar à direita.
Não, paredão, guys, paredão.
Perdão.
Mano, paredão. Eu dartei ele perto.
Não. Valeu, bora. Tá safe.
Oh, that is brutal. Oh, they felt like they were in control of that.
Yeah.
And Heat has just brutalized them.
Just found that one small timing. Slips the net, gets into that wall position.
That's diabolical, though.
Yeah.
Losing both of those duels towards the end. I was all ready to come out and be talking about the new additions, how vocal they are. They were talking about picking up Tigzine and how much that's helped them in terms of their comms. The play itself from Luke Shaw, he's spinning around, being able to get so much value. But Darker gets manhandled, especially towards the end, and that round is everything. Yeah, that round crushes Loud. Their economy is now in shambles. They're going to need Tigzine to pull out the Bladestorm and do something enormous. Otherwise, it's Lotus all over again.
It is. To be placing it onto the newest player's shoulders again, expecting a lot. Being able to get it done now. He's going to be walking straight into the potential of the Heat operator. He's onto that high ground angle. Wow! That is unbelievable. Sharp as anything. Just locked straight on, magnetic aim.
What an incredible guess as to where he would be posted up.
Just anticipating, yeah, where the operator could be in play. Still is danger there. What is Darker up to? Back towards that pressure that's coming through in the main angle. There it is, unaccounted for. Dante is really just lighting them all the way up. At this point, decimating. still can't be removed from this slight angle. The players are caught into the corner. Loud's post plant, just shambolic right now. Gonna have to barrel and batter their way through this one, slicing, dicing potentially, because he still has that blade storm to tap. Looking for the reaction, it's spam on either side here, looking for the kills to be claimed, but how are they gonna be able to get this one done? Smoke's dissipating, Cosmic Divide, Dante! Sharp as anything. Pure reaction times, he's firmly online at this point.
What a difference maker Dante is when he's activated like this. He started this map so slowly, started the series slowly to be fair, didn't he? But after that ace round, every single round has been him having impact, a multi-kill. And fast as well, the decision making is quick, aggressive, decisive. He runs him over and there was threat there. Tikazim was doing a great job of adding a little bit of danger in. But Loud really lost that one a round ago.
Yeah.
It's 2v1.
Real tough to watch here, Loud. Last time out to be taken here in this map of Breeze. It's their map pick. They need to win it out if they want to take it all the way to sunset. But right now, KRU just taking over control. Unfortunately for them, Dante woken up.
Yeah, and now they're starting to find the better individual moments. It's good to see Heat back in.
Yeah.
He did absolutely get dealt with in that round. Posted up on top of the box. Tikazine slapped him down to earth, but it is fun to see him back on the big stage.
It is.
And being able to play Duelist so much across so many of the maps, one would assume, for this team.
It's very cool to watch as well. I mean, you think about, we were talking of joking around about it, but MW and Heat on the same team. These guys were lauded as some of the most, you know, the next prospects, right? All the way back in the day.
Yeah, they were some of the most talented mechanical players that you had 6 years ago, 5 years ago in the game.
Yeah, yearning for these guys to just lift the trophy.
Yeah, and they've managed to use that to stay relevant for so long. And they've made roster changes, they've made agent role changes. Heat has known some brilliant years, and he's known, like last year, some absolute miserable years. That's what it means to be experienced in this game.
Being able to shrug off some of the worst moments here as a competitor. Dante, a little bit too close for comfort, but the stun is good with the connection. Ade, straight there. Involved now. Takes that swing and wide. That's a Hunter's Fury that's going to be avoided largely. It's a bit of damage significantly done to Darker. And there was another kill there. Heat just drifted in and front of the smokes. Drone's going to be used, a little bit delayed here, out into the open. Got to be careful. Got to be wary now. Blade Storm still there and active. Hove though to replace one side of things here. Louder in the post plant. Comes down to seeing if they can collect a couple of kills while they're at it, but still there's less. Not sure where that kill was coming from, but it was the prior damage done earlier. Darker softened up. Shock darts are raining in overhead. This front position out towards it. Les is looking to see if he can take matters into his own hands. Luke Shoto still there. In through the pyramids, and Davi perfectly playing off of it. Gaps in the timings. It's up to Les now still, but that time is ticking away onto the spike. Not many opportunities, waiting for the control of it all. But slipping from behind, that's Davi.
Loud finding those individual moments to be able to turn that post plant around. Tikazine, alone towards yellow, finds the pick. Luke Show walks around left pyramid, finds a pick as well. Loud realize that they have to make plays. Choose to do it individually, but get the job done.
Lovely shot.
Neither of these teams have really found the stability on defense to be able to pull off like the elegant retakes that we've seen from some squads.
It is done.
But I think credit to the attackers, they've always tried to make it scrappy and make the play that they need to be able to throw off the retake.
And the more awkward it's been, the better it's been for them. Luke Show immediately rewarded with a kill onto MW. This double doors pressure, they weren't ready for it. KRU, the defense getting dismantled now, handled. And forced to retreat into the more anchoring positions, but it's all too predictable. Heat, a snap to the head, but he's not long for the world.
Spike drop.
Loud decide to up the tempo, and it works brilliantly here. They were through before we even knew what was going on.
Yeah.
And Les is on the other side of the map with no chance of being able to impact this round. 4 players still alive. Hop skip.
Okay.
Well, Darker will need to adjust that one.
Yeah, I didn't think he was going to be able to make it. Not that it's going to make a difference.
No. You might be able to do a little bit of damage to the economy, but we're starting to get into the late stage here of Breeze. 10 apiece. Seems less likely that Loud will be pushed down onto an eco at any point here. And they keep getting the plant money, they keep getting the the winning money as well. The faster play is really putting the hurt onto KRU.
Yeah, it's one of the best plays you can really do, I think, as well, if you want to test the team's defense on Breeze.
Especially when they're running the op.
I would like to see a lot of teams do it more, to be honest. In sync, in through double doors and main, just applying the pressure, because you really do force a decision out of defenders. Do you want to try and fight for main, double doors? If you anchor, you're in a horrible spot. But that from Lucia, that's how that happened, okay.
Yeah, that's nice as well. One of the other nice parts about running A-splits is that those players that try to pinch you from mid, you can swing into them at any point. You can run A-split fakes where you end up walking up into a B-split. There's a lot of different things that you can do on this map. When you try to use mid, Loud are going to keep it simple here. Although there are Astra smokes, or stars at least, all around the map, as if they're faking like they're going to be taking some A or mid control.
I'm trying to obfuscate the intention.
They're walking up on the only guy with a rifle, though.
Yeah, this could be dangerous. Less. Trying to act towards the back of the site now. There's a lot of Utah to really see if he can overcome most of it. The dart's not going to be scanning him out. And Tigazine yet not aware of this. This false confidence, really. The overdrive now into the hands of Dante. Looking and hunting for the targets now, but still Lucio is being that pivotal player. Puts a stop to it. Kateson creates enough carnage. Going to play off the back of all of that. Still, that's going to be a plan denied. Quick swing out. With a player advantage and the guns in their hands, surely Loud can find a way through.
This is one of those spots that they can't afford to let slip.
It's just the Sheriffs, really. Sadak and Heat. Back there as well. Drone's going to be getting a ton of value here with the connections onto Sadak. He's having to drift back and forth. Moving away from a lot of this pressure that's coming his way, and no one on Loud wants to really be the one to create problems. No one wants to overpeak. Dark is not holding for the walkout past this one, but Luke Show. Great spot to play into. Sadak. It's a crispy shot before the fire is returned. Now up to 11. It's a lead now for Loud.
Great resilience from Loud to be able to hold on until they get this 3 in a row and retake the lead. It looked like it was going to be a repeat of Lotus, where they get so much damage applied to them through KRU's bonus round that it spirals out of control for them. But here it's actually KRU that the pressure's on entirely the other side right now. They're going to go for their own tag timeout and try to figure out how to stop Loud. The execs, the quicker splits, the actual anchoring is not as potent from KRU. And it makes sense that it wouldn't be, because they don't have the same comp, these teams. You know, Darker was able to set up the trips all over the place that were occasionally giving KRU a lot of worry. Instead here, they're relying really heavily on Heat's operator, on less potentially to be able to land a good snake bite. But a lot of the positioning from KRU has not really been in a spot where they can stop Loud.
Yeah. Sadak, experienced as anyone. He's really been around the block, hasn't he? 2 trophies lifted, but
it's incredible that this is the first time that the first opportunity he's had to be able to play against his former organization.
Yeah, it is, right?
But part of the reason is because he ended up going to EMEA.
Yeah, that small stint.
Yeah, him and Les, in fact. But also the fact that neither of those teams did as well as they were expecting.
Yeah, they couldn't even meet on the global stage, really, could they?
No. The same could be said for Loud. Both sides of the equation were worse for splitting.
Gone missing a little bit here. Loud, though. Good opportunities now. That's a hell of a shot. Heat sits them down on their asses.
I'm wondering what's going on there, because normally you're supposed to combine that with a falling one-way smoke, and they just decided to swing it. All right.
Spacing not ideal either.
No.
You know what they're playing for. Heat's operator. Pretty clear win con. There's no way.
They haven't got a clue.
No, less unaccounted for. It's not going to be playing a part in this round, likely, but
Heat will.
Yeah, Heat still just taking over here, and a call for the 3-2-1 swing into main to get that clearance over towards A. It
was Dante that got that kill as well, not even Sadak.
Yeah.
Mid-slide.
Well, KRU are straight back into things off the back of that timeout, but
I don't think it was.
Can't say it was down to tactical adjustments.
No, not really. It's not like the coach told them, get a 2K.
Heat, yeah,
in
collateral
B window.
2 individuals, actually, please.
That one's just one of those things that happens. But also, it is strange. I mean, the falling one-way Harbor Cove is like the main way that you go and take B control against the op when you know it's there. And instead, they are just swinging, dry, no util. lined up together. These are the kind of mistakes that we were seeing smattered about from both teams in the first half. But if Loud are going to be the ones making more of them late on, this could be a 2-0. You don't want to hand an easy victory to KRU.
You really don't. Dante posturing like he wants to try and fight over towards this A main control. He doesn't need to worry about double doors again. The split from Loud from earlier to the back of his mind. Decisions need to be made here. Now the ult's going to be cascaded forwards alongside that high tide, and they just choose to give up the space. Not looking to fight it. That's damage done though, isn't it?
Whoa.
Bullet to the dome. Lucky. Dark is alive here. Just 10 HP, but aggressive post plant.
Yeah, the aggressive post plants have been the key for Loud. Getting a timing play from Tikazine or Darker or Luke Show.
Second cage, Darker, you are dicing with death right now, buddy. 10 HP, he's trying to find that timing straight past. It's evened out though. Kills to be found. Tikazine, this is a hell of a timing, isn't it? Oh, slips past that one. Waiting for the smoke to dissipate. It is a good trade. Dante straight there, but it's damage done and time ticking now at this point. KRU bring up options here. They're trying to make the play forwards. You've got to try and find these kills and find them fast now. Where's his last player to be found? Davi, there's Knife found running again in time.
They don't have it.
The circle's shrinking. Desperation from Sadak. He'll go down with a ship. But it's that 12th round for Loud.
Same situation again. Loud put their players in all sorts of odd spots, playing inside of the smokes, swinging out. I can't say that a lot of it is really even these players playing off each other. They spam off the contact of Darker there, though, to trade him. But then it's a lot of just like Erda looking to catch a timing, Luke Shaw looking to try to time it, but it buys time off the clock. It's so much for KRU to try to deal with as they come back in off the retake. Their economy's not hurt. In fact, it's actually Loud coming in with the worst buy. But Loud on map point.
On the precipice. Could be sending us all the way to sunset. Map 3 between these two teams. Neither wants to give up an inch. It's just pure spam. Dante sending it flying forwards here, and the shots rattling on the other side of the map. Heat down to 45 HP. It is just pure fights being taken. Gunfights individuals. Not synced up too well.
Well, it's good aggression, though, from KRU. They won't be quieted. And W swings out. Look at this position from Les.
Yeah, Les, and he's going to get inside the smoke, too. Make sure that nobody can really play. Be problematic here. Inside the cove, trying to insert himself now, but that's a Hunter's Fury. Why not? Let it loose. Can't really save it into the next one. That's a great kill to be found. Keeping the double doors, but lines all up perfectly. Dante jumps on the chance. Hearing the footsteps, hearing the updraft. Heat might not be long for the world here. There it is. Take it out. Gets the information, but leaves it into a 1v2 for Davi. A chance to close out the map.
The cork is popped, and now all the pressure relieved. Davi can run through the B. This brand new addition to Loud has an opportunity to win the map for them.
1v2 though. KRU fighting desperately for that OT. Taking their time with it. They hear the plant down. It gives them the indicator. They can start to speed up. Davi has a dart. It's online. One shock to work with. Not that it will really play a part. That contact plays here by KRU. And Davi just trying to work his way around, sniffing out a potential individual fight. Here's the fast lane. Here's the dart. He knows there's both players now contained over towards it. That's the diffuser's being stuck. That's half earned. Dante gets off of it in time and still plays his life. Just jiggling for now. To top, seeing if they can force that issue. Pure confidence. Built up from prior, and KRU are not finished yet.
That winner's mentality from KRU. They were always ready there, even staring into the face of a map point, to take the fight to Loud. The swing from NW, the fight from Dante off Les's position, Les himself even going for the timing. They wanted to make the play to win the round. They weren't content with letting Loud run this round. And Dante is playing so much better than he was in the first half, at least, of this series.
Yeah. It's
22 and 17. I can't remember exactly what, was he something like 5 and 10 or whatever?
I think he might have tied at some point in the series, at least.
He was 4 and 14, yeah. I mean, that is outrageous.
It shows the amount of trust that his team has in him. They know what he's capable of. It's about having that confidence to really just drive it all the way home. And now we look at OT here, 12 to 12. Early emphasis placed on either side here with the shock darts raining down, but Nest controls conceded. Davi looking over towards the B side, but there's shots heard in mid. It's going to pull him back with his attention. And a lot of control over towards A main. Tigazini's worked his way into that off angle. Starter potentially play off the drone for the mid-round information.
There is a bit of a difference in terms of the Cypher setup. That trip at double doors.
Take flight. Just to give a little bit of peace of mind. Drone underneath does get the critical tag. It's a blindness rattling his way through, but yeah, double doors not accounted for. Luke Shaw, he's looking to see if he can cement himself into an anchor position, but again, we've been past it. It's fakes on fakes, really.
Yeah, and if
no intention of it.
If the trip doesn't get broken, though, Loud will stay with players on B.
Heat way out into the open now. Looking to see if he can take this fight forwards, but this is dangerous stuff.
They're going to go back over to A, I think. Les has identified the trip and knows that A is going to be weak behind it. Meanwhile, Heat slips into Nest.
30 seconds. Luke Shaw could be dangerous here. Hearing it, scuttling footsteps forwards. Heat adjusts his aim in time. Wasn't even ready for this one now, but he is the problem. Luke Shaw, though, still onto the side, but unaware of it. Just running all the way forwards, trying to play inside that smoke. Time is of the essence. 12 seconds remaining, but there should be safety, especially the position that Heat has found himself in.
Player standing.
Davi getting cleaned up. Surely he's going to be sealing this one all the way up. There it is. 13 rounds now for KRU.
Heat's been so good on their attack side at abusing Nest. It's an area that you rarely see the attackers go into. And yet he, a couple of times, has opened up rounds by getting inserted up here. Remember that round earlier on in the map where Darker was just inside of his cam and he found an easy pick.
Yeah.
Here again, he manages to wiggle his way through those corridors and creates a match point for KRU. Loud are going to be mad if they let this one slip.
They really are. It's been so closely contested. The KRU just have one more round to gain.
Standing ahead.
Deep delayed dart over towards the A main. Control looking to fight over it as well, KRU, but does show their hand ever so slightly. It doesn't force a fast reaction out of Loud. And taking it very slowly, cautiously, in fact.
But Les is always one of those players who tries to get as far forwards as he can. And here he's really pushing the limit.
It is pushing the limits. Window's going to be watchful, covered over the shoulder by Heat, but Les is going to be getting a lot of information for his team. Potential to hit us out. He's straight past it! That's absurd!
There's no way he's just gone for that!
Making a play like this. On the precipice of potentially claiming the entirety of the series, this guy does not feel pressure.
He just leapt into 3 players and they were stun locked. They couldn't believe what they were witnessing.
Somehow got out. And again, it's called for the pause here from Loud. They are slowly crawling into this one. The drone's going to be used to clear a bit of a way in, but this is all landing over towards the A side now. Stickerzine, see if he can apply that pressure once more. Dante looking to adjust the aim. He does claim at least the 1 kill. In through main, Davi! Big difference maker. 20 seconds left. He's got to see if they can clear a path out. The spike is in the hands of Darker. He's the one who needs to get this one down and out. Time, still pressure there. Making the moves now, though. 12 seconds remaining, but players are rapidly approaching, and the shock dance raining in. His chip damage. Managed to get it down. The extension into the round that they were looking for. Loud. Potential to survive this one. Dart's going to be sailing up towards it. Gives them a bit of knowledge. They know that there's a player's retreating over towards bricks. Held for now, but as that fight's taken out, it's all going far too wrong. MW lights him up, and Davi left to do it all in this spot. Continuation of it. Keep his team alive in a series, or will it all be KRU? Swinging wide, half earned already. Hunter's Fury. Then the rim now. Damage done, but to cancel out. Time and pressure still there. The dart earned. Davi weaving in and out, trying to play it perfectly. With a 4-piece, it's the cherry on top. Loud. Not finished, not down and out.
Second opportunity for Davi, and he gets it done. Couldn't close the map up for his team, but he saves them. After this ridiculous moment from Les, almost gave the map and the match to KRU. Loud lost 2 spectacular superstars to EMEA, and they've picked Davi up from the region to try to replace them. What a moment for him on his debut with Loud. It's a bit of redemption after round 24. And a deep breath, because we're drawing things level again. It's 13-13. Both teams have had chances. Both teams have had opportunities to finish Breeze. and either send us with the end of the day or over to sunset, and yet it keeps going.
It keeps going. Teams, they do not want to give it up. There's been so much of that individuality, the timings that are being taken by these squads. I mean, players on either side.
Yeah, well, that was one of the rare moments, actually, where Loud couldn't find that happening in the post plan.
Yeah.
They started backing up instead. You saw Darker and Davi go back into much more passive positions, and it was only Tukazine forwards. And once Tukazine's timing got read, there was a lot of pressure there for Davi to come out with something big. Yeah. The jiggle peek to bait out the op shot, magic. Exactly what he needed.
This was a timeout that was taken by Loud. Time's going to start ticking down now. Problems for them, if you think back. Definitely Keith on the attack side. Finding those avenues up through mid.
Yeah, so it looks like they're going to go for a double walk down, maybe into elbow.
It could be quite nice. We're seeing it now, yeah. In through elbow, but it might be a bloodbath waiting, but no one's holding. No one's watching. Shock darts are going to be missing too. These trips are all over the place, and there it is. Tukazine straight there to bait and switch as he glides back. The slide baits to fight an Urdi. Open arms now, receiving all the irony, attention, and comes up with the goods. Darker, perfectly played in terms of his position, and Lauder straight in it.
Well, you couldn't get a better round coming out of the tag timeout than that. They have a trip for the updraft, which is exactly where Heat was normally pathing to. The walk down, Tukazine grabs one.
I love the bait and switch.
Yeah, the bait and switch is, I mean, the bait and switch, to be honest with you, almost shouldn't have worked, except that Urda hits an outrageously good shot onto Dante. Mid-slide.
Tension is building here. It's KRU's time to take the timeout now. See if they can find a way to keep this map extended.
But there were lots of good things that Loud were doing on their attack side. Yeah. I think the A post plants are the big one. I think if you're KRU here, during your attack timeout, you're expecting Loud to go towards A.
I mean, they've been punished double doors constantly.
Yeah. Yeah, the A splits have been a real problem for them. But I think there's an opportunity here for Loud to subvert things and head to B, do some kind of B pop, and assume it's going to be the weaker side.
Yeah.
There's a lot of mind games that come out of attack timeouts like this, especially when there's so much on the line and you've seen 27 rounds of your opponent already.
Your brain starts to turn to mush. Any semblance of conditioning really just turns into, I mean, who can just concoct up a round to get it over the line.
Yeah.
At this point, it's Loud that looking to put one more round on the board, send it all the way to sunset, keep the day going.
Does for the moment look like KRU are going to be playing the weaker side over towards B, but Psyduck might be making his way over here. No, playing towards top mid. Are they going to try something themselves to maybe do a bit of mid pressure and play B softer for the retake?
Potentially.
They've got the retake wall on A. But my attention is on what MW's up to here.
This is fast by MW. What is that? Blind's going to be cause them to double guess. At least a decision.
But he deliberately walks into that because it gives the sound cue that they've pushed elbow.
There it is. Drone's going to be broken. I'm not sure if they got the tag on. Snakebite has to be sailing forwards here. And yes, they did onto that pillar angle. And the spam is immaculate. Loud! They're going to take this one by storm. And with it, the map potentially in their grasp. Sunset is the goal. Prime position here.
Can't use that yet.
Post plant. Passively played now as well. Everybody retreating back towards main. A couple of players onto site. Dante with that jump spot. He can't quite get out of it. Tukazine again once more. Didn't even stop to any of this one here. He just holding onto the angle. Sadak has worked his way up and around, but there's still that time pressure to deal with. To pull, at least with the start, it's going to be having to tapped out, but again, the composure, look at it, they haven't even used it with the util. It's shock darts and bullets raining down as that first wave of things, Sadak sticking. What is going on? There's enough cooldown? There's no way! There's no way! There's no way! Sadak!
That is daylight robbery! We should have been going to sunset.
You're joking.
It should have been all over. And yet somehow the score is 14-14.
I mean, you just read that he didn't have it on cooldown. Well, the player was dead, at least the spam damage. I mean, that's absurd.
No, that's ludicrous. I mean, to be able to have the smoke there, but also just the spam is going all sorts of different directions. They also read that there was a post-plant flank coming through, and then they realized that all three players were spamming.
We go again. And a fight to be taken. This is brute force now is the way that this is being taken. We talked about it. It gets messy when it gets deep into the OTs. Fight taken, decision making. Tigazine. Okay. Watch the bullet would have done it.
Spots a couple of players out there.
Luke Show taken out early.
I said before, quite a few rounds ago actually, that Loud would be mad if they let this one slip. Oh, they'd be gutting.
They really would.
And they're a player down right now.
Yeah.
With 140 damage missing from Tigazine as well.
That means emphasis placed onto Loud as well. They're looking for information. That's a lovely double peek. Even better shot from Davi.
And it's coordinated with the push at top mid as well. Darker Erda walking down.
It's evened out the players. 4 Erda, there's no way. There's no way he can't be going for this one now, but a stun is covered by Dark over the shoulder. Loud putting ways back in.
What a recovery in the round. Down a player, almost down 2. With Tigazine on 10 HP. And MW is going to get cleaned up here by the positioning of Darker.
30 seconds left.
Loud still willing to be aggressive, still willing to bring the fight. And they're going to be able to get up to another map point. This should have gone to sunset a couple of minutes ago. Maybe we'll end up there anyway.
MW. 15 seconds, might as well make a go of it. It's OT.
10 seconds left.
Well, they can keep the guns going into the next round here, but yeah, it's going to be swiftly dealt with. And that's the lead now for Loud once more.
This has been an absurd map.
Yeah, you're telling me.
Can KRU possibly come up with an idea to be able to stop this? Loud feel like they're almost growing from round to round. They are finding ways of being able to create advantages. It's taking real guts, bottom of the barrel stuff for KRU to be able to scrape these rounds through.
Evolving in real time.
Surely at some point, Loud get it across the line.
Have to imagine. Again, pressure going to be placed onto KRU.
Les has been pushing whatever he can.
W. Where's he got that?
Just spam.
Spam through, and again, they are unaccounting for this mid-angle. It's damage done on top. Kill claim, 10 HP for Davi to play off of. Can't be going again, man. You can't be telling me this. But KRU looking to set it in their sights with that damage done. How the hell is Davi alive? Still gliding through. It's Dante. Make sure to put a stop to all of this now. Luke Show has found himself a bit of a timing. Circling his way forwards. All picked up, but listen, you've got to be
ambitious.
Yeah, ambitious, min-maxing though. Played every single win con you possibly can. The peak, risky business, but it needed to be done for any semblance of a chance to win this round. Davi.
He had a much better opportunity to win the map earlier.
It's 10 HP.
This one is not possible.
Yeah. 15-15.
Crazy sequence of events. Loud are still not ready for less, walking down mid, when the big thing he's been doing in every defense round is pushing. He has pushed out B, he has jumped over trips, he has been walking down mid every time he can, and yet they still weren't ready for it. It doesn't help that Tigazine hit the deck instantly as well to some spam right at the start of the round. They need their newcomer. Surely, though.
Surely.
Surely KRU don't close it out in heartbreaking fashion.
I mean, it's been tooth and nail. Loud are desperately trying to find a handheld. Anything to keep them in it. Anything to send it to sunset. On the defense side of things now here, Dark is set up again, going to be tested. Shock Dart's going to be missing here. Keep that updraft, that dash, but that's straight into the smoke, are they? Looking to dominate control of this one, but he's already immediately taken out. Darker in the anchor spot. Trying to duck and weave past the cages, looking for the game of timings again, but this time accounted for. Adjusting to the style of play, the deeper it goes. Davi still forwards again on the ice skates here as the shots are just going wide, still alive, and kicking towards the back of the side. And Lucha's right there alongside it, still a glide. It's good, Dante earns himself another kill. One more scout for it. Luke Show brings it now into the 2v2. Spike still needs to be planted, Luke Show! All turned up. That's rolling straight towards you, MW. Level of awareness, but Tigazine straight on the line.
What is it with these two teams and clutching from player down situations? On the B side especially. How has Loud turned that?
Pure gunfights.
Well, it's Luke Show, isn't it?
Yeah.
The kill onto Heat, catching the trailing leg, but these two kills were immaculate. Drops the spike, drops Dante,
There you are.
gets the ult online. and chases the final player out. Another map point.
Loud have got to start closing it out at some point. They've got to do it.
For God's sake.
They're not going to get too many more chances.
For our case, if not for theirs.
They've got to send it to sunset.
Dante's tucked into A main. It's not something that Loud have particularly had to deal with so far.
No.
And I think if Heat baits for him, could be really effective.
Got to break the drone though. It's assuming they even use it to clear it. They might just recall the star and just swing, which is a possibility. No, not even any util at all. Try face in the end. Traded out with the players. Loud. They have the player advantage.
And they pump the brakes. Trying to bait Les into going for one of these pushes. And Les realizes just in time that he was about to walk into a trap.
And they haven't heard any more pressure. Les has given up a lot of space as a result of it.
And now there's question marks everywhere.
Yeah.
And Les is forced to do something just to grab information.
Into elbow.
Surely Les. I mean, he is pinged out on the map.
He's wide facing this one. He's all the way out through and out. He's seen the backs towards it early. Covers it all. And surely this is it now.
Deploying drone.
It's an open B site.
Left.
Still going to have that discipline in mind, using a drone to clear the way just in case there are players there. Rapidly, though, off onto the flank of Sadek, surely with the sound cues heard as a trip as well. Blockading him past. Heard he's got it all locked. And watch for...
Oh, no!
Hold on,
What a
too
fumble.
soon. Can't be fumbling in a position like this. Loud. Surely not. There it is. Luke Shaw with a peek and the 17th round in their sight. Anything to send it all the way to that map 3. Double stars now lay it down. DIJL of Sadak with a lot to play for now in a spot like this, but he's going to try and ISO these fights out. Swatted out. It's a bullet to the dome. He's taken out Luke Shaw now. 2 left to stand against him. Weaving his way past this one, but again, Spike needs to be defused, and it's already rapidly blinking, rapidly approaching near the end. Sadak has to play riskier and riskier. ISO the fight, but he needs this all the way. Fight taken!
Oh, there's no time. Oh, that's astonishing.
The circle just shrinking. That's a tragic finish, despite the heroics. Sadak did his very, very best, but sunset is where we are heading.
A ludicrous map of breeze between these two teams. They gave it everything. There was so much guts and heart across that map. Dante recovering into the game, but Loud coming away with the victory. So many opportunities for it to have closed earlier. And yet it was back and forth to the bitter end. We are going to a map that we have no idea what to expect on, and what comps done, and what strength of these teams. But I know it's going to be fun.
Completely unknown quantity. Sunset, as you mentioned, you teed it up. We don't know what to expect. We don't know what to see. But Loud have earned their spot to keep the series going.
And my God, did they earn it. It's been great to see these new additions. Tikazine, Davi, old names, new names. But my God, this has been a slog to get through. Breeze, 17 to 15.
Might need an extra long break after that one. We'll see. On the other side of things, don't go anywhere. Sunset coming up.
Drop.
We keep talking about the roster changes, and Loud is not the exception. Romanili, what can you tell us about the new guys?
Well, to be honest, like the only negative thing here right now is kind of like in the office. It's like a 1v9 from Argentina, but but yeah. Besides that, I don't know. The guys are amazing. The energy that they bring to the table to every day. I don't know. I'm really grateful for these 2 new additions. I think we can break the table a little bit and surprise a lot of people right now.
I saw the clip after the win. I saw that. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Está todo mi usera negativo para hacer la triple. ¿Qué está haciendo mi usera?
Daqui leva 2, o Ed também leva o seu!
Oh, well, we wanted a great match, and that is exactly what we got. What an overtime that we just saw between Loud and KRU Visa. And it was Loud who managed to come out on top in a deep overtime to be able to pull this one to a map 3. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy here alongside Mel and Alexis as we break everything down. And okay, Dan's running away from us. All right, well, there, just didn't want to be a part of the segment, I guess. Well, look, folks, that was a crazy game, without a doubt. It's exactly what you'd want to see if you are a Loud fan. Let's dive into this one, Alexis. I mean, look at that track. Back and forth we go. This really was a slugfest.
I feel like I don't even remember the first 2 halves.
I don't remember. I don't know what happened.
I just remember OT and there being clutch after clutch after clutch.
I just keep thinking about Les's, like, what I can only assume for the Halo heads out there was a Gandhi hop over the freaking the tripwire. He like actually crouch jumped over it. I don't know what he did. That was sick.
Okay.
I'm sorry, old man's got to talk about his historical things. That was crazy. One of the coolest plays that I've seen.
Oh, banana with honey.
Oh, that's
that's tech. They're winning it all.
Do you think
I've
they
seen
brought
enough.
that honey on their own, or that was provided?
They had to have brought that on their own. I
You
have
think
never
so?
seen
I don't know. That bear honey's been around for a bit. I think so. I think it's here in the studio. Hey, but that is good tech. Maybe that is going to be the difference here. Maybe that's why they're shooting so damn good. I mean, let's talk about what Look Show, TK's in, and Darker were doing, Mel. It was like each guy at any point in time was carrying the load for everyone else.
It really felt like a trio of death here for Loud. They really turned up in that second half. I'm not sure who to credit in terms of, like, was it Erde's calling? Are they just more comfortable on the attack? But all in all, this game felt like a battle of attrition. I'm really shocked to see such grit come out from these rookies, especially with TK Jean and with their other pickup as well. I think it's really interesting to see, like, Davi, he had a 1v3 in double OT at match point. So much grit and so much adversity overcome from this team. I'm really impressed.
I'm really impressed, especially by Darker, on their defense rounds in overtime and also just the defense half. I feel like it's really, really hard to play Cypher on Breeze. I think it goes under the radar, like how difficult that role actually is, and he did incredible.
What makes it so challenging to play Cypher on that particular map?
I feel like all the common trip spots are always shock darted, but if you saw in overtime, he had trips for the updraft way overhead. Like, he was getting really creative with it. That made that B site really, really hard to take.
Well, I also think the moment that Les jumped over that trip, it was like the playbook was exposed. We gotta move things around here. Yeah, I mean, look, this was exactly what Loud needed. Like, obviously to keep the series going, but also, as you had mentioned, for these young guys to be able to take a map against Sadak, against Les, and on top of that, we know Breeze was good for them, but it's a testament to just how good this KRU team is that they took them to the limit.
They went all the way, and it's so interesting to me because they mentioned it on the cast. They were operating at an economical deficit pretty much that entire second half. It was not an easy show whatsoever. They really grinded all of these rounds out, and I think that's just so impressive to me. Again, they're rookies coming into this team. This is not like a crazy championship pedigree proven team yet. They're a relatively new team, and they're out here grinding out these rounds against Sadak and Les.
Yeah. And NWZera and Heat. Let's not forget about that too. Two other big names within the Brazilian Valorant community. But we're moving forward. We're moving to Sunset. That's going to be our final battleground here to determine who walks away with the win. And this is, like, while granted we are going to be seeing KRU on that defense, could actually be a bit of an advantage for them to start things up. I am really wondering what Loud is going to be bringing to the table here, Alexis.
I think they need to bring energy, right? Because this has been such a long series so far. They have to go into the last map, energize, eat the bananas, drink some Red Bull, like really do what you need to do.
Whoa.
I mean, doing acrobatics on the chair, perfect way to get some energy. Yeah, they got to come in primed up this last map.
Yeah, don't fall back. This is the United States. You don't have insurance out here. In any case, we're going to see, though, this match start up here in just a moment. And as we had mentioned, right, with Sunset, a great opportunity here for Loud to really just stop this KRU team in their tracks. The excitement that they were having earlier, all the stuffies are coming out. The excitement that they had earlier, right, coming out of that win, you're right. You're going to need to carry that forward here. I guess what I'm really looking forward to on the KRU side is who's going to be that individual who steps up, because one person that was like really struggling and then found their footing and dominated the server was Dante. He was, I think, like at one point, what were you saying, Alexis?
0-7, and then he was 1-8. And then he ended up top fragging at the end.
Insane composure,
yeah,
genuinely.
like he's got to keep that going, but it does feel like ever since those changes that came in for Neon, it's been a bit of a slower kind of like a burn for him. Where does he, I guess, kind of like try to adjust things up here to get ready for this map on Sunset? Does he play Neon here too? Do you see that?
I like the Neon on Sunset. I think it could be good. I think he just might have to adjust to these slower starts that he's been having.
Yeah, and it seems like if he's going to continue to play like he did out of map 2, it could very well be a good day for KRU. But you see Loud, they're feeling good. They're laughing. They're having a good time. We're heading to map 3. Which squad is going to take the win today? We'll be back after this.
Well, Sunset here. We've been dragged all the way to the finish line for these two teams, our final match of the day. And we're talking about the history between them, the players and the orgs and whatnot, the old versus the new. There's a lot of parody and storylines we could go down here, but Sunset we're left with basically unknowns. We don't really know what to expect from either of these teams, but Loud, they had to dig deep to send us here.
I was looking back at some old Loud maps of Sunset, because in my head I was remembering, Les with the Viper on this map, which itself is a bit of an unusual pick if you think about people playing Sunset comps now, but they were also, that was back when they were running QCK on Phoenix, and they were running Breach, they were running Phoenix
and that was
Breach
before,
Viper.
listen, that's before Phoenix was good.
Yes.
So you see, listen, that's normal now.
Yeah, but that's a great point. I mean, the Breach would be the questionable part now, but that was 2 years ago, maybe even more, and very different situations. Now, what are we going to see from these two squads?
I'm seeing hints.
Yeah.
And I'm liking what I'm seeing, to be honest, as well. I've been seeing a lot of teams experiment with the double senti. It's very strong on this map. And
we've seen KRU play double duelist all day as well, so I can't imagine that they would be deviating too far away from that.
No, but there it is, already getting a glimpse of it. You've got Acute Eyes and Chamber and the Sage being ran for Loud. I'm a big fan of this comp. I like it for Sunset.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting one, especially with Luke Show being so good on the Chamber too. Anytime you can put him on that, I think they're going to be able to get good value out of it. It also puts Darker over towards Smokes, as Erna's the one picking up the Sage, actually. And on the other side of things, less on Sage. Huh?
Yeah, solo, the solo Senti, less Sage.
I quite like the comp. I think, you know, it feels very Paper X to me. That comp
for sure.
feels really Paper X, which is weird because it's Sadak piloting it, and he tends to be a bit more slower, a bit more contacty.
All seems to be slow contacty play, so yeah.
But this is not a slow contacty comp. This is a run at you type comp, a retakey comp, but we'll see how good Sadak is at piloting it around. Less on Sage. Words to scare a 2021 Loud fan.
We'll see what he's got though.
Maybe words to scare a 2026 Loud fan.
Yeah,
he's on the other side now.
Iconic moments, I think, with Sage on this map, as we've seen over the history of it. Let's take a look then. Sunset, here and now. KRU, pretty standard affair. They love to do this with their pistols. They've got a bit of a high-low cooking up in through mid, but no one moving in that direction. Loud to contact again all the way through. Less with this well-timed wall. Solidifies it too. So.
Oh, and they're going up and over.
Here we go.
You have to line up a bit better than that, Darker.
Darker, you might be left behind. Oh, okay. Let's not anticipating it.
He was left behind. He was left behind with the spike.
Goodbye.
They left Darker behind with the spike.
He's going to have to chip through 2 walls to get back to the back.
Come on, Darker.
All right. All good. All good. Gets the plan down eventually. There are players waiting, though, into the wings as Davi will leave a shot. He's still wrestling them back and forth here. Defense in order. That is loud. Putting their flagpole into the ground over towards the B site.
What a perfect pistol. Apart from the small portion
small error
of where the spike player was left behind. Otherwise, though, really immaculately done. I mean, Les didn't particularly sniff out what was going on at all. They boost players over. Les gets destroyed.
That's a nasty shot.
It's a great shot by Davi, but even if he hadn't hit it, someone was going to hit the shot. Les is staring at 4 people coming up and over his wall. Great idea. Got to imagine that Auda's had some scrim experience playing against Sages because they came up with that one very quickly.
Yeah, it's becoming more and more common, I think.
There was a time period where Sage was really good on this map, and yet very few people were actually picking it. But yeah, it seems like a very solid thing to go for in this meta, especially when there's so much neon on the other side.
Yeah.
The slows are painful to get through. The Sage you really have to respect on the defense side. It's got diffuse pressure too. Can't just play off-site. Not that you see too many off-site post plants on this map anyway after the changes.
There we go. Spoiled us a part of the surprise, didn't they?
Yeah, but it is going to drive people into less potentially. He's on a little off angle here with his classic.
This wall to cut up at least one spot of it. How has he found the perfect pocket to play in? No stun there. 7 point forward serve by Dante, and he's gone.
And on the attack side, the wall is just so good at being able to get those fast splits through.
Yeah.
You know, like here, you just don't have to worry about that market stairs position at all. If you split through top mid, you don't have to worry about your back. It does mean that these faster combos just deathball around.
Okay.
Auda's going to have a res online fairly shortly.
Yeah, not exactly an ult you can play around, cook up an idea for, but
not necessarily,
it's
no.
lovely to have in the back pocket.
It really is, yeah. You can still get really big value out of it. It is a flawless.
Strong start here for Loud.
Loud's composition is going to be pretty good on the defense side too, with their chamber getting posted on aggro angles, walls all over the place. Les is sticking to his position of B, while Loud try to bait out some kind of potential trap on the A side of the map.
That delayed is actually so nice. Oh. Ooh, barely missing.
Nearly gave it away though.
Yeah. Up through mid now. The walls are so good for this. Just patches up that one hole in the potential setup, but Dante's looking to put the squeeze on. Holy! Dante almost gearing up for the third. Darker though, tip-tapping as well, and it's a dance taking place towards the top section of mid. Spike drop down.
Should be unrecoverable, but Sadak has actually missed the timing a little bit on Davi. There's maybe a chance here.
Uh-oh. Lucho, Headhunter out, and now, yeah, that's the danger. Davi's got the rifle. Damage being done, and more here. Stray shots. Lucho traded out, but now they gotta know. They gotta know. Sadak reveals his position. Paranoia doesn't connect. Trying to make it a little bit more awkward. A deep TP cuts up onto the angle, but now Davi rapidly retreating around as 45 seconds left. Does not have that spike. IGL.
Crazy.
Takes it into his own hands, doesn't he?
I mean, Sadak comes up with the goods at the end. Well, that's one of those bonus rounds that never should have even come close. I can't believe what Dante did to open things up.
Ridiculous transfer.
He knew that there was an A split coming through top, a B split coming through top mid. And he just barrels in there and deletes Erda and Tikazine. And still it requires Sadak to come up with the goods to be able to save things. This is now another bonus round that doesn't get the job done, but does so much damage the other team is having to eco. At least this time the shoe's on the other foot.
There.
Louder used to having it done to them.
Yeah. Lucho looking to take advantage of the weaker buy, half armor. Across the ball when he's got that outlaw. He's hoping that somebody will peek this. Not going to be so lucky, but he might be now potentially missing that one in terms of timing. Jump spot. He heard it from Heat. Laid the drone in through A main, looking to take control of this one now. And the abundance of caution does hand them a couple of opportunities and kills potentially. Dante head clean off here for Lucio.
Same wall that Les has been putting down over towards B main.
Erda has the spike.
Yeah, I don't think there's really a way of them cutting it off, though. Erda should be able to reconnect with the rest of his team.
It's going to be a while, though, finding that. At least side control is theirs. Okay. Get the players into position. Make sure they can shut this one back. Sadak onto that high ground. Okay, expected. Tigazine straight there. Darker as well. Devious position to be playing into, but it's a good return on a fire on a tray by Heat. Top form right now, just thinking through the box. A lot of damage done. How the hell is Tigazine getting away with it?
5 HP.
Dante now claims a gun.
Gotta go.
He's just hoping for Soundfall live glides towards it, almost adjusting in time. Fantastic round by Tigazine, though.
It really is. That could have been nasty. Tigazine took the aim punch in the middle of that duel, still came out on top. I'd handle it pretty nicely.
One enemy remains.
This was a round when KRU were coming in with only a single rifle. Just as a bit of a tangent too, if you think about, God, the pop-off. If you think about the Neon nerfs and the Judge nerfs and that kind of stuff, the shotgun nerfs in general, those are the kind of rounds previously where you would have just said, well, just grab a bunch of bookies and
yeah, just run.
You know, run around. Dante will be able to make some magic happen with the Judge or something.
Can't do that anymore. Thank you, Riot Games. Very happy about that change. Tigazine really taking liberties here, especially. Okay, putting a punish now onto it. MW with that drone. Definitely Spores out of positioning. Somehow manages it. Contains all that pressure despite the stun that was online. Darker, what are you doing?
Where are you going?
TP in through CT. Bizarre.
Got caught by the stun from Dante, though. Stun was lovely to relieve the pressure.
Yeah.
It's a weird round. There's a res online, but you couldn't possibly get him.
Hunting though. Contact plays a part here. This is ridiculous stuff. Op action. Heat. Now feeling like he's being pressured into multiple directions. This time, decisiveness.
It's a good reposition.
It is. Doesn't open his back up towards it, but hold on. Oh my goodness. There it is, Erdi. Good one with the spike. Luke Shaw still there. Tries to get it done with a headhunter, but to no avail.
A lot of contacting happening into these operators.
Yeah, dangerous.
But the majority of the round, I think, was cooked when Loud lost those two players really deep into KRU's spawn. I like the idea of trying to punish the drone. I think that's a very solid game plan that you can have. A little tactic like that. But somehow MW hits a shot. He is stunned up. Lots of pressure on him. And just navigates his own Phantom down into the punish onto Tigazine.
This will be a fast play. Showstopper off the rip. Yeah, looks like it. Straight up, through and around. Oh my! What?
It missed.
How the hell are these kills going away? Loud! Running away with this one now. How the hell is this happening? Dante with the overdrive. He's going to try and put a stop to most of this one now, but this is dire, a dismal round for KRU.
They've lost control of where Darker is. They don't know that Erda's right behind them. Dante's just a free kill here.
Yep, good night, goodbye.
What? I've got to see a replay of that round.
Show me the replay. I'm pretty sure it was a slide from Tigazine.
That's ludicrous.
He just dodged the rocket.
This was a lay-by round. I was going to say to you, oh, well, what's the point of using the showstopper here? This feels like a bit too much. He's through. But more than that, Erda lands the shot instantly.
Crazy.
And Tigazine kills Les, who was walking down mid to go for a wall play or something.
I mean, Tigazine didn't have the slide either, so he used it to just dodge the rocket. That's absurd.
Well, take that set play and remove it from the strat book, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty common as well. We see a lot of teams have done that historically on Sunset.
Yeah, Loud are not going to let you get away with it, though, apparently.
That's just okay.
Madness.
One way to deal with it.
I'd like to see them vary up Les's positioning a little.
It's a good punish.
He's been over towards B main a ton. This time walks up, though, instead of going for the wall.
To be sharp shooting, but Luke showed just a little bit better, even peeking into the line. Takes a bit of damage in the process.
We did just see a Thrifty round come through, but this one has minimal chances of happening.
Yeah, diffusing a lot of the danger from it, aren't they? With every single kill they get.
And we've been talking about which team has the economical pressure on them, but it is absolutely KRU right now. In both of the previous maps, it's been Loud that have to come back, facing financial adversity. And now it's very much the other way around.
Hello. Crispy. Clever shot there. Trying to be broken as well. Comes the gun, but all covered in time here by Luke Show.
He's 10-4 on his favored character. I think of Luke Show, I think of Chamber.
Yeah.
He's had some monstrously good moments with this.
It's pure brilliance.
One enemy remaining.
There it is. He's going to be fed a whole host of kills here just from the weaker buy.
Incredible to see the evolution of this Loud team as well, because at times, earlier on, it has felt like, get Luke Show some help.
Yes, definitely.
And now you look at this Loud roster, and even when they were losing on Lotus, you know, there are other people who are really stepping up.
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
not just the Luke Show show.
The introduction of Davi, it's been pretty fantastic, I have to say.
I think when
Tigazine's
Urza
been
came
unbelievable with his opening.
Yeah, he has. I mean, Tigazine is looking... This is a great debut for Tigazine. But I think the turning point was really getting Urza into the team.
Yeah, yeah.
That slow evolution that Loud have had. If you're looking forwards, if we're thinking about the format of this tournament for Stage 2, it's all about growth and development.
Yes.
This is our touchstone of, like, how do you look at the very beginning? And it matters, especially for teams like KRU who are trying to accumulate as many champs points as possible. But for a squad like Loud, you are mostly looking at what is the growth potential of this team over the course of the next 6 weeks or so.
Yeah, it's just development.
Can they develop into a squad that can make a run towards the end? And man, I really feel like they've got the pieces.
Yeah, exactly right. You've got to be able to hone yourself as well as you possibly can for play-ins, potentially playoffs if you're really good enough. I never want to call it too early into the season, especially at the start of these groups.
Here. Here.
Yeah, KRU, as we've already mentioned, I mean, normally we'd be talking about different circumstances, talking about, you know, the road to playoffs. Some teams are going to be missing the cut. Not the case with this format here into Stage 2. Every single team of partnership is going to get an opportunity to play, fight for their lives, but they're going to be doing it against ravenous Tier 2. Hungry to prove themselves.
What is the set idea here for Loud? They're pinging out various different things. I mean, often you would see the Chamber go for some kind of jump peek, but they're just going to take a walk time. That's the one way.
Contact plays are just playing straight into Luke Show's
Oh,
hand.
man.
Smoke!
Oh, that's sick. Oh, that is so cool.
Hides from the dart, and Hunter's Fury is going to be a little bit too late. It's a great kill to be claimed, but still, player advantage situation lands in the lap of Loud.
Dante took a look at that and did not for a moment suspect the entire team was there.
No, it's a fantastic idea. It's so good. So good. Tags up. Pre-fights into the corner. Gotta be careful here with the overdrive, though. Tigazine straight there. The operator in the hands of Heat. Suddenly, it's a 2v2. Plant down, though. Darker gets his team into the extension of the round. Heat. Satchel might have been heard as he jumps up onto the box.
It was Darker's smoke that they hid inside to open this round, and Darker now trying to play inside of another one.
It's a good reposition by Luke Show. Has been very much good for it now. Really tested. Dark clears in through the back of the side, just a slight jiggle. Satchel's lovely. Wonderful little microplay here by KRU just to dissect this one and deliver potentially a round win. Pressure now on it with the time. Heat onto the diffuser. Kill claimed. It's all MW. 4 kills for him. Despite the amazing beginning, great ideas from Loud.
It is sick to see Heat and MW winning the 2v2 clutch like that. So in sync with each other.
This is wonderful.
They gave away their positioning with the nade and with the recon. Here's the play at the beginning of the round as well. Super cool. But after they gave it away, that peek with the blast pack just ruined the crosshair placement. MW goes for the wide swing. Heat even wider with the blast pack peek. And then MW's movement closes it out. Really cool round from both sides.
It is.
Obvi-op.
We're seeing the best being brought out of these teams, and Heat favored on the line. Didn't have to adjust, it was purely reaction times.
Wins it again against Luke Show.
Resdo is online in the back pocket for this situation like this, and he's going to be punished as a result. Ran down. Tigazine, happy to be the point of contact. Tip of the spear for them, and already cementing himself into this 4 position. Nah, this is absurd. You're not going to be pushing that, are you? Just goes into the smoke anyway. Hunter's Fury in through the back, but this is another res online, and Heat is back into the fray, back into action, swiftly taken out.
Revenge for Luke Show.
All the way through now, Luke Show. Reposition is nice, but he's going to make a sound cue just off onto the slow. Still, at the count of 4 now with a headhunter bullets. They need to be quick as anything. devious wall. A little bit of a cross-section, puts him up onto the high ground. And for that high-low position, MW slowly making moves forwards. Davi cleaning that one up onto the flank with that. Ult was popped off, the reposition now, but still time is ticking, And Loud play perfectly off all that time pressure.
What an insane scrappy post plant that was. There was so much going on there. I mean, double reses coming through, the Sage Wall boost, and then an Omen ultimate that comes through behind. Crazy stuff. Not quite a fair 1v1 between Luxio and Heat across this round as well.
No, it was not.
Both players ended up getting rezzed. Luxio's in a little bit of a safer position. This is going to put the squeeze back onto KRU's economy. They've not really had an opportunity to get the money flowing.
It's the story of today for the series.
Heat's going to force into it, though. He has the op and a showstopper.
Okay.
That's mad.
It really is, yeah. We've also got a 3-player stack of players over towards A. Mid-control just being poked at, really.
Luxio knows that Les went for the boost up on the wall previously, so he's just clearing this out. Sadak also feels like he needs to stay on the other side of this wall, just in case they do something funky and boost over it.
Yeah.
So really, the wall is not that much peace of mind for KRU.
Does feel awkward, though.
They've left a massive gap in market. Yeah, they are literally double holding their own Sage Wall. It's ridiculous.
And door's going to be broken. That's going to be spelling things out now. Bit of util. Might be able to slow them down, but they're just moving into completely different directions, trying to surround them less. Cracking shot. Only the one, though, before the trade's on tact, and now Luxio aware of the possibilities. The smoke smells off, and that's a no-scope. Taking out Sadak.
Does he also have a Bucky? A Bucky v Bucky there. More expensive one for Luxio.
Yeah. Catch these players as well, just drifting into the fight. At this point, you have a rifle, you have an op. Probably look to save this next one, KRU.
Definitely.
Try and keep these guns intact.
One enemy remaining.
It's not the worst thing in the world for MW to fall there, but if Heat loses his op, that's a nightmare. And there is quite a bit of time here for Davi to try to hunt him down. I think he should be good for it.
He's worried about a lot from a spot like this.
Yeah, it's going to come down to a little bit of a time in play. But Lauda firmly in KRU's head. That pistol round boost over the Sage Wall, I think is just brutal. Absolutely brutal for Heat.
See it.
He invested into that gold shining operator at the start of the round, down to 100 credits. And now he's got nothing to work with. I guess he's still got the ult. At the very least, he's got that to work with. But Lauda all over this. KRU are worried that there could be a boost over the Sage Wall. KRU are worried that there could be players grouping up, waiting for it to drop. And instead, they leave market open with the door closed. And Loud have just burst through it, and they run the map. It feels a little bit like Lotus, where this slow, contacty style, KRU are struggling against it.
I mean, you are playing directly into the hand of Luxio, aren't you? It's 15 kills to his name.
Notably, Heat is not going for that double blast pack play into tiles.
No. Don't want to get punished again.
Already tried that one once.
Luxio, you are alone when you're doing this. They are given a lot of space. But he just misses the timing onto that one. So, punished for his hubris.
I don't think that recon was where it was supposed to be from
that
W.
just went against the box, so they're not even going to get the information onto this. Sadak is very much alone. TP, it's a punish. Quick onto it. Tikazine and Erde just from the side.
And there's the value of the Sage again. You can just wall off short and lets you get in way easier.
Hammering in the bullets. Layers towards it too, Darker. TP'd on top of that wall.
Heat with a showstopper. He's going to
go for it. Okay, satchel movement. It's got a bit of miss. The rocket doesn't, though. It's going to be claiming a life, and it does deny the plant for now. Still danger in this round. Loud, not out of it just yet. Nade sailing, rebounding. It's beautiful work. Hold on, trying to twist and turn towards it. Loud contain it all.
Great round from Tikazine at the end there. He's got that killer instinct. Knows that he needs to backstab the team as they go for the pressure onto the plant. They lure KRU back out into the open, and Tikazine has the punish. The attack side has looked really well put together for Loud here. It was their defense where they struggled on Lotus. But Romanilli is happy about it, I think. It's hard to tell.
There.
But that's what I do when I'm happy.
Uh-huh. Loud. Everything's worked out in their favor, really.
Les has a Bucky, but he's got his Sheriff out at the moment.
Yeah, rarely a thing has gone wrong. Go forwards. That wall's not going to be doing much for that one, is it? Tigazine, killer instinct is right. There's zero hesitancy. Ready to just run it all the way down and just make sure that they can destroy them. That is a risky TP.
What are we doing there?
Not too sure.
Darker's having some fun.
And now deep plays into spawn. Tigazine, he's feeling it. He's got a hot hand. Taking liberties now with the positioning and the plays. Goes down. Luke Show happy to fill in the gaps. And Sadak, poor Sadak. He's left to pick up the pieces in a round like this.
Cover going out.
He's going to make some very decent go of things, though.
The one way there, just in case his opponent was on a really high ladder.
There's 9-3.
Good try, though.
It is a good try. And
well,
Loud, listen, they're being rewarded for the grit, the determination.
They dominated this attack side. And the ideas with Erda's Sage have been lovely.
Yeah.
I mean, I said at the start of this, less on Sage, words to scare a 2021 Loud fan. He is struggling out there on the defense side. I hope they've come up with some equally good attack side ideas as Loud. This crew comp, it should be attack-sided, but a 9-3 deficit, that is a mountain to climb.
Yeah, good luck to them. We'll find out on the other side of things just what they can do. All that pain and suffering that they went through on Breeze, dragging it, that 17-15 OT win for Loud to take us to Sunset now is paying off. It's coming to fruition. 9-3 is the half that we're looking at now. The second half underway momentarily.
Crew will be sat there thinking this should have been a 2-up. We should have closed it out on Breeze. Never should have let it get to Sunset. But they've got to focus on their attack half. That was where they managed to get all of their rounds on Lotus. They were at a 7-5 deficit. Now, it wasn't as bad as a 9-3. This is particularly poor. But if they can put together a pistol, their composition with the double duelist, with the Sage, no Senti, in theory, it should be thriving on this half.
The pistol, though, almost a requirement, really.
Yeah, they need it.
Shaka, information to be gathered. He's going to play his life in the process. Layers down a nice little smoke. Anything to delay the inevitable push here, but they've already got bodies and players in position. Luke Show, TP back up onto the high ground now to Dart. Dealt with, but not too quickly now. Deep into the back of the side. Loud! It's over in a blink of an eye. Let's see if it can be accounted for with Sadak drifting in from the side. Already 2 kills. Weaving in and out now, looking for the next follow-up onto these players. But Loud once more. It's a statement piece of a pistol.
Darker grabbed so much information for them early on. They knew that that B hit was coming a mile before it happened.
Yeah, 3 players already in position, right?
Yeah, there were tons of players there. And that's what ends up resulting in this cascade of kills. It's a nice angle from Luke Show as well, but it's mostly these players in backside that actually get the job done. Why are they there? Because Darker grabbed the info early and didn't get punished for it. Well, you have to force in a spot like this. You have to. And it all comes down to this round.
Questions about the strength of KRU's map pool resurfacing again. We prompted it a little bit earlier here, but they're going to look to see if they can at least even things out. They can earn a round here. It really is all in. It's everything being tossed towards it. So plan down, wall intact, but the spam, no! I spoke too soon. Plan not down at all. It's an open plan, which is optimistic at best. Tigazine. It's running a mockery over things now. This guy with just the bulldog in hand, lighting them all up.
The push, though, from KRU through their own Sage wall.
They're making a lot of noise, though. It's going to be heard.
Davi hears it, but they might not want to contest it.
Tigazine.
Tigazine,
this guy is relentless! Doesn't want to give up even an inch. Beautiful to see. Puts his body on the line to secure the round for the team.
And it's another day at the office for Loud. Up enormously here.
Yeah.
Up 8 rounds, an 11-3 lead. After they had to scrimp and save to be able to get through Breeze. They had so many opportunities to close it. It looked like it was going to slip away. And now they find themselves very comfortably in control. And you are so right with talking about the map pool and the depth of it. This is a brand new map coming back in. And KRU look, I mean, out of their depth on the defense side, but like they won't even have an opportunity to show us the attack.
No. It's all gone wrong.
They're going to have to force every single round, and this one is scraps.
See how they manage it.
If they manage it, I think Loud are prepped to slam the door in their face.
Yeah, they certainly are. 55 forwards. It's a good stun as well. It just relieves that pressure once more, Daka. It's aware of the fact that there could be a little bit of a timing here. Out towards elbow. Paranoia sweeps. Crudo lining all the way up for this one, and then look at that! It's unreal!
Daka on Omen. Absolutely cooking. They've had some really cute ideas. He's had some unusual ults, but overall, it has been a great adjustment to have him pick up the Omen and Erda on the Sage. They've had good ideas, good execution. They deserve this win. And what a blow this is for KRU. Because if there was any hope of them possibly generating enough champs points to be able to make it on that basis, they might be dead in the water already. Yeah, early doors.
Had to start strong here, didn't it? With the opening game of stage 2. Slow orb for a slow orb, they'll cancel it out. Loud just need one more.
Enemy down.
W, where's he got that one from? Through mid. Davi go on and punish. Luke Show though, he does have, he's out of range of the rendezvous, I believe. Yeah, it's miles away.
He's just super confident.
Very confident.
And he also knows that everybody on the other team is going to be using light armor because their money is just so squeezed. It's only Les who's got full armor, and that's because he's got a Sheriff.
Tigazine's just walking down mid. And slowly walking forward. It is by a few of these players, but they just turn their heads at the wrong timing. This is just ridiculous. The newcomer to the stage at the DTB. Oh! Daka.
He's getting funky with it.
We were critiquing you earlier, but now just Heat and less. Left to put up any sort of resistance, any sort of stance. Spike in his hands, they are split up though. There's a wedge in the middle of the map which Loud contain. Luke Show hunting for that game of time. He's missed his mark just for now. Overdrive now going to be popped off here, but he's... Oh!
Spike down.
Nothing's going right. And it's an inevitability at this point for Les. He realizes it. Stoicism on his face, but this is basically curtains. This is the job done. All that hard work for Loud, it pays off in the end. 13-3 being that finish. Sunset claimed, and a fantastic beginning to stage 2.
Sadak and Les return back to Americas, get an opportunity to face up against their former organization. It's all new names, it's all new faces. And they slap them down on Sunset. Again, another series where KRU can only put the win together on Lotus, the map that they've been great at all year. They really have. But the map pool issues are going to continue being a storyline for this team. They could have closed it out 2-0. They absolutely could have. But as soon as it went to Sunset, Loud in full control.
They were cooking. They had ideas. Countless ones of that. love at the end of the day between these two teams, as we were saying. These players are going to be familiar with each other all the way throughout, but today it's all Loud. Wonderful win for them.
Great debut for the new players as well.
Yeah, it is.
Really, genuinely, an excellent way of getting your feet under you, getting some confidence, taking down some legends. These are players on the other side of things that they will have been looking up to from the very beginning of the game. And I don't just mean Sadak and Les, but you know, Heat and MW too.
Yeah.
A lot of these Loud players will have been looking up to their opponents for years.
No injuries.
What a debut for Tikazine especially, man.
Oh, it's amazing.
He looks like a breath of fresh air for Loud.
Loud, I mean, they've been making strides, improvements of each passing stage. Struggled for a while here, but this is one of the best beginnings they've had in quite some time.
Yeah, definitely showcasing like they have the potential to do something.
I mean, firepower, the ideas on Sunset I think were pretty fantastic, even if it was off the back of a lot of individuality from Luke Shaw.
I'm a believer.
Oh, yeah.
I like the idea.
Firepower's here.
Yeah, and they've got some good compositions that suit their strengths too. Anytime you can get Luke Shaw under the chamber, I think it makes sense, but supplementing that with the Sage and having good ideas about how you want to play it, I like it. It shows that they've been spending their time off usefully between stage 1 and stage 2. And that's always a concern when you make roster changes. You don't know how many scrims these guys have had time to be able to work on, how deep the map pool is going to be, this kind of stuff, but they've impressed. I think they've done well today. I think they genuinely have. They can be proud of that.
They absolutely can. Going to keep it honed as well as they look even deeper potential for Sao Paulo too. We're going to send it down to the stage. Dryad standing by for that Verizon post-match interview. Please take it away.
Such a well-deserved victory on the side of Loud after that dominant map 3 in Darker. Congratulations for this one. I want to ask you specifically about what turned things around, and it was that overtime on that second map. We saw you switch up a little bit of how your setup looked like just to adapt to what he was doing on the other side. So for that map and in general for the series, how much of the victory was it your own game plan, and how much was it a little bit more adapting to what KRU was doing? En el mapa vimos un poco de adaptación de lo que estabas haciendo con los cables, por ejemplo, de cómo estaba jugando Heat. Entonces, ¿qué tanto de la victoria es tu propio plan de juego y qué tanto también es la adaptación?
Yo siento que siempre el plano de juego, la adaptación fue básicamente solo de scrims, o sea, en scrim hemos jugado contra doble duelista, contra Jet, contra Phoenix, entonces ya tenemos un plano de juego para cada duelista. Y eso se basan los cables también.
The game plan, I think, is a little bit because we have scrim against all of those agents. We have scrim against Jet. We have scrim against all of those agents. So that changes a little bit on the way that we play, and we are prepared. And of course, that also changes in the way that I'm setting up the cables, for example. Going into the second question too, TKZin has been incredible, and I know that you were playing with Verdi as well, and you played with Verdi for quite some time. But for TKZin, what does he add to Loud? ¿Qué trae TKZin a la escuadra?
Yo la verdad amo mucho a Vete, la verdad estoy muy triste porque ya no está más en el equipo, le mando un saludo de aquí. Y TKZin aporta juventud, emoción, tipo, es su primera vez en VCT y él aporta mucha energía para el equipo.
I am really sad because Verdi is not playing with us anymore. Honestly, I'm sending him just a hello. But also for TKZin, he just brings the youth, he brings the energy, he brings the hype. That is something that the team needs. And looking forward to what is coming for the next couple matches. Early, when I asked him earlier, was so confident that you guys were ready to even win the stage. Is that the general team feeling? ¿Se sienten que pueden ganar todo el stage? ¿Se sienten confiados de que lo pueden hacer de una vez?
No puedo decir el stat de las scrims que estamos ganando, pero es de 60-90, entonces tipo, estamos ganando un montón, estamos ganando el equipo Tier 1, o sea, full heavy, amasándolos, y estamos muy confiados, la verdad sí podemos ganar el stage.
I can't really say what the scrim percentage is like for the games that we have been winning, but it's anywhere between 60 and 90%, and we have been looking good. We have been scrimming against a lot of different teams, Tier 1, Tier 2, and so we are ready to get those wins. This is everything that we have for the Verizon post-match interview. Darker, thank you so much for the interview, and we're going to send it to the match point to hear more from the players.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, all.
Thank you so much for that, Dryad. Always a pleasure to hear from Darker. We're joined now. No, poor Penguin. We're joined by two incredible players. Just picked up a massive win on that stage. It's Erde and TK's in. First things first, I got to get this off my chest, TK. How do I pronounce your name? I just want to make sure I'm saying it right.
You can say like TKZin or Tekazin.
Tekazin. So either way, it works.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Hey, you know, it's his first day on the job, so we want to make sure that he's taken care of. You know what I'm saying? How did it feel playing on that stage today?
Like, it was really insane, really fun. My teammates are amazing, so I'm very glad, so glad to be here with them, and that's it.
Yeah, even when you guys lost that, I believe was it the first match?
Yeah, first
What
match.
were you guys, like, how was it for you? Were you a little worried, or were you like, no, we got this, we got this?
We know our potential, so we were like very, very
confident.
Confident and chill, you know?
Yeah.
Like, we can.
Yeah.
So, and we will do, so.
Awesome. Good IGL over here. He's always got your back.
Yeah.
What about for you, Erde? You got an opportunity to go up against Sadak, one of the legends of the game, great player, but you were able to show today your version of Valorant was just a little bit better than his.
Yeah.
How does it feel to know that not only were you able to take down KRU, but you were able to take down some really prolific players who used to wear that jersey as well?
Yeah, I mean, I don't care about like the names that are on the other team, but yeah, it's always an honor. Like, he's a really good IGL. He's really good IGL. But yeah, I think like hard work, a good team, and like a good mental management can give you everything. It doesn't matter if he won every tourney on the year. Doesn't matter. It's all about you.
Awesome. Alexis.
I had a question for you, Erde, because you are a young IGL.
Yeah.
And I'm not as young as you, but I just started IGLing. And I was wondering if you had any advice to any new up-and-coming IGLs.
Oh, any advice? I think like watch a lot of bots. Like, watch your own bot. I think that's more important. If like create your own structure and like then get it better by watching your own POV, and that's it for me.
Are there any IGLs that you take inspiration from, or are you kind of just doing your own thing?
Oh, my own thing, but I think Bati has helped me a lot on my IGL. He was a previous IGL when he was like in tier 2 back then. But yeah, I don't have like an inspiration. Like, it's just Bati and Romanelli helping me every day. That's it.
Did you were you IGLing prior to this, or is this the first time? Were you doing a little bit of that?
Yeah, I IGL'd like one split, and that was it. But I was very bad at that time, so so I think I don't count it like IGL. I was really bad.
How do you rate him now as IGL?
10 to 10. The best one in the world.
Awesome. What is it like having these guys on the team now, right? You were able to pick up Davi, you got TK here as well. What do they provide that makes Loud such a force for this stage?
I mean, you can see all the courage they had playing the game. Like Davi with the clutch on Breeze, like on the last round. We about to lose, and he pulls out a 1v3.
That was crazy, man. I think that guy's brought you back in. I think it genuinely brought you back in.
Literally. We was about to lose. And I think Tekazin has a like insane aim, like crazy aim, good comms. Like he's like Davi and Tekazin were they are really good players. So they showed up today. I think.
Are you optimistic? I'd love to see it. Are you optimistic about this stage for you guys? You know, it's a long road to be able to make it to champions.
Oh yeah, of course. I'm very optimistic. I think we didn't show our game at all. Like in the first and second map.
Yeah.
We were like nervous. It's normal. It's like the first game of TKC and Davi. I was like shaky with my aim too.
Yeah.
I like my aim is really crazy. Like I was frying everyone on scrims.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I was frying everyone. So not showing up today on my aim, it was like a kind of tough for the team. You can say it like that, but I think all my teammates showed up for me, and my IGL was really good still.
Love to see it. It's like you know, if you ever made pancakes before. It's like the first pancake. You make a pancake, it's a little bad at first, you know, then you make the second one, it's even better. That was you guys walking into map 3.
Literally.
And you guys dominated, so well done. Congratulations. Obviously, going to be really exciting to see what y'all do this stage, and we're going to be following it every single step of the way. But after 2 days of competition, let's go ahead and see where we stand right now, because Loud picked up a massive win, and they are going to be sitting up at the top alongside Sentinels. But this group, it's going to be a wild one. You know, you're coming into this when you're playing against G2, 100 Thieves, Sentinels. I mean, man, how are you feeling?
It was like he said, doesn't matter who is against us, we just have to play our game, you know?
Yeah.
So if we play our game, we will be champion, I
Yeah,
think.
hey, I love the confidence, man. I love the confidence. I've talked to a couple of rookies here who showed up and spoke confidently, and then they went off to win some pretty big things too. So I think you guys are gonna be all right. All right, Erde, pleasure to speak to you, my man. Always a pleasure, Alexis. Beast as always, folks. That's gonna do it for us. We got plenty more games coming at you tomorrow. You don't want to miss it. In fact, it's a great way to close out this weekend here at VCT Americas. Huge matchups. We'll see you then. But for now, enjoy your Samsung OLED Fast Replay. Mañana. Oh, wait, not mañana. Good night. Words are hard. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you, man.
Nice to meet you.
The VALORANT world. And today, the coach and player that made history for Americas face off yet again in a battle of reinvention.
Kesnet with a Blaze Storm, play finds Superman before there's a chance to retort. Pancakes up on the corner!
Just dealt with. It's the timing.
You don't expect Zerona to pick this angle up. Oh, he notches 4!
I like that. Mid-round here, had to go for it, and Glyph is more than happy to dive on in, paving a way through the round as Glyph notches 4! Can't actually shoot any of the retreating MV players, but there's Digizine. Solo on A.
Perfect timing.
Oh, the lighting up for Digizine! Slam dunks them! Protect from the shots. There's a little glide into that window there by Kesnet, but he's very much alone! Flawless round, over in a flash. Knights up close, we are in the post plan as he gets the drop and Digizine. This gets a bit more uncomfortable now for EG. Zerona's going to make the play. Knights trying to pre-fire it though, and he found himself 4. Knights has to ace to keep Envy in this now. Both players low as they get it. There's your boy! Debut ace! Now the Envy have to make use of it. Digizine again with the op.
Play a little bit further.
He's not ready.
Oh, that's just so free.
Let's Digizine get into the picture properly. That's 3 kills for him on the round. Now it's on Kesnet. This was supposed to be a new Envy, but EG deliver the same old nightmare.
KRU versus Loud, and Sadak and Les versus that former organization of Loud as well. And the last time that Loud was really relevant as an org was when those two players were playing on it.
It's mad, but he's holding very specifically for that jump peak.
Definitely brave, but look at that movement. Abby down, with a spike, but Luke shows straight there from behind and able to be that supportive element. Look at that, 4-piece for him. Starker activating, attempting there with a spray control. There's a lot of damage done. Trail's pointing towards it, but less covering it all. As well, the fuses running short. An adjustment. There's kills to be claimed. Dante gliding to the side, and the stun was even better. Now just holding, anticipating that reaction play. Lotus now claimed up here for KRU. Dante, tasked with putting a stop to it. And crossing placement wasn't quite ideal. This is Dante now thriving. Found what his last potential player is. There it is, snappy stuff. And there it is. Finds the ace. Claim at least a 1 kill. In for main, Davi left to do it all in this spot. Swinging wide, half earned already. Hunter's Fury. Davi weaving in and out, trying to play it perfectly. Sunset is where we are heading. Wall's not going to be doing much for that one, is it? Tigazine, Killer Instinct is right, a zero hesitancy. And now deep plays into spawn. Tigazine, he's feeling it. Good stun as well, just relieves that pressure once more. Daka, Crudo lining all the way up for this one, and then look at that! All that hard work for Loud, it pays off in the end. Sunset claimed, and a fantastic beginning to Stage 2.